Standing on a high balcony, an executioner roars to the gathered crowd that Rosemary Hubert has committed a grave sin. The furious mob gossips below, condemning the horrible villainess for treason and deceiving Prince Grey. Bound on the execution platform, a beautiful blonde woman smiles through her tears, knowing she is innocent but ready to finally be free. The heavy noose tightens around her slender neck as a desperate voice screams out for older sister Rosemary. Her younger brother Ronaldo reaches out in agonizing grief, tears streaming down his face as he screams for his sibling. Tears spill from Rosemary's eyes as she gazes lovingly at her family, grateful to see them in her final moments. The executioner ruthlessly pulls the lever, dropping the floor out from under her as she silently wishes her family a happy life. A resounding gong echoes through the courtyard as the trapdoor slams open, leaving the young woman hanging while her brothers watch in utter despair. A muffled voice pierces the darkness, weakly calling out the name Marie as someone slowly regains consciousness. An older, mustached man leans in with frantic concern, asking if Marie is okay while she groggily wonders who that is. Shocked by her own voice, she touches her throat while the man collapses in relief that she finally opened her eyes. Flashing a vibrant smile, the newly reborn Marie Digma flashes a thumbs up and happily reassures her worried father. She recognizes this gentle man as her father Tobias and the handsome man beside him as her older brother Stanley, who works in the royal palace. She suddenly remembers that a rampaging cow tangled its rope around her neck, triggering the terrifying flashback that unlocked her previous life's memories. Quietly pouring tea, she muses that dying and regaining past memories feels exactly like a plot ripped straight from a storybook. Throwing open the window to a sunlit morning, she decides to leave Rosemary behind and fully embrace this peaceful new life. Her tranquil moment shatters when a hand suddenly thrusts a sealed wax envelope right into her line of sight. Stanley presents the royal family's letter bearing the intimidating lion coat of arms, leaving Marie utterly bewildered. She frantically demands to know why the royal palace would write to her, but her brother simply smiles and shrugs off her panic. Staring blankly at the terrifying parchment, she finally grabs a knife and aggressively slices the royal seal open. Tobias bursts through the door asking about the royal letter, only to find Marie groaning in absolute, agonizing despair. Her father eagerly snatches the parchment from her hands and instantly beams with sheer, blinding excitement. He joyfully announces that the 19-year-old Crown Prince Rizzle is looking for a fiancé, and she just received a recommendation to become a royal maid. A terrifying realization hits her as she remembers Prince Rizzle is the child of King Grey and Tia, the very woman who robbed Rosemary of her title. Shocked by the impossibly fast timeline, she realizes King Grey's son was born a mere 1 year after Rosemary died. Tobias scratches his head in confusion, finding it incredibly strange for a rural baron's daughter with no political benefit to be a consort candidate. Marie's gaze sharpens as she points out that offering zero political benefit is precisely the reason she was chosen. She deduces that marrying into a powerful family would create massive royal conflict, making a powerless noble the perfect pawn. Exhausted by the looming royal drama, she confirms the palace is specifically hunting for a risk-free rural lady to avoid political blowback. Clutching her dress with absolute resolve, the reborn Marie vows to stay far away from this dangerous political competition. Laughing heartily, Tobias praises Marie's brilliance, admitting he never even considered such clever political tactics. Stanley confidently agrees with their father, while Marie internally reflects on how incredibly fortunate she feels in her current life. The light-hearted atmosphere shifts when Stanley reveals that several aristocratic rumors are already circulating about Marie, leaving her completely stunned. Stanley lists her standout achievements, from flawlessly designing her debutante dress to scaring off a viscount to protect the Doze Regent's daughter, forcing a flustered Marie to downplay her bold actions. Tobias proudly notes they are still receiving gratitude from Lord Doze for her help, but Marie firmly refuses when told the royal castle wants to hire her as a dress designer. Staring blankly, Marie realizes the only logical explanation for her unusually courageous behavior is the sudden return of her past life's memories as Rosemary. Cheered on by her proud father and brother, an exasperated Marie heads out, desperately vowing to avoid standing out despite her newly acquired notoriety. A horse-drawn carriage carries a silent, anxious Marie steadily closer to her unwanted royal destiny. With a heavy clatter of wheels, the carriage finally breaches the imposing perimeter of the royal capital. Gazing intensely through the carriage window, Marie dreads the grim reality of returning to the very place that once sealed her tragic fate. The massive, sprawling architecture of Duretz's castle looms ominously over the bustling city skyline. Stepping into the grand halls, she quickly joins the ranks of the bustling, cloaked staff navigating the labyrinthine royal corridors. Now fully dressed in the royal maid uniform, Marie observes her surroundings over the next few days and realizes the palace has become far more rotten than she ever imagined. Dark rumors endlessly swirl around King Grey, her former fiancé, and Queen Tia, the woman who stole him away, exposing their toxic web of mistresses and lovers. Remembering Grey's cruel declaration that Tia taught him true love, a disgusted Marie sarcastically wonders who taught the king to spout such pathetic nonsense. Reasoning that a lowly countryside baron's daughter is irrelevant to these toxic power struggles, she decides she has nothing to worry about during her employment. The hallways erupt with fierce competition as various noble daughters, secretly planted as potential fiancés, violently vie for the chance to serve Crown Prince Rizzle. Escaping the fray, Count Tajiria's fourth daughter, Nikki, casually sweeps the floor and admits the castle would be the perfect workplace if it weren't for the stupid fiancé squabbling. Nikki enthusiastically lists the incredible perks of being a royal maid, from eating delicious food to wearing the latest fashions, prompting a happy nod of agreement from Marie. Marie quickly grounds her friend by asking about the lover Nikki left behind in her hometown, making the flustered maid wave it off as a completely separate matter. Nikki boldly declares that getting married young is a waste when she can enjoy her life now, leaving Marie utterly amazed by her friend's unabashed desires. Shifting the conversation, Nikki leans in with a sparkling gaze and eagerly asks if Marie has managed to meet Crown Prince Rizzle yet. Sweating nervously, Marie admits she hasn't seen the prince since her first day, keenly aware that the aggressively ambitious maids would target anyone eyeing their royal prey. Watching a pack of maids practically drool over the visibly uncomfortable prince, Marie and Nikki grimly joke that the relentless attention might make him hate women entirely. Nikki suddenly drags a protesting Marie down the hall to investigate a commotion, spotting a newly arrived guard caught in the middle of a typical palace uproar. The fierce exchange echoes through the corridor as a man bitterly accuses Queen Tia of inflating her notoriety, only for her to fire back about his newly chosen concubine. Marie's eyes widen in sheer shock as she realizes the arguing pair are King Grey and Queen Tia, aggressively fighting over their inability to conceive a child. She watches in stunned silence as the man who callously condemned her to death glares venomously at the fallen woman who orchestrated her ruin. Taking a shaky breath, Marie reflects on the intense anxiety she harbored before arriving, terrified of how she would react to facing her murderers with her memories fully intact. However, staring at their pathetic squabble, her anxiety instantly dissolves into cold indifference, realizing she feels absolutely no lingering resentment or love for them at all. Watching their lovers quarrel, Marie realizes she probably would have felt a small amount of chest pain if she still loved him, but she is completely sure even Rosemary harbors zero love for King Grey at this point. Observing the scene, she comes to a firm and final realization that Marie is definitively not Rosemary. Nikki urgently shushes a startled Marie, whispering that the royals' bitter quarrel is finally over and exposing that they really aren't on good terms with each other. Nikki dramatically sighs over the royal couple, lamenting that she has always longed to experience the kind of passionate romance constantly found in picture books. Marie bluntly states she doesn't care and coldly advises leaving dreams as just dreams, leaving Nikki utterly shocked by her icy demeanor. Pushing the topic, Nikki teasingly questions why Marie lacks a lover and excitedly wonders if she is actually secretly popular. Nikki enthusiastically reveals that the women brought into the palace for the Crown Prince's fiancé selection are secretly hunting for high-ranking, single potential husbands. Marie firmly denies looking for a man right now, internally wondering if her severe reluctance stems from the lingering trauma of Rosemary's lost love. Discarding the idea of a sparkling prince, Marie realizes she would much rather find herself a cool and intensely loyal knight. The mere thought of knights triggers a nostalgic memory of Rosemary constantly playing pretend knight with her beloved younger brother Ronaldo. An image of a young boy flashes into her mind, vividly revealing the smiling face of their close childhood friend, Alberto. Nikki suddenly shatters her peaceful reminiscing by loudly and excitedly screaming Alberto's name. A completely flustered Marie stammers in denial as Nikki enthusiastically demands to know if she harbors a secret crush on the older Alberto Macurin. Completely ignoring Marie's denials, Nikki gleefully lists Alberto's incredible traits as a rugged 36-year-old, single knight captain. Scolding Marie for keeping secrets, an energized Nikki forcefully grabs her arm and sprints toward Alberto's current location. Skidding to a halt, Nikki urgently shushes Marie and eagerly points right at the imposing figure of the night captain standing nearby. Marie covers her mouth and gasps in absolute shock as she finally locks eyes on the grown man before her. She instantly recognizes the striking man as Alberto, the very same childhood friend who spent hours playing knights with Rosemary. That once playful young boy now stands tall and commanding as the official night captain of the royal forces. As overwhelming tears pool in Marie's eyes, Nikki confidently assumes she is crying from sheer happiness over Alberto's impressive status and great face despite the incoming rivals. Realizing Nikki completely misunderstood her intense emotional reaction, Marie freezes as the imposing night captain approaches and demands to know who is hiding. Alberto stands before them with a stern and intimidating gaze, the surrounding leaves rustling loudly in the tense silence. The terrified maids instantly bow and apologize for the disturbance as Alberto firmly questions what they are doing in this restricted area. A panicked Marie screams internally as Nikki boldly lies to his face, proudly claiming they were eagerly waiting for an opportunity to assist the valiant knights. Nikki shoots a confident wink and proudly declares she is cheering Marie on, leaving Marie utterly bewildered and horrified by the sudden betrayal. With a violent shove that jolts Marie forward, Nikki shamelessly screams a request for Alberto to hire them as his squadron's exclusive personal maids. Alberto does not utter a single word, merely piercing the flustered maids with an incredibly sharp and unreadable glare. Blushing furiously under his intense gaze, Marie internally screams in absolute disbelief at Nikki's absolutely reckless and insane proposal. Pure panic grips her racing mind as she aggressively questions what the heck her unhinged friend is actually thinking. The chaotic moment instantly triggers another vivid flashback of a young Alberto happily promising Rosemary Hubert that she would become a valiant knight in the future. Clutching a storybook, a young and radiant Rosemary smiles warmly and asks him to protect her like a knight if she ever becomes queen. Blushing deeply at her sweet request, the young boy softly agrees, cherishing the moment even though it was just pretend. Kneeling respectfully before her like a true cavalier, he sincerely vows in his heart to always protect her radiant smile. Keeping his childhood vow, the boy named Alberto grew up and officially became a knight, while she faced a much darker fate. Tragically framed by an unknown enemy, the innocent woman was brutally executed in the dark. Sitting alone in a somber room with deadened eyes, Alberto is suddenly interrupted by a maid announcing a visit from Ronaldo. Rosemary's younger brother violently pulls Alberto from his life of quiet repentance, declaring his burning desire to avenge his sister. Desperately reaching out with trembling hands, Ronaldo begs Alberto Macurin for his assistance. Staring into the boy's crazed eyes, Alberto realizes Ronaldo looks completely possessed by a devil, mirroring the exact same look she once had. Believing it wouldn't be so bad to accept the devil's hand, Alberto gladly pledges his absolute loyalty to the revenge plot. Following the gruesome execution, Rosemary's lifeless body was callously left hanging in the public square for everyone to gawk at. Unable to watch the horrific spectacle any longer, Alberto actively deceives the guarding knights using a forged warrant. Cloaked and completely solemn, the two men approach the grim execution platform under the cover of daylight. They stand silently before the towering gallows, staring up at the horrifying reality of her dangling corpse. Swiftly drawing his blade, Alberto slices the thick rope while Ronaldo desperately catches his sister's falling body. Tears stream relentlessly down Ronaldo's face as he tenderly brushes her hair back, mourning his devastating loss. Clutching her fiercely against his chest, Ronaldo whispers for his older sister to go home as they carefully carry her back. Leaning against the cold wall in absolute defeat, Alberto covers his weeping face, shattered that he failed his promise to protect her. Riding silently in a carriage alongside her shrouded body, their vengeful gaze fixes upon the towering spires of Durezza Castle. They know with absolute certainty that trapped inside those imposing walls lies the very person who viciously robbed them of their loved one. Sharing a deadly, unspoken understanding, the two conspirators realize there is no need for any words between them. As the carriage speeds across the barren winter landscape, Alberto feels absolute certainty that Ronaldo shares his burning, murderous intent. Remembering Rosemary's gentle face, they silently swear to violently relieve her of all her lingering regrets. The solitary carriage disappears into the horizon, carrying a storm of vengeance straight toward the royal capital. Time skips forward to the present day, revealing the bustling, sunlit training grounds of the Durezza Kingdom's Knights Barracks. Dressed in their crisp-made uniforms, Marie and a freckled coworker stare out in wide-eyed amazement at the lively courtyard. The air fills with the chaotic clatter of armor and cheerful chatter as passing knights politely wish the maids a good morning. Flashing bright, infectious smiles, Marie and her friend enthusiastically return the morning greetings to the soldiers. Fierce sparring matches break out across the courtyard, filling the air with grunts, shouts, and the sharp clang of colliding steel. Sweating knights swing their heavy wooden swords with explosive power, unknowingly watched by the girls resting comfortably in the shaded archway. Nikki marvels at their new environment, excitedly whispering to Marie that working in the knights' barracks feels absolutely amazing. A stern-looking knight bluntly warns the new maids that what they see is what they get, admitting their barbaric nature causes many to quit. Bowing respectfully, Marie and Nikki confidently assure the imposing knight to leave everything in their capable hands. Marie gazes steadily ahead, sincerely expressing her eagerness to work alongside him. Marie reflects that their transfer was surprisingly easy, suspecting their plain appearances got them swiftly removed as potential marriage candidates for Prince Rizzle. Her eyes widen in pure shock upon realizing the towering knight before her is Alberto Macurin, Rosemary's childhood friend. She stares in stunned silence as Alberto turns his sharp, analyzing gaze toward the flustered maids. Snapping back to reality, she loudly introduces herself as Marie Edigma, hastily brushing off his confusion with a nervous smile. Alberto narrows his eyes and thoughtfully murmurs her name, his intense stare making the air heavy with unspoken tension. Nikki loudly greets him to break the awkward silence, allowing a startled Marie to squeak out an excuse to leave. As their exhausting days working as knights maids officially begin, Marie and Nikki lug heavy armor and weapons. The intense physical labor with horses and chores keeps them incredibly busy, but the girls slowly adapt to the rigorous routine. Pointing enthusiastically, Nikki cheerfully informs Marie that she has been assigned to work in Alberto's office for the day. Sighing internally at Nikki's constant misunderstandings of her feelings, Marie watches her friend happily head off to the training grounds. Marie approaches the imposing double doors of the captain's office, guarded by a formidable suit of armor. Opening the door with a polite excuse, she peers inside to find the captain buried deep in his work. Staring at his exhausted face, her past memories surge forward, prompting her to warmly state she is in his care. Struggling to suppress the urge to call him by his first name, she respectfully addresses him by his formal title, Makurin-sama. Spotting his overwhelming workload, she thoughtfully offers to brew him some tea, earning a tired nod of approval. Remembering how they used to work together in the royal palace during her past life, she carefully prepares the special tea they once enjoyed during breaks. Alberto rubs his temples in gloomy frustration, his face reflecting deep exhaustion from the endless stacks of documents. Noticing his complete lack of organizational skills, Marie desperately hopes her warm beverage will alleviate some of his crushing fatigue. She gently sets the steaming teacup on his cluttered desk, urging him to take a moment and have some. Taking a sip, Alberto immediately compliments the pleasant orange scent, while a smiling Marie hopes it perfectly suits his palate. A soft smile breaks through his exhaustion as he admits it has been a while since he enjoyed citrus tea, making Marie realize she isn't the only one feeling nostalgic. Alberto's genuinely peaceful expression warms the room, his relaxed face bringing back fond memories of their past. Bowing out of the office, Marie silently rejoices that his old preferences haven't changed at all. With renewed determination, she excitedly decides that next time she must try making the cashew pancakes he used to love. Her eyes suddenly widen in shock as an unexpected sight catches her sharp attention. Peeking down the grand corridor, she spots a suspicious figure in a hat and coat sneaking around the castle walls. Peeking curiously around a stone archway, Marie wonders what the mysterious figure is doing and if he is one of the royal knights. A young boy in a hat and cloak approaches her in a total panic, desperately asking if something is wrong. Sweating nervously, Marie watches him act quite suspicious and wonders if she should call someone over for help. The frantic boy apologizes and insists he isn't anyone suspicious, prompting a bewildered Marie to note his incredibly nice clothing and guess he outranks her. Alberto suddenly appears, addressing the boy as Prince Rizzle, while Marie offers to gladly help out if needed. Alberto glares down with intense anger, demanding to know what the boy is doing over here as Marie internally panics over the knight captain's sudden arrival. Staring in absolute shock, Marie realizes the suspicious boy is actually Crown Prince Rizzle. A stunned Marie internally questions why on earth the Crown Prince would be sneaking around in a place like this. Looking closely at the prince, She notes that his eye color and expression look exactly like King Gray's from his younger days. Rizal sheepishly looks away from Alberto's stern gaze and apologizes for the sudden visit. Desperation overtakes the young prince as he wildly begs Alberto to please hide him for a while. Prince Rizal Dureza, the only son of Queen Tia and King Gray, stands as a royal who was raised with extremely great care. Despite his royal upbringing, Rizal has absolutely no memories of any familial interactions with his parents, who had a terribly bad relationship with each other. The shadowy adults surrounding the young prince only ever spoke to him when it was strictly convenient for them. The only reason Rizal didn't grow an arrogant personality was because he had one trustworthy adult on his side. Alberto firmly instructs the young prince that he must consider his people and learn not to be swayed by the opinions of others. Rizal desperately declares he wants to become a knight like Alberto instead of a prince, but Alberto instantly shuts him down by reminding him he was born a prince. Refusing to yield, Rizal eagerly begs Alberto to at least swear allegiance to him as his personal knight. Alberto gently but firmly rejects the plea, revealing he has already sworn his unwavering allegiance to someone else. A large hand suddenly ruffles Rizal's hair as a new voice firmly tells the prince he shouldn't trouble Alberto. Duke Rinaldo, the other adult Rizal completely trusts and greatly admires for his political skill, greets the prince with a wide grin. After acknowledging Rinaldo, Alberto respectfully asks if the duke could spare some time once his conversation with the prince is finished. Praising the prince's admirable dedication, Rinaldo listens intently as Rizal explains he found a book discussing unknown country history at the back of the library. Rizal innocently reveals that the hidden history book contained information about someone named Rosemary Hubert. Rinaldo's cheerful demeanor instantly shatters into a terrifying shadow as he fiercely orders the prince to never dare speak that name ever again. The young prince visibly flinches, completely terrified by the sudden and explosive shift in the duke's usually warm tone. Masking his intense reaction with a strained smile, Rinaldo excuses himself and agrees to talk with Alberto later. The young prince didn't understand it at the time, but he quickly realized those two were hiding a massive secret and knew better than to ever poke at it again. Snapping back to the present, Alberto casually requests that Miss Edigma bring them some tea. Marie observes the relaxed dynamic between the two, quietly noting that Prince Rizal looks like he comes here quite often. Enjoying her unexpected tea and cookies, Marie assumes she received the treats simply because Prince Rizal visits the room regularly. Rizal casually addresses her as the new maid, prompting Marie Edigma to formally introduce herself and apologize for her earlier rude remarks. Smiling warmly, the prince thanks her for remaining polite despite his unkempt appearance, humbly taking the fault entirely upon himself. Watching him, Marie mentally notes how vastly different Rizal is from his father, a man who never knew how to properly care for his people. A stern man scolds the prince for leaving the castle while his guards frantically search for him, demanding to know his purpose. Calmly sipping his tea, Rizal admits he isn't surprised by the panic, bluntly stating that staying in such an uptight place would drive him absolutely insane. The palace is described as a chaotic environment where numerous hyena-like maids relentlessly plot to marry the young prince. Rizal groans that he refuses to be lectured by Mr. Forever Single, who fires back that the prince should just hurry up and choose a fiancé. Playfully offering a cookie, Rizal smiles brightly while the stern man humbly refuses the treat, highlighting their casual dynamic. Marie observes the prince's soft features, noting with a heavy heart that he is entirely too serious. Recognizing the melancholy smile he inherited from his mother, Marie tightens her grip and desperately prays he won't grow up under the wrong influence. The stern man sighs heavily as Rizal bluntly criticizes the king and queen for causing trouble and wasting the nation's money. Unfazed by the prince's complaints, the man insists that the royal's terrible behavior is exactly why Rizal must take strong steps to marry quickly and move up. A sudden realization strikes Marie, making her wonder if forcing him into marriage would just cause him to indiscriminately choose a maid. Staring blankly, she recalls the chilling fact that Queen Tia was also once a simple maid. A bitter flashback reveals Tia wearing a wicked smirk, remembering how the maid would constantly hurl vicious insults every time she looked at Rosemary. Marie remembers the horrifying speed of the betrayal, watching helplessly as King Gray suddenly fell madly in love with Tia right before her eyes. Shaking her head to dispel the dark memories, Marie firmly decides there is absolutely no use dwelling on whether Rosemary should have pushed back more. She realizes the mature prince is painfully aware of his mother's lowly origins and simply refuses to repeat his father's catastrophic mistakes. Connecting the dots, Marie deduces that the royal parents' past scandals are the primary reason the kingdom is currently falling apart. Clenching his hands in quiet desperation, Rizal firmly declares that he will never become like his father no matter what happens. Taking a deep breath, Marie firmly grasps the collar of her maid uniform as she gathers the absolute courage to intervene. Stepping boldly up to the table, Marie politely interrupts their intense conversation to ask Prince Rizal for permission to speak. The stern knight's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated shock at the unprecedented audacity of the new maid. Rizal graciously allows her to speak, giving Marie the opening to offer crucial advice drawing directly from her tragic previous life. Looking the prince dead in the eye, she boldly affirms that Rizal is entirely correct about identifying his father's grave mistake. She fearlessly calls out the catastrophic error of a royal developing romantic feelings for a maid while already bound in an engagement to another woman. Rizal stares at her in absolute silence, his piercing gaze calculating the immense weight of the lowly maid's daring words. Leaning closer with narrowed eyes, he challenges her, demanding to know if she truly believes his other concerns are completely wrong. Unflinching, Marie insists that ignoring consequences is the real mistake, firmly believing that everyone must live with the fallout of the decisions they make. Reflecting on the past, she wonders if the tragedy could have been avoided had King Grey never reached out to Tia. The bitter political feud violently split the royal government into factions, destroying the delicate balance that once protected the citizens. When she tried to warn him back then, a furious King Grey selfishly accused her of trying to ruin the happiness he found with Tia. Choosing his own desires over his people, the aggressive prince harshly ordered her to shut up and ignored her desperate pleas. Snapping back to the present, she finds comfort in knowing Prince Rizal possesses the common sense his father severely lacked. Praying he won't repeat his father's grave mistakes, she hopes Prince Rizal chooses a wise fiancé for the sake of his people. Watching the ambitious girls vie for his attention, she acknowledges the sheer difficulty of finding a genuine partner among the scheming maids. She firmly believes he will eventually find someone who truly loves him and cares for the country, unlike his selfish parents. Lowering her gaze, she sincerely wishes him happiness with whichever lady he eventually chooses. The young prince stares back at her in absolute, stunned silence. Realizing she may have spoken out of turn, a nervous Marie awkwardly tries to break the heavy, suffocating silence. Panicking over her bold words, she bows deeply and frantically apologizes for overstepping her boundaries. Before she can retreat in shame, he firmly calls out her full name, halting her frantic apologies. Blushing furiously, the flustered prince nervously asks if it would be acceptable to call her by her first name. Her eyes snap wide open in sheer bewilderment at his unexpectedly intimate and bold request. Panic immediately sets in as she realizes her well-meaning political advice has spectacularly backfired. Leaning in with burning intensity, Rizal passionately confesses that her bold confidence and strong words instantly attracted him. Marie mentally screams in total disbelief, completely baffled by how the situation spiraled out of control. While a prince's favor would normally be a massive blessing, she cannot forget that his parents ruthlessly orchestrated her past murder. Desperately trying to deflect his advances, she politely rejects him and insists he focus on selecting a proper fiancé. Refusing to be swayed by her polite rejection, Rizal firmly declares his deep desire to get to know her better. Her heart betrays her with a sudden thump as his intense gaze locks onto hers, leaving her completely speechless. A heavily blushing Marie mentally scolds the foolish prince, begging him to reconsider choosing a basic country girl for the sake of the people. Turning back with a bright smile, he playfully twists her earlier advice into a confident declaration that the people would love her. Exasperated by his sudden leap in logic, she loudly demands to know the basis for his absurdly high confidence. His joyful demeanor instantly shatters into a crestfallen pout as he sadly realizes he is putting her in a difficult position. Clenching her chest, she finally understands the dangerous royal charm as she is unexpectedly struck by his overwhelming adorableness. Despite her internal panic, he continues pressing forward by earnestly begging her to accept his feelings. Staring at his earnest expression, she admits that his heartfelt speech is incredibly straightforward. Trembling internally, she realizes she would have easily fallen for this dangerously attractive boy if he wasn't the son of her worst enemies. Apologizing profusely, Marie insists Prince Rizal has done nothing wrong, but he quickly interrupts to take the blame himself. Gently squeezing her apron strings, the prince gazes into her eyes and starts to argue back. Looking at her with heartbreaking earnestness, he apologizes for making her uncomfortable with his sudden, overwhelming desire. Struck by his raw honesty, Marie freezes as a heavy blush spreads across her face. Seeing his effortlessly radiant smile, Marie mentally screams as she wonders how he can deliver such romantic lines so naturally. Meanwhile, in the lounge, the dark-haired man casually sips his tea and notes that he has never seen the prince act so passionately before. Breaking Marie out of her flustered state, the man smoothly hands her a fresh cup of tea to calm her racing nerves. Sitting back comfortably, he commends Marie and her friend for being wonderful additions to their ranks, genuinely thanking her for not quitting. Taking a grateful gulp of the delicious tea, Marie sincerely compliments Makurin for his surprising gentleness. When Makurin directly asks if she has any interest in vying to become the crown prince's fiancée, Marie immediately shoots the idea down, citing the traumatic royal experiences of her past life. Amused by her firm rejection, Makurin playfully points out that Prince Rizal has a very handsome face and isn't a bad catch. Despite the prince's undeniable charm, Marie hardens her resolve and firmly states that she simply cannot force herself to accept a royal lifestyle. Processing her absolute refusal, Makurin narrows his eyes and quietly accepts her decision. Standing up with a protective sigh, Makurin promises to intervene and talk some sense into the stubborn prince. Waving off her gratitude, he praises her rare ability to speak solely for the country's benefit and notes it is a shame for her to remain a simple maid. Flashing a warm, genuine smile, Makurin reiterates that her political instincts are incredibly sharp. Staring at his kind face, Marie is suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia as Rosemary's memories flood her mind. Her heart aches with bittersweet pride as she realizes the boy from her past has grown into a truly wonderful, reliable man. A heavy wave of grief washes over her as she feels the deep, confusing loneliness of knowing these people lived entire lives without her. Suddenly shifting to a serious tone, Makurin bluntly warns her to prepare for the worst if Prince Rizal is forced to take drastic measures to secure her hand. A cold jolt of panic hits Marie as she realizes that if the prince proposes in public, her status as a commoner means she physically cannot decline. Desperately trying to calm herself, Marie hopes the prince will honor his word to respect her feelings instead of cornering her. However, her pragmatic side visualizes shadowy nobles swarming around them, ruthlessly maneuvering to arrange a royal marriage regardless of her consent. Refusing to be dragged back into the bloody, conspiratorial nightmare that killed her in her past life, she fiercely vows to stop the royal momentum. Seeing her visibly panic, Makurin gently reaches out to ground her in reality and assures her he understands her mission. With a reassuring smile, he affectionately pats her head and promises they will work the situation out together. Touched by his unwavering support, Marie looks up at her childhood friend with deep gratitude. Blushing slightly through her forming tears, she softly calls him Alberto and thanks him from the bottom of her heart. Pivoting straight into tactical planning, Alberto asks if he has permission to bring an outside acquaintance into their strategy. Blinking in surprise, Marie questions the mysterious contact as Alberto admits he needs a brilliant strategist capable of thinking outside the box. A cloaked wearing a rose emblem stands holding a sword, introduced ominously as Duke Rinaldo Rose. The young maid completely freezes, her eyes going wide and blank with sudden, horrifying realization. Staring in pure disbelief, she immediately recognizes the name as belonging to Rosemary's younger brother. A dark silhouette of a hanging woman violently flashes in her mind, recalling the tragic execution of Rosemary when Rinaldo Hubert was just 12 years old. Devastated by the brutal loss, the young boy screams for his older sister while tears stream down his face. Following the tragedy, his father was entirely stripped of his noble standing, fracturing the Hubert territory and demoting their proud title to a mere viscount. Burdened as the eldest son inheriting a disgraced title, he was left to wander in absolute shame alongside the weakened remnants of the Hubert clan. However, the tides of fate shifted drastically 10 agonizing years later. Uniting from scattered lands, fierce tribal warriors launched a brutal, coordinated assault on the northern territories. Newly crowned King Grey desperately ordered his knights to reclaim the lost lands, but the military campaign quickly spiraled into a devastating failure. Utilizing brilliant secret negotiations with foreign powers, Rinaldo Hubert expertly engineered a high-stakes meeting with the tribal chief. Seizing the critical moment, the blood-splattered Rinaldo suddenly and ruthlessly beheaded the enemy chieftain. Capitalizing on the resulting chaos, he fought fiercely alongside Alberto, the second unit's deputy officer, to forcefully drive back the invading tribe. Rewarded with new northern lands and a prestigious title, he officially changed his name to Ronaldo Rose to constantly remind himself of his past mistakes. Hearing the phrase concerning past mistakes, Alberto closes his eyes in silent, heavy contemplation. Standing before the throne, Alberto realizes that Ronaldo's self-proclaimed mistake is actually his undying fixation on Rosemary's tragic execution. Glancing sideways, Alberto internally notes that Ronaldo is aggressively challenging the king to never forget his unforgivable sins. Though universally celebrated as a northern hero, only a select few know that Ronaldo secretly orchestrated the tribal rebellion himself to ruthlessly seize power. This entire grand, bloody deception was carefully built for a single purpose. Smiling with a dark, terrifying intensity, Ronaldo dedicated every drop of spilled blood to avenge his beloved sister Rosemary. Breaking the tense recollection, someone calmly reassures a visibly worried Alberto. Pondering the situation, Alberto considers that Prince Rizal's sudden favoritism toward Marie might actually help them formulate a decent plan for the royal family. Snapping violently back to the present, Marie completely loses her composure and shrieks Ronaldo's new name in sheer panic. Recovering quickly, she enthusiastically reintroduces herself as Marie Edigma, a simple maid currently serving the knightly orders. Despite her cheerful exterior, she secretly harbors the traumatic memories of her previous life where she was executed as a traitorous villainess. Now working alongside her childhood friend from that doomed past life, she casually suggests taking a day off to rest. Her commanding officer, Alberto Macurin, suddenly hands her a sealed letter and orders her to formally invite Ronaldo out for a discussion. Staring intently at the elegant script addressing Ronaldo Rose, she lets out a heavy, contemplative breath. Her expression hardens as she questions if the Hubert lineage is truly dead and steels herself for the impending reunion. Stepping forward with absolute resolve, she prepares to finally confront Ronaldo Hubert, the younger brother she left behind in her past life. Slamming the door shut, the furious mother viciously silenced the crying girl, screaming at her husband for allowing a filthy child into their home. 8-year-old Rosemary Hubert sobbed quietly in her previous life, desperately wondering why her parents were fighting so bitterly. Spotting the dazed little boy standing alone in the grand hallway, she softly called out to him to come over. Praising the stoic boy for bravely holding back his tears, she gently asked if he had arrived with her father. Crouching down to his level, she warmly asked his age and smiled upon realizing the 4-year gap between them. After he shyly introduced himself as Ronaldo, she beamed brightly and declared her own name to be Rosemary. Completely ignoring the fact that Ronaldo was her father's illegitimate child, she happily dragged him along, thrilled to finally have a younger brother. Pulling the small boy into a deep, affectionate embrace, she swore that he was now her most cherished person in the world. Knowing he had been abandoned by his mother and neglected by his father, her heart ached as he squeezed her back and tearfully thanked his new older sister. Overwhelmed by her unconditional warmth, the young boy broke down into heavy sobs of pure happiness. That profound moment cemented a bond much deeper than anyone could have ever anticipated, turning Rosemary into his entire world. Snapping back to the present in the maids' dorms, Marie clutched her blankets, deeply worried about what had become of the northern Lord Ronaldo after Rosemary's tragic execution. A heavy wave of relief washed over her as she whispered a quiet prayer of thanks that Ronaldo had somehow survived. Despite her relief, she remained deeply unsettled by his decision to adopt the cursed name of a condemned villainess for both himself and his territory. Gazing out the window, she deduced that his lingering attachment to the name meant he still harbored a violent grudge against the country that had executed his beloved sister. Gripping the fabric over her racing heart, she silently admitted how incredibly happy she was to finally see him again. Yet, an undeniable tremor of fear ran through her veins at the terrifying prospect of actually crossing paths with him. The sheer unpredictability of his hardened heart left her paralyzed, utterly terrified of what she might do when that fateful moment arrived. Meanwhile, far away in the freezing winds of the north, a massive stone castle stood imposing and silent. The sharp, rhythmic clicking of heavy boots echoed down the desolate Gothic corridors as an ominous figure approached. Greeting his late sister's memorial with a chillingly polite smile, Ronaldo calmly announced his departure to the royal capital where she was unjustly murdered. Gazing affectionately at her stone effigy, he casually asked his dead sister for creative ideas on how to butcher the people responsible for her death. His twisted mind gleefully debated whether to snap their necks at the gallows or sever their heads completely. Kneeling respectfully before the altar, he mused that working the prisoners to death in forced labor camps was also a wonderfully brutal option. Flashing a terrifyingly serene smile, he declared that his time for dreaming was over, fully prepared to unleash his calculated vengeance. As the heavy toll of the courtyard bell signaled his departure, he promised to visit her shrine again soon. Leaving the hauntingly quiet memorial behind, his dark silhouette vanished down the corridor to the relentless echoing of the bell. With a cold, unblinking glare, he marched forward, his mind already overflowing with violent visions of the hangman's noose. A few days later, the bustling energy of the castle town painted a stark contrast to the grim northern fortress. Buzzing with excitement over the lively shops, Marie explained that Ronaldo had specifically chosen a subtle cafe for their meeting to avoid drawing any suspicious royal attention. Smiling smoothly, Alberto generously offers to buy Marie anything she likes, but she frantically declines, insisting that her own wages are more than enough. Amused by her flustered reaction, Alberto lets out a soft, charming chuckle. Remembering her previous life where he was painfully nervous around women, Marie playfully groans and accuses Alberto of growing into a total womanizer. Looking at her childhood friend's confident smile, she internally marvels at how much he has changed in the 20 years since her death. A sudden, heavy realization washes over her as she concludes that Ronaldo must have also grown and changed drastically during that time. Snapping her out of her melancholic thoughts, Alberto gently points ahead to guide her toward their destination. The pair finally arrives at a grand establishment, where bowing attendants immediately welcome them inside. Stepping through the elegant doorway, they are escorted into a beautifully decorated private lounge with a large round table. Impressed that Alberto's regular status instantly secured them a luxurious private room, Marie eagerly asks for some herbal tea while he scans the menu. Noticing her sudden, violent flinching and trembling, Alberto calmly urges her to relax and stop being so incredibly nervous. Forcing a strained, anxious smile, she mutters that fully relaxing is an absolutely impossible task. A steaming cup of tea is carefully placed before her, its rich aroma instantly soothing her frayed nerves. Taking a grateful breath, Marie notes that Alberto ordered his favorite tangerine tea, which he smoothly confirms. Blushing slightly at the familiar detail, she affectionately thinks to herself that he truly hasn't outgrown his old tastes. Suddenly, the heavy door swings open with a slow creak, revealing a tall, ominous silhouette standing in the threshold. The sharp, rhythmic clack of hard leather boots echoes through the tense silence of the room. A hooded figure steps completely into the light, causing Marie to freeze as she stares at the imposing stranger. Grasping the edge of his thick cloak, the mysterious man pulls back his hood to reveal a striking, intensely serious face. The newcomer stands tall and silent near the window, his piercing gaze locking onto the stunned maid sitting at the table. Shock ripples through Marie's wide eyes, and a sudden tear slips down her cheek just as Alberto cautiously calls out her name. Utterly bewildered by her own emotional reaction, Marie touches her wet face while Alberto watches her with deep concern. Leaning over the table in alarm, Alberto frantically demands to know why she has suddenly burst into tears. Tears pour uncontrollably down her flushed cheeks, and she manages a broken, trembling smile while confessing that she honestly doesn't know why she is crying. Her heart violently hammers in her chest as she stares at the stoic man, realizing that just laying eyes on Ronaldo forced the tears to spill. A vivid, heartbreaking memory flashes in her mind, showing a young, affectionate Ronaldo happily embracing her and calling her his beloved older sister. The warm memory instantly shatters into a darker one, revealing a desperate Ronaldo reaching for her through cold iron bars. Through the devastating prison bars, a weeping, broken Ronaldo screams for her to just be happy without him. Snapping back to the present, she stares into Ronaldo's icy gaze and realizes with crushing guilt that his expression proves he is entirely devoid of happiness. Sobbing uncontrollably, she mentally screams a desperate apology, agonizing over the fact that her death completely ruined his life. Overwhelmed by the crushing sorrow of her past life, she weeps bitterly as Rosemary's buried emotions forcefully well up and consume her. A blond man, Ronaldo Rose, stares forward with a chillingly serious and melancholic expression. Instead of stopping, agonizing cries continue to echo around the tense circular table. Heavy tears stream down Marie's face as she struggles to hold back her overwhelming sobs. Alberto sweats nervously while Ronaldo glares down at the weeping maid with piercing, cold eyes. Scrubbing her tear-stained face with a rag, Marie internally panics over how to handle this disastrous situation. She desperately tries to formulate an excuse for crying the second she saw the Duke, knowing a fake story about family resemblance won't work. Realizing Alberto already knows her current family background, she understands any blatant lie would be immediately caught. Forcing a strained, tearful smile, she politely apologizes and begs the men not to worry about her sudden outburst. Declaring herself perfectly fine now, she desperately urges Alberto to just continue with their conversation. Deciding that silence is her absolute best weapon, she flashes a bright smile to convincingly feign ignorance. Alberto nods in understanding, wisely noting that it is incredibly impolite to question a woman's tears twice. Ronaldo remains completely silent, his intense gaze fixed sharply on the maid. Marie maintains her forced smile, sweating profusely under the overwhelming weight of his cold stare. Breaking the heavy tension, Alberto announces the formal start of their meeting. Hearing his deep, wonderful voice, Marie sorrowfully remembers his cute childhood cheers and realizes that innocent boy is truly gone. Shifting to business, the men boldly declare that Prince Rizzle has taken a very clear liking to her. Alberto points out the prince's undeniable seriousness, while Ronaldo directly asks if she is genuinely troubled by this royal affection. Flinching under Ronaldo's frigid gaze, she learns the isolated prince is highly concerned that someone might notice their growing closeness. Acknowledging the prince's caring nature and recent efforts to keep his distance, they warn it is only a matter of time before the secret leaks. She reflects on how Rizzle constantly uses Alberto as an excuse to visit her, terrified that an open relationship would utterly destroy her quiet life. A memory flashes of the handsome prince eagerly stepping into the room to greet her. Flushing with obvious affection, Rizzle smiles warmly and expresses his deep happiness at seeing her again. He offers her a stunning red begonia, a flower that explicitly symbolizes a passionate confession of love. Gasping in shock, Marie's face explodes into a bright, terrified blush at the romantic gesture. Snapping back to reality, Marie admits she has absolutely no idea how to handle Rizzle's incredibly natural declarations of love. Confirming her distress, Alberto directly asks if she desperately wishes to avoid becoming the prince's official fiancé. Leaning in with a menacingly sharp gaze, Ronaldo suddenly challenges her to just sincerely accept the prince's proposal. He viciously points out that accepting the beautiful prince's love would place unimaginable wealth and absolute power right in the palm of her hands. Realizing Ronaldo is deeply analyzing her every reaction to see if she is lying, Marie nervously stands her ground. Testing her resolve further, Ronaldo coldly remarks that her father's Enigma territory is certainly not known for its wealth. Resting his chin on his hand, Ronaldo pointed out that marrying the prince would guarantee a comfortable life for her father. A chill ran down her spine as she realized he was using the exact same manipulative tactics as the father he vehemently despised just to shake her up. Lowering her gaze, she recognized that he was deliberately choosing his words to maliciously provoke a reaction. Calmly sipping his tea, he inquired about her brother, prompting her to firmly state that her retired father had absolutely zero interest in politics or territorial expansion. Smiling politely, she added that her brother simply wanted a quiet life in the royal capital with no ambitions to manage their territory, hoping that would finally end the interrogation. Sighing in defeat, Ronaldo admitted that despite all his meticulous preparation, she remained an incredibly tough nut to crack. Pushing his chair back, the imposing nobleman stood up and began taking slow, deliberate steps across the room. To her immense surprise, he bypassed his original seat and casually sat down directly beside her at the table. Wide-eyed and suddenly flustered by his proximity, Marie nervously stammered his name, wondering why he had moved so close. Without a word of warning, his elegant hand reached out toward her face. Looming dangerously close, he whispered that she clearly didn't understand her own immense value. Swallowing hard, she forced a polite smile and nervously confessed that she had no idea what he was talking about. Flashing a predatory smile, he offered his full cooperation if she turned down the prince, eagerly asking if she possessed secret information proving the royal marriage was useless. The sheer audacity of his treasonous proposition left her staring at him in stunned, breathless silence. Pure disbelief shattered her composure as she frantically wondered if this manipulative stranger could truly be the sweet Ronaldo from her past. His wicked grin widened as he smoothly promised to make all her wildest ambitions come true, provided she refused the royal marriage. Closing the distance like a venomous snake constricting its prey, he warned her of the difficult road ahead while shamelessly trying to use her for his own political gains. Smirking as if he had already trapped her in the palm of his hand, he smoothly reiterated his sinister demand for her absolute cooperation. Her eyes narrowed into dangerous slits as a fiery, uncontrollable rage began to boil up against this arrogant little punk. Unable to hold back another second, she fiercely rustled her dress and loudly shouted that he was entirely wrong. Glaring into his startled eyes, she heartbreakingly realized that this cruel manipulator was completely devoid of the pure boy who had once loved Rosemary. Clenching her fists with righteous fury, she violently rejected this twisted version of her beloved brother, swearing she could never forgive him. Surging forward, she violently slammed both hands down onto the table with a deafening crack. Throwing all noble etiquette out the window, she screamed at the top of her lungs, demanding Ronaldo knock off his ridiculous act immediately. The sudden, explosive outburst left the previously smooth-talking lord sitting in utterly stunned silence. Panting heavily, she fiercely demanded to know if he truly wanted to continue behaving exactly like the despicable father he had always sworn to hate. Gesturing wildly across the table, she aggressively called out his disgusting attitude of treating real people like disposable tools for his own selfish gain. Her voice echoed through the entire room as she furiously declared that his current, manipulative behavior was completely identical to the monster who raised him. Leaning aggressively over the table, she hammered the final nail into his ego by comparing him directly to his hated father. As the echoing silence finally settled over the tense room, she let out an exhausted sigh and genuinely wondered when she had last been this furiously angry at him. Despite being constantly cursed at as a child, young Ronaldo remained stoic and would never retaliate even when his sister was mocked. Smiling gently, he chose instead to do whatever he could to secretly retaliate against the bullies for her sake. As an older sister who deeply cared for her younger brother, Rosemary would always scold him for his reckless actions. Snapping back to the present, she stares wide-eyed as a sudden realization dawns on her. A heavy silence falls over the dining room as she stands tensely across from Ronaldo and their bewildered guest. Sweating nervously, she realizes just how incredibly bad her sudden outburst looks to the others. She bites her lip in panic, knowing she has completely exposed herself by speaking out of turn. Ronaldo's life was shattered by his older sister's death, driving him to vow that he would clear her regrets by first earning a massive fortune. Using the property Rosemary had entrusted to him before her tragic passing, the young boy boldly began investing. By letting his initial funds work for him, he rapidly secured a towering mountain of gold. Standing tall with a hardened gaze, he decided to elevate his own position since the Hubert family name had completely fallen into ruin. He secretly funded a neighboring tribe's rebellion, orchestrating a crisis so he could step in as the hero who saved his country and forge a powerful new name. Touching his rose brooch with a sinister smile, he reveals he obtained a dukedom and took the name Ronaldo Rose, to honor his late sister. His new noble title provided the perfect weapon to systematically destroy Grey Duretza and Tia Danzas, the very people who murdered his sister. Plunging into politics with bottomless wealth and ruthless connections, he entirely stripped the Danzas clan of their power by shattering their aristocratic alliances. Glaring over his shoulder, he notes that ruining the parents was only the beginning, as his next target was their child. He flashes a devious smirk as he watches the king and queen begin to viciously fight, setting a perfect stage while his subordinate goes after the prince. Staring forward with eyes full of pure malice, he silently condemns them to wallow in eternal misery for daring to seek happiness. His dark thoughts shift to Queen Tia's sudden, highly troublesome maneuverings involving secretive figures. The nation's employed shamans grumble about the queen's unreasonable demand to assassinate the king's mistresses, noting she never even believed in their powers anyway. These mystical figures normally only serve the crown to prevent national disasters, making them a rare and highly secretive profession known only to top aristocrats and knights. Narrowing his eyes, he cynically reasons that if their prophecies and curses were truly real, their nation would already rule the entire world. Dismissing their ultimate power as a mere pipe dream, he confidently approaches the hooded shamans to interrupt their quiet gathering. Feigning official royal orders, he smirks and tells the honorable figures that he has a small personal request for them. Masking his deep desperation behind a pleasant smile, he asks if their almighty power can recall dead souls back to the living world. The shamans stare back at him from beneath their hoods in stunned, ominous silence. Back in the present day, the quiet courtyard sits peacefully outside the grand estate. She covers her mouth in absolute horror, trembling as she realizes the massive mistake she just made in front of him. Desperately trying to cover up her slip of the tongue, She stammers out terrible excuses while the others demand to know why she casually called him by his first name. Waving her hands frantically to deny her true identity, she begs them to stop treating her with such high respect while they begin to strongly suspect she is actually the late Rosemary. Alberto yells in utter disbelief, scolding Ronaldo for acting like a child and demanding the impossible. Stuttering nervously, Alberto points out that Ronaldo is making the exact same anxious face he used to make when worrying about Rosemary. While Marie internally panics about losing her peaceful life as an enigma, Ronaldo calmly asks if Alberto is referring to his deceased sister. Grasping at straws, Marie blurts out a wild lie claiming she was unconscious and that Rosemary's ghost must have temporarily possessed her body to speak those words. Unfazed by her frantic excuse, Ronaldo stares back with a knowing gaze and confidently declares that she truly is Rosemary's reincarnation. Cutting off her stammers, Ronaldo lifts a small jute bag containing a lock of his late sister's hair, revealing he tried an experiment after her death. Marie freezes in absolute shock as he casually explains he hired a shaman to reincarnate her, a desperate gamble he never actually expected to succeed. Her mind races to find holes in his story, desperately reasoning that elite shamans who exclusively serve the king and queen would never obey orders from a mere duke. Panic spirals completely out of control as she internally screams, wondering why the royal shamans would ever agree to resurrect a known enemy of the nation for someone outside the royal family. A suffocating silence falls over the room as Marie stares wide-eyed at the seated duke, entirely trapped by the weight of his impossible revelation. Breaking the heavy tension, a dark and knowing smirk slowly creeps across Ronaldo's face. Marie gasps in utter horror as Ronaldo expertly closes the trap, pointing out that Alberto only recently learned of the shaman's existence after becoming the knight captain. Ronaldo logically dismantles her facade, stating that the shaman's existence is completely unknown outside the palace and definitely hidden from a simple maid like Marie. He corners her completely, noting how she accepted his wild story about the shamans without a shred of suspicion, proving she knew about them all along. Realizing she walked right into his trap, Marie trembles as Ronaldo delivers the final blow, reminding her that the king's former fiancée, Rosemary, was fully aware of the shamans. Dropping his intimidating facade, Ronaldo's voice softens with overwhelming emotion as he confesses how much he loves her and how desperately he wanted to meet her again. Overjoyed at the prospect of finally embracing his beloved older sister, he desperately begs her to let him look at her face. Standing frozen on the sidelines, Alberto watches the intensely emotional reunion in stunned disbelief, quietly asking if the maid is truly Rosemary. Overwhelmed by her brother's raw vulnerability, Marie's panicked facade finally crumbles into a soft, defeated expression of quiet acceptance. Completely defeated by his unyielding love and infallible logic, Marie finally drops the act and quietly whispers her confirmation. Upon hearing her gentle confirmation, the towering knight captain immediately collapses to his knees in a dramatic display of overwhelming emotion and absolute loyalty. Alberto bows his head deeply, completely overcome by the miraculous reality that his cherished former lady has truly returned to them. The heavy emotional atmosphere slightly settles around a delicate teacup as Ronaldo smoothly pivots the intense conversation. When Alberto questions the logistics of the resurrection, Ronaldo casually grins and admits that his entire story about ordering the royal shamans was just a calculated bluff. Alberto looks utterly exasperated yet entirely unsurprised, sighing that Ronaldo is exactly the kind of cunning mastermind who could effortlessly pull off such a massive lie. Unapologetic and thoroughly victorious, Ronaldo simply flashes a dark, brilliant grin at his successful interrogation. He nonchalantly brushes off the details of his deception, infinitely more concerned with the undeniable fact that his brilliant trap worked perfectly. Breaking the playful banter, Alberto looks up with unwavering devotion and respectfully addresses her as his lady. Marie frantically begs Alberto to drop the formalities and treat her like a normal maid, but the stubborn knight insists on proudly swearing his eternal allegiance to her once again. Smiling warmly at her flustered panic, Ronaldo refuses to let her hide behind her maid persona anymore and boldly declares his intention to arrange their next meeting as true siblings. Overjoyed to finally meet her again, he sincerely hoped this wouldn't be their last encounter, his words sounding as if he were absolutely terrified of losing her. The moment she returned, an exasperated Nikki yelled at the top of her lungs, demanding to know exactly what had happened between Marie and Lord Macurin while she was gone. Frantically shushing her overly excited friend, Marie begged Nikki to lower her voice before someone overheard their scandalous conversation. Grinning broadly as he approached, Alberto greeted her with a warm good morning, playfully noting that yesterday clearly wasn't a dream. Marie awkwardly apologized for her friend's loud outburst, secretly thinking that even his sulking face was undeniably adorable. Realizing that speaking so openly in public was a terrible idea, Marie nervously excused herself to start working while Nikki continued to buzz with excited curiosity. Escaping to the commander's office, Marie firmly reminded herself that she wasn't Rosemary anymore and demanded the higher-ranking knight listen to her strict rules. Unbothered by her scolding, Alberto simply flashed a blissful smile and happily acknowledged that she was currently serving as his maid. Pressing her point, she strictly warned him that using such intimate honorifics like he did that morning would absolutely no longer be tolerated. Alberto smoothly countered that he only acted that way because she was the one he had sworn his allegiance to, completely ignoring her frustrated complaints. Glaring at him with utter exasperation, she groaned as he casually changed the subject to ask exactly when she had first regained her past memories. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise, the sudden and deeply personal question momentarily piercing right through her stern facade. She quietly revealed that she began realizing her memories belonged to Rosemary about half a year ago after recognizing the language in a book she shouldn't have known. Standing up abruptly, she gently grasped his hand and sincerely assured him that she was happy, secretly hiding the traumatic truth that a rope had triggered her memories. A deep blush spread across his face as he warmly confessed that finally meeting her again was the sole reason for his current happiness. Gazing up at him with a soft smile, she gently reminded the tall knight that she was no longer Rosemary, but simply Marie. Looking down at her affectionately, Alberto acknowledged they had both grown, insisting that he was no longer the same helpless boy from her memories either. Throwing his arms wide with dramatic flair, he proudly declared that his abilities had grown tremendously over the years and he could easily protect her now. Exasperated by his grand declaration, Marie bluntly reminded him that her low position as a baron's daughter and a maid made his royal protection completely unnecessary. Leaning in close, he confidently stated that her social standing didn't matter because his absolute loyalty belonged exclusively to her. Though secretly thrilled by his unwavering devotion, she fiercely blushed and complained that his intense loyalty was going to be incredibly troublesome. Smiling softly, he agreed to keep their interactions a secret to avoid spreading nasty rumors, planning their next rendezvous for her upcoming day off. Muffling the sound of her footsteps, she anxiously crept toward their agreed meeting spot, hoping her heavy cloak would keep her inconspicuous. Panic seized her as she heard the rhythmic clatter of approaching hooves, frantically wondering if the royal palace had already discovered their secret meeting. A sleek carriage suddenly burst into view alongside Alberto on horseback, who called out her name over the loud commotion. Relieved but confused, he explained that the stealthy carriage actually belonged to Ronaldo, surprised since their meeting time was still a while away. Staring in shock at the carriage door, she froze as a familiar, chilling voice called out a polite good morning from the shadows. Stepping out into the light, Ronaldo smiled smoothly from beneath his hood and confessed that he had been greatly looking forward to their next meeting. Her face flushed with a mixture of shock and lingering trepidation as she locked eyes with the manipulative Lord of the North. With Alberto guarding their flank, the mysterious carriage quickly whisked her away down the cobbled path to an unknown destination. Sitting in a secluded spot, Ronaldo asks if living in the castle as a maid inconveniences her, but she casually replies she is rather used to it now. Staring at his flawlessly cold features, she realizes his title as the Duke of Ice stems from his looks just as much as his political ruthlessness. Pulling her hood nervously, she admits that as a country girl she feels entirely out of place sitting beside him. He leans forward with genuine curiosity, asking her a barrage of questions about how she lived when she was little. She cheerfully explains that her modest life consisted of farming, animal care, and knitting. He smiles softly at the thought of her fulfilling days, while she beams back and calls it an incredibly fun way to spend her time. Her eye suddenly widens as a heavy realization abruptly crashes down upon her. Clutching her cloak in crushing guilt, she realizes Ronaldo and Alberto spent years facing her death while she lived in total peace. Watching him tightly clench his hand, she softly murmurs that he is a very kind person. She looks him dead in the eye and begs him to abandon any thoughts of getting revenge against King Grey and Queen Tia. Ronaldo calmly promises that he would never do anything to make his sister sad because he fully understands her true feelings. He solemnly swears it while meeting her intense gaze, leaving her to softly ask if he truly means it. Flashing a breathtakingly gentle smile, he accepts her soft gratitude. Looking around the table, Ronaldo admits he is truly happy because it has been 24 years since the three of them had tea together. Alberto notes that Rosemary would be 36 this year just like him, prompting her to playfully ask why neither of them intends to get married. Ronaldo casually blames the instability of the Rose Duchy, while Alberto keeps his eyes closed and claims he is simply too busy with his night duties. She stares at the two splendid men in utter disbelief, feeling that their single status is an absolute waste. Leaning his chin on his hand with a sly smirk, Ronaldo completely turns the tables by asking when she plans to get married. Flustered and defensive, she slams her hands on the table and declares she wants to marry a lord completely disconnected from the royal palace. Sipping his tea, Ronaldo sharply pivots the conversation back to Prince Rizal's unresolved marriage proposal. She listens attentively as figuring out how to handle the prince's persistent proposal becomes the main topic of the meeting. Ronaldo confidently reveals that he is the sole reason the prince has suddenly stopped visiting on his days off. Before she can process that information, Ronaldo smoothly tells her there is one more thing they must discuss. Looking her straight in the eye, he formally requests that she come to the Rose Duchy to work as his maid. Both Marie and Alberto stare at the Duke in absolute, wide-eyed shock. Alberto fiercely glares at the Duke, demanding to know what exactly he thinks he is trying to do. A sudden, suffocating tension immediately falls over the three of them. Ronaldo logically argues that staying at the castle makes avoiding the prince impossible, but Alberto aggressively shuts him down by declaring she is his maid. Piercing Alberto with a sharp glare, Ronaldo questions what a simple knight with a sword can possibly do against royalty, but Alberto fiercely promises to protect her. The dark room crackles with explosive tension as the two powerful men glare ruthlessly at each other across the table. Taking a sip of his tea, Alberto sharply questions if the Rose territory is genuinely safe, warning Ronaldo that the king's pawns are definitely watching him. Ronaldo coolly counters that nowhere is more dangerous than the royal palace itself, prompting Alberto to demand who exactly will protect Marie. Shifting the focus, Ronaldo bluntly asks what they should do about Prince Rizal, challenging Alberto on whether he can truly handle the intense feelings of a prince in love. Watching the exchange, Marie internally reflects that ever since they were small, Ronaldo has always been a master negotiator, a trait that clearly hasn't changed. While Marie sweats over how uncute his ruthless negotiating skills have become, Ronaldo glares intensely at Alberto and vows he will never lose his sister again. Meeting the Duke's fierce gaze, Alberto drops his defenses and solemnly admits that he feels the exact same way. Covering his face in a moment of raw vulnerability, the knight confesses how painfully reluctant he is to be separated from his beloved lady so soon after finding her. A heavy silence settles over the room as the undeniable weight of their forced separation hangs over the devoted knight. Clasping her hands with quiet resolve, Marie gently calls Alberto's name and officially declares her decision to relocate to Duke Rose's estate. She leans forward with a hopeful smile, asking the knight to please rehire her as a palace maid once the discussions surrounding the prince's fiancé are finally resolved. Flashing a bright, genuine smile, she lightens the mood by admitting it would be terribly sad to leave right after finally getting used to her daily chores. Internally, however, her expression darkens as her past memories as Rosemary violently ring alarm bells about the escalating dangers lurking within the palace. She knows ruthless manipulators are trying to control the prince, and if anyone discovered his feelings for her, they would weaponize her against both the prince and Alberto. Fully grasping the dangerous political undercurrents, Alberto closes his eyes in quiet resignation and softly accepts her decision. Seamlessly taking her hand, a triumphant Ronaldo promises to fill the estate with her favorite flowers while Marie expresses genuine excitement to see the Rose territory. Beautiful blossoms frame the scene as the Duke graciously bows out, leaving the two of them alone with the promise of a safe haven waiting for her. Sometime later, Alberto heavily spurs his horse, galloping across a vast, barren landscape with Marie safely tucked under his cloak. Shielded from the biting wind within Alberto's warm embrace, Marie muses that the journey back to the royal palace feels significantly longer than their departure. Navigating a steep and rocky incline, they purposely take a desolate, untraveled road to remain completely inconspicuous from prying eyes. Holding her tight against his chest, the protective knight softly asks if she feels cold, to which she gently reassures him that she is perfectly fine. Without warning, Alberto forcefully tugs on the thick leather reins, bringing their galloping steed to an abrupt and unexpected halt. The massive horse kicks up dust as it settles into a standstill beneath the quiet shade of an overarching tree. Slipping down from the saddle, Alberto silently turns his back and begins walking away, prompting a confused Marie to ask why they suddenly stopped. He quietly suggests taking a quick break, making Marie realize that while he logically understands she must leave, his heart is violently rejecting the separation. Looking at his tense posture, she gently reminds him that the royal palace is still a long distance away. Closing the distance between them, she firmly grasps his gloved hand in a gesture of profound comfort. Staring up into his anxious eyes, she softly promises that she will absolutely stay safe this time and begs him not to worry. Resolving to finally speak the words she couldn't say as Rosemary, she earnestly thanks her one and only knight for always worrying about her. Leaning her head against his broad chest, she closes her eyes and whispers her absolute, unwavering faith in his ability to protect her. Completely shattered by her tender words, the stoic knight fiercely pulls her into a desperate, crushing embrace under the fading daylight. Staring into the deep shadows of the carriage, Marie locked wide eyes with the manipulative northern lord while Alberto's gaze sharply narrowed. Sensing the sudden tension, she nervously called out to Alberto and frantically asked what was wrong. The knight's grip tightened around the reins as he silently processed the dangerous arrival of the northern lord. Quickly masking his unease, Alberto turned away and smoothly claimed nothing was wrong before asking to be excused. Refocusing on their immediate safety, the stoic knight calmly suggested they begin heading back to the capital. Her cheeks dusted with a lingering blush, Marie stared after him in silent, lingering worry. Wasting no time, they spurred their horse forward, galloping fiercely across the rugged mountain ridge. Their rapid journey soon brought them to the towering, imposing spires of a grand noble chateau. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, a frantic Prince Rizzle chased down the tall knight and desperately called out his name. Alberto sternly ordered the frantic prince to lower his voice as Rizzle aggressively demanded to know why he was forbidden from seeing Marie. Glaring down at the flustered royal, the pragmatic knight sharply reminded him that the palace walls had ears. Slumping into a chair, the exasperated prince complained that a full week had passed and demanded to know if his messages were even being delivered. When Alberto offered a cold apology, Rizzle fiercely rejected it, accusing the knight of intentionally trying to distance them. Leaning forward in sheer desperation, the love-struck prince begged Alberto to simply explain the reason behind this agonizing separation. Maintaining his cold composure, Alberto explained that they needed to lay low because certain nobles were already catching on to the prince's forbidden feelings. The knight bluntly warned that visiting her weekly would expose them, especially when the entire court was rushing to get His Highness officially engaged. Confronted by the harsh political reality, the young prince nervously gripped his collar, completely paralyzed and unsure of how to move forward. Acknowledging that not even he had a cure for a love-struck heart, Alberto firmly reiterated that keeping his distance was the only way to protect Marie's fragile reputation. Delivering the final blow, Alberto calmly announced that Marie would be stationed far away at the Rose Duchy for the time being. The sudden news struck the prince like lightning, causing him to gasp in absolute, wide-eyed shock. Swallowing his bitter disappointment, Rizzle forced himself to acknowledge that she would at least be safe under Duke Rinaldo's protection. Offering a sliver of hope, Alberto promised she would return to the barracks once the rumors died down, noting the vast physical distance would effectively cool the political heat. A heavy, suffocating silence settled between the two men as the harsh reality of their situation fully sank in. Burying his face in his trembling hands, the desperate prince begged for just a single glance of her while Alberto ruthlessly demanded his patience. Utterly defeated, Rizzle whispered her name like a prayer and pleaded with his loyal knight to return quickly. Later, isolated in his own quiet study, Alberto buried his face into his hands and heavily breathed out her name. His mind raced with the miraculous impossibility that Rosemary, the brilliant woman who was tragically executed, had somehow reappeared before him as Marie. Pushing aside the dark shadows of the past, he anchored his swirling thoughts firmly into the reality of the present moment. Looking warmly upon his memories of her vibrant smile, a triumphant smirk crossed his face as he realized his rank was finally higher than hers. Despite their reversed roles, he fiercely swore that the absolute loyalty he had once pledged to her would never change a single bit. Staring down quietly, a hand rests firmly on the desk as heavy thoughts begin to surface. Tormented by his own emotions, Alberto screams that he wouldn't feel this much pain if he didn't have feelings for her, openly admitting his jealousy toward Prince Rizzle. Turning to the knight, Rinaldo earnestly asks Alberto Macurin to help him save his sister. Looking back with unwavering resolve, Alberto vows that he will gladly offer his assistance. However, a dark gaze reveals that Leonardo's revenge has not yet been fulfilled. Resting his head heavily on his hand, Alberto tiredly admits he would be happy just having Marie beside him. He envisions a peaceful future once everything is finally over. Smiling softly, he dreams of a day when he can simply spend his time peacefully with her. Tears well up in Alberto's eyes as he sits in deep, sorrowful silence. Smiling with quiet regret, he wonders why he didn't express his true feelings along with his oath of allegiance, knowing it would have made him much happier. A hand rests gently on the hilt of a sheathed sword. Gripping the blade tightly, the image of the beautiful Rosemary overlaps perfectly with Marie in his heart. He reflects on Prince Rizal's ability to convey feelings straight from the heart and Ronaldo's strength to firmly grasp his desires. Clenching his sword in frustration, Alberto solemnly admits he cannot do things like that. Swearing his absolute loyalty, he declares his one and only wish is to be her personal knight and protect Marie since he couldn't protect Rosemary. Suddenly, the young girl cheerfully declares her decision to exchange letters with her. Alberto stares at the girl in absolute, stunned bewilderment. A flustered Alberto reminds her she needs Ronaldo's permission, while she enthusiastically argues it shouldn't cause any issues since she won't be seen by others. Pumping her fists in sheer excitement, she thanks him and immediately runs off to think about what she should write first. Watching her run off brightly, Alberto notes how bright Prince Rizal seems as he contemplates the idea of a letter. Realizing his workload is piling up, Alberto notes he must also send letters to ensure Prince Rizal's correspondence remains completely inconspicuous. Looking down at the parchment, he wonders if he'll be scolded for writing too formally, feeling nostalgic since it has been a long time since he wrote a letter. A few days later, a horse-drawn carriage steadily crosses the bridge into the Rose Duchy. Ronaldo smoothly reaches out his hand to help the cloaked figure step down from the carriage. Flashing a breathtakingly brilliant smile, Ronaldo happily greets Marie. He warmly welcomes her to her new home in the Rose Duchy. She beams playfully, internally introducing herself as Marie Edigma, the simple daughter of a countryside baron. Her smile fades as she reflects on her past life, remembering she was previously executed as the villainous Rosemary Hubert before being reborn. Staring out at the grand estate in quiet awe, she remarks that she has somehow ended up as a maid for the Rose Duchy. Sitting comfortably within his estate, Ronaldo smiles in deep satisfaction as Marie settles into her new life in her younger brother's territory. Riding alongside the Duke, Marie realizes with a start that she is now officially the maid of her previous self's younger brother. As they travel through the bustling territory, she marvels at the vibrant market filled with unfamiliar wares and diverse immigrants. Urging her to look ahead, Ronaldo points toward their destination as their horse-drawn carriage continues down the winding path. Her eyes widen in absolute awe as she takes in the breathtaking sight of the massive, towering castle that serves as his mansion. While Ronaldo casually dismisses the grand estate as a mere leftover from the previous owner, Marie notes his distinctly indifferent attitude. Stepping inside the grand hall, Ronaldo officially introduces Marie to the lined-up staff as his brand new personal maid. Bowing respectfully, Marie greets the staff while internally marveling at how authoritative her once little brother has become. Ronaldo turns her attention to his butler, and Marie is immediately taken aback by how effortlessly the Duke shifts into the imposing aura of a territory lord. The sharp-featured butler steps forward and introduces himself as Liver, the head of the Duke's household staff. Smiling politely, Marie introduces herself but is suddenly struck by a powerful wave of familiarity regarding the older man's face. Realization hits her like a flash as she remembers that Liva used to serve as a loyal servant in her father's mansion during her previous life. Offering to give her a personal tour, Ronaldo smirks knowingly, clearly aware that she has instantly recognized their old servant. Following closely behind the Duke, Marie quietly observes his broad back as they navigate the grand, expansive corridors of the mansion. Stepping out into the sunlight, she is immediately greeted by the sweet, nostalgic fragrance of blooming marigolds and roses. Turning back to her with a warm expression, Ronaldo reveals he kept his promise to fill the garden with both of their favorite flowers. Overjoyed by the deeply sentimental gesture, Marie flashes a blindingly bright smile and enthusiastically praises the beautiful garden. Pointing to a separate building, Liver explains that the servants typically reside there but casually drops the bombshell that Marie will be staying in the room directly next to Ronaldo's. As Marie panics, Liver completely misses the point and assures her not to worry because everyone in the mansion is strictly tight-lipped about the Duke's affairs. Horrified by the scandalous implication, Marie frantically waves her arms and insists that they have completely misunderstood her relationship with the Duke. Ignoring her frantic denials, Liver chuckles warmly, noting that everyone in the mansion is absolutely thrilled that spring has finally arrived for their young lord. Blushing furiously, Marie covers her mouth and stammers in embarrassment as she desperately tries to explain that they do not share that kind of romantic connection. Unconvinced by her flustered excuses, the wise old butler simply watches her with a deeply amused and knowing expression. Chuckling heartily, Liver teasingly notes that Ronaldo is clearly expecting something, leaving the future of their relationship wide open. Later that night, the grand exterior of the Duke's towering mansion stands illuminated under the quiet, dark sky. A line of inconspicuous horse-drawn carriages arrives under the cover of darkness, secretly dropping off heavily cloaked figures at the estate. Footsteps echo against the stone floor as the secretive guests walk past a hanging banner bearing the dark crest of the Rose family. Raising his glass in a toast, a sinisterly triumphant Ronaldo welcomes the gathered anti-royalist faction to their periodic revenge meeting. Staring out with a calculating, dark gaze, Ronaldo admits to the cloaked crowd that while a massive surprise recently occurred, his grand plan remains perfectly in motion. With his loyal conspirators assembled, he officially commences the meeting, absolutely thrilled that he can finally show his sister the grand revenge he orchestrated for her. A twisted mix of boundless love and dark obsession fills his heart as he silently thanks his sister for returning just in time to witness him utterly obliterate their enemies. Deep within the rotten royal palace, a mysterious figure mused that the executed woman had finally returned to him as Marie. Declaring that it was time to begin their discussions for the coming days, he ominously stated that the poisonous thorn was ready to bite. Complaining that he simply wanted to spend more time with his beloved older sister, the figure sighed and decided to finish his tasks quickly. Meanwhile, an older gentleman approached Marie with a gentle smile to deliver a fresh batch of letters. Noting how incredibly smooth her work in the Rose Duchy had been, Marie promised Liver she would retrieve the letters right after finishing her current document organization. Stretching her tired arms, she happily noted that her new position required far less writing than her previous duties under Alberto. Her relief was instantly shattered when a massive stack of personal letters was slammed onto her desk, dwarfing the documents she had just organized. Sitting alone at the wooden table, Marie rustled through the daunting pile and muttered a quiet word of disbelief at everyone's overwhelming correspondence. Reading a letter from her brother Stanley, she sighed in exasperation as he shamelessly ordered her to speak highly of him to the Duke. Her friend Nikki's letter aggressively interrogated her about Duke Rose being her favorite, while also warning her that a very lonely Alberto was growing increasingly irritable. Shifting through the pile, a familiar, elegant handwriting caught her eye, instantly revealing a letter from Alberto himself. The knight's message warmly urged her to take care of her health in the new climate, noting that the entire barracks felt incredibly lonely without her. Opening the final envelope, she smiled gratefully at the chorus of written pleas begging her to hurry up and return to them. A sudden wave of intense embarrassment crashed over her as she opened Prince Rizzle's letter, which contained a passionate romantic poem written with magnificent penmanship. Her mind was instantly flooded with poetic, flowery images of the radiant prince smiling brightly among blooming roses and sunflowers. Blushing furiously, she stared at the overwhelming romantic gesture in stunned, breathless silence. Exhausted from the sheer effort of replying to everyone, she slumped at her desk and hopelessly thought that Rizzle could have easily become a famous poet if he wasn't a royal. Realizing her correspondence had taken far too much time, she frantically gathered her things to hurry toward the post office. Stepping outside into the brisk air, she was suddenly greeted by Liver waiting nearby. Gently wrapping a warm sheep's wool stole around her shoulders, he kindly explained that the mountainous Rose Duchy grew rather cold at this time of day. Gesturing toward the towering castle walls, Liver recommended stopping at a specific vantage point after her errand to see something truly amazing. Looking out over the beautifully illuminated evening cityscape, she gasped in pure wonder as he revealed it was his favorite spot to watch the scenery. Gazing fondly at the sprawling town, the older man humbly admitted he was only able to enjoy such a view because Lord Ronaldo allowed him to serve. Curious about his deep loyalty, Marie turned away from the glowing horizon and softly called out his name. Catching his attention, she gently asked exactly when he had first begun serving under the young Duke. As Liver solemnly explained that he lost his job when Duke Hubert laid off his servants, Marie silently realized he was talking about her father from her previous life. A fond smile crossed his face as he remembered a 13-year-old Ronaldo personally inviting him to lend his exceptional talents to the new estate. Marveling at the boy's incredible ability to empower others even at such a young age, Liver proudly declared he had no regrets about following him. Turning his perceptive gaze back to Marie, Liver noted that he also had a personal question he wanted to ask her. Startled by his sudden inquiry about how she met Ronaldo, Marie quickly covered her tracks by claiming she was introduced through Alberto. Looking down with a melancholic expression, the older man notes that watching Ronaldo speak to her heavily reminds him of the old days he spent watching over the Duke. A chill runs down her spine as he correctly guesses they are talking about Rosemary Hubert, bringing up nostalgic memories of the siblings' past. He solemnly recalls how she was labeled a villainess and executed 20 years ago, but insists he knew her true character very well. The old man states with absolute certainty that Rosemary was not the type of person to have ever committed such horrible crimes. Overwhelmed by his unexpected faith, she realizes that perhaps she wasn't completely resented by everyone across the country after all. Tears well up in her eyes as she gratefully accepts that those who truly knew her were not entirely swept away by the horrible rumors. The man points toward a distant structure and asks Marie if she has ever noticed the mausoleum. Gazing out at the ominous building, he warns her it is a forbidden place to enter despite Ronaldo visiting it every single day. The grand mausoleum looms quietly in the distance, widely suspected to be the secret resting place of Lady Rosemary. Staring forward in absolute shock, she lets out a confused gasp. The image of a lonely cross flashes in her mind as she remembers the strict national law demanding all executed criminals be cremated. A terrifying realization hits her as she internally wonders if Ronaldo actually stole her corpse after the execution. The older man recounts a dark rumor about a thief who vanished forever after trying to trespass, firmly warning her to stay away. She nervously sweats, fully believing that Ronaldo is more than capable of secretly disposing of thieves to protect his secrets. Changing the subject with a gentle smile, the man decides it is time to prepare dinner before the Duke returns home. Snapping out of her panicked thoughts, she loudly agrees and follows him back. Her eye widens in pure terror as the gravity of the situation fully sinks in. She shudders at the thought of how far Ronaldo has gone to hide the truth, stealing her corpse while fiercely clinging to her reincarnated self. Feeling the crushing weight of his obsessive devotion, she seriously doubts he will give up his lifelong revenge over a few simple words from her. Meanwhile, at the Duretsa Kingdom Palace, a sealed envelope catches the light as someone excitedly announces a letter from Marie. Prince Rizal smiles brightly as he hurries down the hall, eager to reach his room and read the letter in private while maintaining his princely composure. His joyful mood is immediately interrupted by a group of older nobles who slyly comment on his cheerful demeanor. Putting on a perfectly fake smile, he greets them politely while internally despising their hollow, courteous act. The nobles pressure him to finally choose a favorite from the many queen candidates, but Rizal effortlessly brushes them off by claiming he must take his time with such an important decision. Rizal easily overhears their muttered insults as he walks away, irritated by their behavior amidst the country's current state of political turmoil. He reflects on the deep fracture tearing the nation apart, knowing various states are fiercely fighting for power behind the discord between King Grey and Queen Tia. The political landscape resembles a tense chessboard where the Kingdom faction and the Danzas faction are constantly at odds. Preparing to compose himself, Rizal thinks about the neutral faction and notes their highly unusual movements while trying to navigate the country's disorder. Just as he suspects the neutral faction is secretly mobilizing, a cloaked spy quietly approaches to deliver an urgent report on the matter. Glaring sharply, Rizal wonders who is truly responsible for this political turmoil and determines that gathering reliable intel is his only viable move right now. Adjusting his disguise, Prince Rizal solemnly acknowledges that identifying his hidden adversary will at least allow him to remain vigilant. The mysterious figure is none other than the formidable Duke Ronaldo Rose. Staring wide-eyed in stunned realization, the prince mutters a quiet dismissal as the missing pieces finally click into place. A profound sense of urgency surrounds the Duke, whose recent frantic movements have not gone unnoticed. Offering a polite but hurried apology, Ronaldo abruptly excuses himself from the library and leaves the prince without a moment to speak. The prince recalls how swiftly and unexpectedly the Duke whisked the cheerful Marie away to his private territory under the guise of employment. Gripped by a sudden spike of anxiety, Rizal realizes with dread that Marie might be tangled in a conspiracy far larger than he initially suspected. Desperate for answers, he quickly shoves open the heavy double doors to confront the one man who might know the truth. Stepping into the room, Rizal firmly declares to Alberto that Ronaldo is someone who could never truly bring harm to Marie. Despite placing his trust in the Knight Captain's judgment, the prince confesses his lingering fear that the cunning duke might just be using her for his own ends. Pacing anxiously, Alberto considers the unsettling possibility that the leader of the neutral faction is secretly orchestrating a massive, hidden scheme. Collapsing onto the elegant sofa, the exhausted knight tries to reassure himself that everything is perfectly fine. The conversation pivots as Alberto is sharply reminded that Marie is an incredibly important person not just to the duke, but to himself as well. Smiling with quiet fondness, Alberto closes his eyes and insists that she is simply his very important maid. A tense silence hangs in the air as Rizal scrutinizes the knight's stoic, unreadable expression. Smirking knowingly, the prince effortlessly calls out Alberto's blatant lie regarding his true feelings for the supposed maid. Rizal mercilessly points out the uncharacteristic, love-struck expression Alberto makes whenever he is around her, completely shattering the knight's professional facade. Sitting back with a defeated sigh, Rizal acknowledges their shared predicament and realizes they both harbor deep affections for Marie. Leaning back with a confident grin, the prince casually pours a cup of unwanted tea for his newfound rival in love. Taking a sip of the surprisingly delicious brew, Rizal boldly declares that he absolutely refuses to lose the battle for Marie's heart. Suddenly, his eye flies wide open in sheer terror as a violent, choking gasp rips through his throat. Swaying unsteadily on his feet, the poisoned prince realizes with fading clarity exactly who sent those deadly tea leaves to the Knight Captain. The delicate teacup slips from his trembling fingers, shattering into pieces across the floor as he desperately clutches his burning chest. Completely incapacitated by the sudden venom, Rizal collapses lifelessly onto the luxurious sofa. As darkness claims him, a bittersweet memory surfaces of Marie softly rejecting his love and declaring herself unfit to be a queen. In his fading vision, she offers him a gentle smile and a heartfelt prayer that he will become a wonderful king for his people. Standing over the deeply unconscious prince, Alberto watches with cold, calculating detachment. The knight silently orders the royal heir to take a long, uninterrupted rest while their true plans are finally set into motion. Meanwhile, a cloaked Ronaldo steps out into the pouring rain, dismissing his servant's umbrella as he heads toward the family mausoleum. Smiling mysteriously at his sister's resting place, the duke happily whispers that the long-awaited time for his ultimate revenge has finally arrived. Promising to complete his mission safely, the man gently reached out and asked the woman to wait patiently for his return. Standing side by side, Tia Danzas and Grey Duretsa narrowed their eyes with cold resolve, declaring it was time to condemn the beasts responsible for his sister's demise. The grand spires of Duretsa's royal palace stood imposing and silent against the sky. A subordinate presented Grey with a list of new fiancé candidates for Prince Rizal, explaining the aristocratic daughters would soon arrive at the palace posing as maids. Reviewing the clever plan, Grey leaned back and reflected on how interesting his own fiancé selection would have been if it followed this method. He silently remembered the various highborn ladies who had once vied for his attention. Slumping heavily into his ornate chair, Grey bitterly admitted that nothing would have changed, absolutely positive he still would have chosen Tia in the end. Flashing back 20 years to the Duretsa royal palace, a furious young Grey aggressively demanded to know why his father had chosen his fiancée without his permission. The older man sternly ordered the screaming prince to calm down, insisting that a future king desperately needed the solid support of a capable wife. He confidently praised the chosen woman as the perfect partner, noting she was highly trained in proper etiquette and completely refined in her political understanding. Stepping gracefully through the grand doors, a young Rosemary Hubert formally introduced herself and politely expressed her pleasure at meeting him. Struck entirely off guard by her undeniable beauty, Grey blushed furiously and stammered out a nervous greeting. However, his initial infatuation quickly soured as he painfully realized his new fiancée was far more capable, serious, and popular than he could ever hope to be. Finding him slacking off, a stern Rosemary crossed her arms and sharply scolded the prince for playing games when he should be studying national affairs. Annoyed by her constant reprimands, Grey awkwardly apologized while silently complaining that she acted much more like a strict tutor than a loving partner. Despite her striking physical beauty, a bitter resentment took root in his heart as he fiercely questioned why he was forced to marry a woman he actively disliked. Sometime later, Gray was formally introduced to Count Danzas's young daughter, who had just been assigned to serve the palace as a maid. Bowing with perfect, humble respect, Tia Danzas earnestly promised to do her absolute best to serve the young prince. Gazing down at the charming new maid, a flustered Gray was instantly captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Sitting together on a quiet balcony, Gray vented his extreme frustration about his strict fiancée to Tia, exhausted by the endless nagging. Smiling softly, Tia slyly contrasted herself with Rosemary by playfully offering to spoil the stressed prince with the love and attention he truly deserved. Gently touching his chest, Tia sweetly acknowledged his hard work and whispered an enticing offer to pamper him even more. Leaning in dangerously close, she shamelessly declared that she couldn't be happier being the only person lucky enough to witness the prince's cute, spoiled side. Holding her hands affectionately, Gray realized that despite her lowly status as a maid, Tia was the only woman who spoke the comforting words he desperately wanted to hear. Deeply moved by her unwavering support, the flush-faced prince praised her greatness and openly wished he could marry her instead. Completely charmed by her soft giggles and sweet demeanor, Gray began visiting the beautiful maid much more frequently. The secret romance quickly ignited a fierce conflict when an angry Gray confronted Rosemary, accusing her of threatening his beloved Tia. Rosemary desperately attempted to warn him about the political dangers of his reckless affair, but Gray furiously interrupted her and demanded she shut her mouth. Glaring coldly at his official fiancée, the aggressive prince firmly reminded her that Tia answered only to him. Later, wrapped intimately in bed with Tia, Gray angrily declared he was completely fed up with his overbearing fiancée and swore he wanted to stay with Tia forever. Lying in bed together, Prince Gray reassures his lover that everything will be okay in the near future. He holds Tia affectionately, promising her that good things will happen while she giggles softly. Playing the innocent victim, Tia nervously confides that she thinks Lady Rosemary is trying to kill her. Crying and sobbing, she claims to have undeniable proof of the assassination attempts, leaving Gray completely shocked. She manipulatively suggests Rosemary is jealous of their love, recounting how the noblewoman glared and yelled at her with a terrifying face. Sobbing violently, Tia begs Prince Gray for help, insisting Rosemary will ignore anything she tries to say. Gray embraces her protectively, declaring that the palace is full of ugly-natured people who use friendly smiles to hide their malice. He reasons that the overly talented Rosemary couldn't hold on to love and points out the extremely poor political relationship between their two houses. Watching her cry, Gray vows to save Tia, suddenly feeling that Rosemary's demonic true nature makes perfect sense in retrospect. He reflects with chilling clarity that his plans have progressed frighteningly smoothly ever since escaping that woman's schemes. Tia's father, Count Danzas, gathered immaculate physical evidence, including poisoned tea leaves and deadly needles found in his daughter's dress. Screaming in utter despair, Rosemary vehemently denies being a murderer, crying out that Prince Gray is completely wrong. Count Danzas's ruthless investigation doomed House Hubert, ultimately leading to Rosemary's grim execution on the gallows. Following the execution, the Hubert family was entirely banished, allowing national affairs to be swiftly taken over by the Danzas family. With their obstacles completely removed, Prince Gray and his beloved Tia were finally married in a grand ceremony. Smiling warmly at his blushing bride, Gray hoped to convey the immense happiness of their wedding day to future generations. The couple celebrated their romance by commissioning a picture book and soon welcomed a son named Rizzle. Gray embraced Tia in bed, completely certain that their profound happiness would continue forever. Looking deeply into her eyes, he softly asked her to remain by his side for all eternity. However, the illusion quickly shattered as a sinister-looking Tia began spending as much of the royal fortune as she possibly could. Showing zero desire to raise young Rizzle, she abandoned her motherly duties and hardly ever returned to the palace. A frustrated Gray questions the maids, demanding to know where his wife is going and if she plans to skip returning home yet again. Spotting a mysterious letter on a table, Gray rubs his face in sheer exhaustion while wondering where Tia disappeared to this time. Opening the envelope, he wonders if it is a prank as the anonymous letter promises to expose Tia Danzas's true nature. His curiosity is piqued upon finding a detailed map with specific dates and times, realizing it is far too elaborate to be a simple joke. Following the map's secretive instructions, Gray sneaks out and heads directly into the seedy red light district. Peering from the shadows, he watches in horror as Tia willingly gives herself over to a strange man whispering words of love. Wide-eyed and trembling, Gray hides behind a ruined curtain, desperately trying to convince himself that the betrayal is just a lie. A hired spy later confirms the devastating truth, revealing that Tia had illicit relationships with various men whenever she left the castle at night. Back at the palace, an oblivious young Rizzle cheerfully calls out to his father, while Gray stands frozen in silent, complete ruin. An energetic young girl excitedly tugs at her companion's sleeve, ignoring the scolding of an older woman who urges her to stop stretching the king's clothes. King Gray abruptly dismisses all of his duties regarding Rizzle to the royal nanny, visibly stunned by the outrageous accusation that the child might belong to someone else. A troubled King Gray stares blankly ahead, internally grappling with the sheer disbelief that Rizzle is truly his biological son while muttering that he is simply too busy to care. A dark memory surfaces as Gray embraces a shadowy mistress, heavily admitting that the boy's illegitimacy is a real possibility since he began sleeping with other women. Despite his own infidelities, Gray's face twists in a mask of pure agony as he silently confesses his desperate, unwavering love for his wife Tia. His melancholic thoughts are violently shattered when an aide bursts into the room, frantically shouting about failing southern connections and suspicious enemy movements. Sweating profusely under the mounting pressure, King Gray turns a wide, completely overwhelmed gaze toward the panicked messenger. He internally curses his absolute lack of control, fully aware that Count Danza's weaponized his marriage to stack the council and exploit the kingdom's countless vulnerabilities. A chaotic frenzy of voices overlaps in the council room, aggressively demanding the king's immediate response to northern skirmishes and crippling budget deficits. Slumping uselessly into his ornate throne, an utterly defeated Gray resigns himself to his fate, silently accepting that he must blindly follow Count Danza's every command. The royal advisors sneer with unabashed disgust, openly mocking their sovereign as a spineless puppet who merely dances on the strings of the Danza's faction. Turning his broad back on his crushing responsibilities, Gray completely surrenders his agency and accepts his pathetic role as a powerless figurehead. A sudden lifeline emerged from the darkness when a loyal, long-serving vassal stepped forward, promising to introduce a brilliant savior capable of fixing the rotting kingdom. Sharp, confident footsteps echo across the grand checkered floor as the highly anticipated savior finally makes his entrance into the royal court. Gray stares in absolute shock as the young, charismatic Ronaldo Rose bows gracefully before the throne, swearing his unwavering dedication to helping the king. Weaponizing his vast wealth and hidden foreign connections, Ronaldo miraculously crushed the regional turmoil and single-handedly stabilized the crumbling nation. In a tense, private flashback, a desperate Gray bows his head in profound shame, begging for forgiveness and admitting he was the one who authorized Rosemary's execution. Completely unfazed by the horrific confession, a chillingly calculating smirk stretches across Ronaldo's face as he smoothly pledges his eager assistance. Playing the perfect saint, Ronaldo lies effortlessly through his teeth, claiming his only desire is to humbly atone for his late sister's treasonous crimes. Gray sees right through the Duke's pleasant facade, recognizing him as a terrifying devil who slowly tightens his grip on the royal family without ever stating his true price. Glaring into the suffocating, pitch-black aura of the Duke, a deeply terrified Gray accepts the inevitable truth that this monstrous man will eventually kill him. Snapping violently back to the present, Gray gasps for air as his concerned aide questions his dangerously pale complexion. Desperately trying to brush off his internal panic, the king regains his composure and casually notes that the Duke has been suspiciously absent from the palace lately. The loyal aide quickly confirms the absence, explaining that the Duke is currently bogged down by extensive negotiations in the southern territories. Gray tightly clenches his fist in pure dread, realizing that the sudden lack of Ronaldo's suffocating surveillance only amplifies his terrifying sense of impending doom. Meanwhile, far from the paranoid king, a cloaked Ronaldo stands triumphantly in the pouring rain, declaring his immediate intention to return home and reunite with Marie. He stares off into the distance, fully intending to secure his familial bond with her before launching his final, devastating assault on the royal capital. Back at the sprawling Rose estate, the towering stone castle stands quietly under the overcast sky, noticeably lacking the bustling staff expected of a duke. Inside the quiet halls, a diligent Marie carefully wipes down the massive windows, pausing briefly to gaze out over the vast, unfamiliar territory. Completely overwhelmed by the massive workload and the severely limited staff, she frantically runs through the corridors to keep up with the endless daily chores. Exhausted from a long day, Marie collapsed into her comfortable bed just as a heavy knock echoed at her door. Startled by Ronaldo asking for permission to enter, She hesitated, realizing it might not be wise to allow others into her room so easily. Smirking at her hesitation, Ronaldo pointed out that she treated him just like a younger brother and playfully scolded her for never being wary of anyone. Surprised by his unusually soft voice compared to his normal icy demeanor, she warmly confirmed that her new work was incredibly fulfilling. He smiled gently, praising her splendid efforts and noting how pleased Liver was with her performance. As Marie eagerly offered to prepare some tea, Ronaldo politely declined, explaining he had only come to chat for a brief moment. Taking a seat by the window, the young lord shifted the conversation to the serious topic of their impending future. He revealed a dangerous plan to wipe the crown prince's fiancée problem completely clean by exploiting the upcoming palace turmoil. Shocked by his sheer ambition, Marie frantically asked if he truly possessed the power to impact the entire country. Refusing to share the exact details, Ronaldo ominously admitted that things were moving far faster than expected due to numerous underlying issues. Clenching her fists with overwhelming determination, she desperately begged for any small way to help him navigate this massive crisis. Gazing intensely into her eyes, he firmly confirmed that she could indeed assist him. Lowering his voice, he solemnly declared that there was only one specific thing she could do. Leaning in close, he desperately demanded that she never disappear from his sight ever again. A heavy, emotionally charged silence hung between them as they locked eyes in the sunlit room. Suddenly closing the distance, Ronaldo wrapped his arms around her in a fierce, desperate embrace. Having regained his composed aristocratic facade, Ronaldo mounted his horse and cheerfully announced his departure. Her heart pounded with quiet anxiety as she watched him set off toward the dangerous royal capital. Standing alongside the other maids, she bowed deeply in respectful silence as his horse trotted out of the grand courtyard. Staring into the distance, a lingering sense of dread washed over her as she realized this departure felt entirely different from his usual trips. Watching the birds soar through the clear sky, she found solace in the fact that she was able to send him off with a happy smile. A few days later, she sat in her impeccably orderly room and resolved to focus entirely on her duties while she waited. Pulling a familiar item from the shelf, her eyes lit up with pure nostalgia as she gazed at the cover of an old picture book. Tracing the worn binding, she fondly remembered just how much Rosemary had cherished this specific story. Flipping through the beautifully illustrated pages, she marveled at how fresh the forgotten details felt despite remembering the core plot. The classic tale depicted a tragic, captive princess suffering under the rule of a wicked, tyrannical lord. Turning the page, a valiant, armored knight dramatically appeared to change the princess's fate. The brave knight heroically struck down the foul lord and swore an eternal oath to the princess in a classic, easily digestible fairy tale. Remembering her childhood confusion, Marie recalled always wondering why the rescued princess never married her devoted knight. With her mature understanding of brutal throne politics and noble status, she finally realized the tragic ending was likely based on actual historical turbulence within the country. A bloodied crown falls to the ground as the dark history of a civil war is quietly recalled. Her eyes widen in absolute shock as the horrific realization sets in. Standing frozen in the courtyard, Marie stares blankly ahead while processing the terrifying truth. Bursting frantically through the door, she startles Liver, who immediately demands to know why she is running. Panting heavily, she desperately begs the old man for a sudden vacation and pleads with him to lend her a horse. A chilling memory surfaces of Ronaldo predicting the royal palace would soon grow noisy, exactly like the picture book where a knight murdered the king. The terrifying pieces click together as she realizes Ronaldo is actually trying to assassinate the king, just like in Rosemary's favorite story. Staring up at the towering animal, she nervously admits that she has never ridden a horse in her current life as Marie. Closing her eyes to focus, she remembers that Rosemary was strictly required to take horseback riding lessons to prepare for becoming queen. The ethereal image of the elegant noblewoman overlaps with her own as she desperately prays for Rosemary's lingering skills to guide her. Gripping the reins tightly, she hoists herself up and boldly spurs the horse into motion. Relief washes over her as the horse gallops smoothly forward, proving she still retains the ability to ride. Pushing past her lingering fear, she tries to convince herself that everything will somehow work out no matter how bad the situation gets. Leaning low over the galloping horse, a creeping sense of dread makes her seriously doubt her own blind optimism. Racing desperately across the open fields, she agonizes over her sheer helplessness and wonders what she can even do to stop the impending tragedy. The faces of Ronaldo and Rosemary flash brightly in her mind as she races against time. She visualizes everyone she cares about, determined to protect Prince Rizzle and Alberto from the unfolding disaster. Clenching the reins with iron resolve, she pushes her steed even faster toward the horizon. Her eyes burn with fierce determination as she sets her sights straight on the royal capital. Meanwhile, Ronaldo points firmly at a map and declares that the anti-Grey royalist faction lords will gather at the capital to execute their plan on this very day. Looking over the strategy table, he emphasizes their ultimate goal of fulfilling their revenge while shedding as little blood as possible. The two men stare silently at the map, their eyes hardened by decades of unwavering resolve. They silently vow to finally put an end to the agonizing regret that has haunted them for 20 years. A desperate scream for Alberto echoes loudly through the towering stone walls of the castle. Prince Rizzle thrashes furiously on his bed, glaring at Alberto while the knight calmly states he will accept his punishment once everything is over. Struggling against his restraints, the furious prince demands to know what Alberto is planning that requires tying him up, while the knight simply asks him to wait a little longer. Ignoring Rizzle's frantic protests, Alberto orders a guard to keep the prince as comfortable as possible without letting him escape. The heavy door slams shut as Alberto walks away, leaving the prince's desperate screams echoing uselessly behind him. Pausing in the quiet hallway, Alberto lowers his eyes and softly apologizes to his captive prince. Steeling his resolve, the loyal knight prepares for the rebellion that will begin very soon. Reflecting on his sister's gentle nature, Ronaldo solemnly acknowledges that Rosemary never desired revenge, leaving him to shoulder the burden of their dark deeds alone. Standing resolute in the shadows, an armored Alberto firmly declares to his subordinate that they have already crossed the point of no return. The traumatic silhouette of Rosemary's execution violently flashes in his mind as he grimly notes they have waited 20 agonizing years for this exact moment. Alberto steels his resolve as their long-awaited vengeance finally nears fruition, only to be violently interrupted by a piercing scream echoing from outside. A chaotic clamor erupts in the bustling courtyard, immediately drawing the knight's attention as Alberto recognizes a deeply familiar voice. Sheer disbelief washes over Alberto as he yells Marie's name, watching a panicked horse violently rear up in the distance. Utterly baffled, Alberto panics over her rampaging horse, wondering why on earth she is at the royal capital's night quarters instead of the safe Duke's mansion. Cold sweat beads down the knight's tense face as the grave reality of her incredibly dangerous situation fully registers. Clinging desperately to the leather reins, a terrified Marie screams as her out-of-control steed wildly bucks across the stone courtyard. Spotting her trusted protector, she cries out Alberto's name just as he fiercely spurs his own horse into a desperate, galloping sprint. Barking out strict orders over the chaos, Alberto commands her to grab his arm as he dangerously maneuvers closer to the wild horse. Pushing his powerful mount to the absolute limit, the determined knight gallops seamlessly alongside her out-of-control steed. With perfect timing and unwavering focus, their hands desperately reach out and tightly interlock in midair. Using his formidable strength, Alberto forcefully hoists Marie from her saddle and fiercely envelopes her within his protective cloak. The riderless runaway horse gallops harmlessly away as Alberto expertly slows his own mount to a safe, controlled trot across the cobblestones. Exhausted and thoroughly shaken, Marie slumps heavily against Alberto's broad chest, finally finding solace in his warm embrace. Alberto stares down at the trembling girl, his sharp eyes reflecting a swirling mix of overwhelming relief and lingering anxiety. The immediate danger completely passes as nearby knights swiftly intercept and safely secure the rampaging horse. Later, within the confines of a guarded room, a helplessly bound Marie eyes a freshly poured cup of steaming tea. Stretching out her bound wrists, she pitifully begs the assigned guard to at least untie her restrictive shackles. Cunningly playing to his ego, she insists that a mere maid like herself could never possibly overpower one of Alberto's elite subordinates. Flashing a dazzlingly innocent smile, she politely requests a brief moment of freedom just to enjoy the delicious tea. The guard completely falls for her manipulative act, sternly warning her to be quick as he carefully loosens the thick bindings. The second her hands are free, her cheerful facade instantly vanishes into a cold, deeply calculating glare as she quietly thanks him. Sometime later, a violent bang echoes through the hallway, severely startling both Marie and Alberto as they walk together through the estate. A deeply alarmed Marie frantically asks about the noise, but Alberto smoothly steps in front of her and quickly redirects her down the corridor. Alberto silently deduces that the poisoned Prince Rizal must be violently rampaging, knowing it would be absolutely disastrous if Marie discovered the dark truth. Once seated safely with a warm mug, Alberto drops his gentle demeanor and sharply scolds her for carelessly riding all the way to the capital without resting. His expression hardens into a mask of pure, deadly seriousness as he firmly demands to know the exact whereabouts of Duke Rinaldo. Confronted by the heavy question, Marie lowers her eyes in profound sorrow, her tragic expression perfectly mirroring the lingering grief of her past life as Rosemary. Confronting the dark-haired knight, Marie fiercely demanded that he admit he knew exactly what was going on. Maintaining a perfectly calm facade, Alberto gently urged her to prepare herself since nothing had been officially put into motion yet. A heavy, suffocating silence settled over the room as the two sat across the table, quietly sipping their tea. Breaking the tense quiet, Alberto expressed his genuine surprise at seeing her ride a horse all the way out there under such brutal conditions. Ignoring his feigned concern, Marie sharply pointed out that while her current self couldn't ride, the brilliant Rosemary certainly knew how. Slamming her cup down on the wooden table, she desperately begged Alberto to confess that he was a willing accomplice in Rosemary's dark revenge. Staring him down with intense, unwavering resolve, she firmly demanded that he let her see Rinaldo right away. A complicated shadow crossed Alberto's sharp eyes as he silently processed her fierce determination. Gripping his shirt with frantic urgency, she heartbrokenly pleaded with him to listen to her desperate begging. Instructing her to wait in the room, Alberto stepped out just as a sudden, violent commotion and a terrified scream erupted in the hallway. The heavy door swung open to reveal a slumped guard dragging his boots weakly across the wooden floor. Alberto gasped in pure shock as he realized his secure holding area had just been violently breached. Stepping into the room, a furious Prince Rizal stood over the fallen guard with a stolen blade gripped tightly in his hand. Leveling the stolen weapon at the knight, the captive prince coldly noted that Alberto was the very man who had originally taught him self-defense. Glaring at his former instructor, Rizal's eyes burned with a terrifying mixture of deep betrayal and intense focus. The prince calmly assured the tense knight not to worry, casually stating that the bleeding guard on the floor was merely passed out. Brandishing the sharp blade, Rizal smoothly confessed that he had permanently borrowed the careless guard's knife. Smirking at his former teacher, the escaped prince coldly mocked Alberto for foolishly using such a kind, easily manipulated subordinate to guard him. Crossing blades with sudden ferocity, Rizal angrily questioned why such a calm and outstanding knight was betraying the crown. Furious at being kept in the dark, the prince violently demanded to know why they had tied him up and acted like common thieves. A deafening metallic clang echoed through the corridor as Alberto seamlessly blocked the prince's furious, aggressive strike. Deflecting the heavy blow with terrifying ease, the veteran knight coldly mocked the young royal's pathetic naivety. Disarming the hidden dagger in a flash, Alberto sternly reminded his former student that drawing a blade required the absolute conviction to take a life. The two powerful men separated and locked eyes, their heavy breathing filling the tense, battle-scarred hallway. Breaking the deadly standoff, Alberto flashed a proud smirk and warmly praised the young prince for growing so strong. Lowering his stance slightly, the veteran knight honestly admitted that Rizal had become a truly formidable warrior. The sudden, genuine praise instantly shattered the prince's rage, leaving him staring at his betrayer in stunned, breathless silence. A terrifying crash of steel suddenly echoed through the walls as the violent battle instantly resumed. Hiding anxiously in the other room, Marie frantically listened to the distant clashing of swords and wondered if Alberto was fighting a lethal battle. Gripping her dress in the quiet room, she realized that this unpredictable chaos felt entirely different from the tragic memories of Rosemary's past. Sensing a deep connection, she realizes that Rosemary feels exactly like her own alter ego. Overcome with urgency, she determines that she absolutely must meet Rinaldo as soon as possible. Driven by a sudden impatience that feels like Rosemary's own desire, she hurries forward despite being told to stay behind. Deciding to look for Alberto first, she abruptly halts when a familiar voice furiously shouts for Duke Rose. Recognizing Prince Rizal's voice, she listens in horror as the prince accuses Rinaldo of plotting revenge against his father and warns that violence will solve nothing. Slamming his hand down in frustration, the prince fiercely declares that history will only end up repeating itself. Unfazed by the outburst, Rinaldo calmly agrees and admits that the prince is entirely correct. The Duke smiles faintly, acknowledging that the young prince's logic is honestly very admirable. However, Ronaldo coldly dismisses him by stating that human emotion cannot be quelled by reason alone and that the sheer weight of their grudge defies simple logic. Prince Rizal stares back in stunned, sweaty silence as the grim reality of their obsession sets in. Standing loyally beside the captive prince, Alberto watches the exchange with hardened eyes. Stepping forward, the knight firmly tells Rizal that doing the right thing no longer matters to them. Pledging his absolute devotion, Alberto coldly declares that his life has belonged entirely to his master from the very beginning. Rizal gasps in absolute disbelief at the knight's chilling loyalty. A deep sense of horror washes over the prince as he realizes the Alberto standing right in front of him is a complete stranger. Alberto lowers his gaze, silently accepting the prince's horror without a shred of remorse. The knight confesses that they do not care about the country, as they have only lived for revenge every single day since Rosemary was executed. Looking back with sorrowful eyes, Alberto admits he would have entirely lost his will to live if he hadn't clung to this dark purpose. Stepping closer, Alberto attempts to reassure the prince by explaining that Ronaldo intends to exact his revenge while causing the smallest possible repercussions. With a chilling calm, the knight promises that Ronaldo will only spill the blood of a single person. Trembling in absolute terror, Prince Rizal can only listen as Alberto asks him to wait just a little longer. The knight firmly commands the captive prince to stay exactly where he is and sleep quietly. Suddenly, the heavy door flies open as Marie bursts into the room and frantically shouts Alberto's name. Alberto spins around, his eyes widening in sheer, unadulterated shock at her unexpected arrival. Both the knight and the bound prince stare in stunned silence at the breathless maid standing in the doorway. Panting heavily, she nervously points out that Alberto is making an incredibly terrifying face. Her eyes dart to the bed as she completely ignores the tension and directly asks if he kidnapped Prince Rizal. A heavy, suffocating silence instantly crashes down upon the room. Trembling with rising anger, she glares at the knight and fiercely demands to know if they truly plan to assassinate the king. Panicking instantly, Alberto lunges forward and frantically begs her to keep her voice down. Pinned against the bed by Alberto, Marie declares she is going to stop Ronaldo and vows to use her words as Rosemary to end this cycle of revenge. Deep down, she knows she must stop this impending tragedy before she can finally face the ultimate challenge ahead. Gazing deeply at her most precious knight, she gently tells Alberto she wants to speak with him to thaw the frozen hearts that have plagued him and Ronaldo for 20 years. Even as Marie Edigma, the simple daughter of a countryside baron, she carries the profound secret of possessing all her past memories as Rosemary Hubert. Driven solely by the desperate need to halt their vengeance after Rosemary's execution, she rushed to the capital but realizes the task will be incredibly difficult. Staring into Alberto's cold face, she passionately begs him to let her speak with Ronaldo before it is too late. A tense silence stretches between them as Alberto stands rigidly over her kneeling form, leaving her desperate plea unanswered. She realizes that simply slipping away to frantically search the palace for Ronaldo won't be enough while the pressing issue of Alberto's grief still blocks her path. Looking at him, she remembers meeting him anew as Marie, heavily aware that he always knew Rosemary intimately. Bound by the dark thorns of her past sin, the current Alberto wanders foolishly lost in despair and consumed by the devastating grief of Rosemary's death. Unable to leave him drowning in misery, Marie loudly demands to know who this dangerous revenge actually belongs to. Her piercing gaze cuts right through his defenses as she demands to know if this bloody vengeance is truly for his own sake. A sharp image of Ronaldo wrapped in dark thorns flashes in her mind as she presses further to ask if this entire plot is actually for his benefit. Alberto merely stares down at her in complete, chilling silence with dark, emotionless eyes that offer absolutely no answers. Breaking the heavy silence, he coldly predicts bloodshed in their future and flatly guesses that she is plotting to take revenge for Rosemary. Despite his grim certainty, a shadow of doubt crosses his features as he admits finding one particular detail about her actions quite strange. He narrows his eyes and carefully scrutinizes her every move, quietly noting that if the spirit of Rosemary is truly inside her, things would be different. Challenging her directly, he fiercely asks if she believes she holds the right to exact vengeance before him and Ronaldo. Suddenly, his eyes widen in absolute shock as an unexpected realization hits him like a physical blow. Flustered and completely thrown off balance, he stammers out her name in utter confusion before breathlessly calling her Rosemary'sma, as the impossible truth dawns on him. Breaking the tension with a light chuckle, Marie cheerfully admits she much prefers seeing him flustered rather than wearing a dark scowl of vengeance. Her smile slowly fades into a look of absolute determination as she boldly addresses his desperate desire for bloody revenge. Staring up at his stunned face, she issues a shocking command and earnestly begs him to hand over the heavy burden of vengeance entirely to her. His jaw drops in sheer disbelief at her impossible demand, leaving him completely paralyzed and struggling to form a coherent response. Panic flares in his eyes as he furiously yells that there is absolutely no way he could ever allow her to take on such a terrifying burden. Marie fiercely argues that she must be the one to bear the sin, while Alberto stubbornly roars back that they will not push the dark responsibility of vengeance onto her. Gesturing to a horrifying vision of them drenched in blood, she bluntly asks if he genuinely believes that seeing them as murderers would ever make Rosemary happy. Pushing the painful truth upon him, she demands to know if he honestly thinks Rosemary would ever thank them for destroying themselves. Cold sweat beads on his face as her piercing words strike a deep chord, leaving him trembling under the terrifying reality of her argument. Challenging his very devotion, she asks what part of Rosemary he ever truly appreciated, declaring through warm memories that she and the boys have always loved each other deeply. Haunted by the ghostly apparition, Marie lowers her head as a desperate voice begs her not to let Rosemary suffer any more sorrow. Alberto casts a solemn glance backward as the ethereal voice desperately pleads with Marie to fulfill Rosemary's true wish. Despite the heavy burden of the ghostly plea, Alberto's jaw tightens with unspoken resolve. Clenching her cloak in a surge of bitter grief, Marie declares she can never forgive the king. Gripping her hands tightly as a massive, horrifying skull looms in the shadows, Alberto asks if they shall continue this dark revenge together. Tears stinging her eyes, Marie begs Alberto to let her choose the exact form of this revenge to honor what Rosemary truly desires. A sudden, warm grasp catches her off guard as Alberto tightens his hold on her trembling hands. Gazing up with desperate hope, she implores her loyal knight to stay by her side forever. A heavy silence falls as Alberto reflects on a thought that has always haunted his mind. Standing back to back with a comrade in his memories, Alberto realizes there is no convenient method aside from revenge to heal their deep wounds and anger. Flashing a bittersweet smile, Marie acknowledges that at the very least, Rosemary must act by her own hands. A fierce determination ignites in her eyes as she vows that Rosemary will take revenge for herself in her own unique way. Dropping to one knee in absolute submission, Alberto concedes that if she wishes to do it herself, he has nothing more to say. Pledging his eternal loyalty, he swears that as her knight, he will blindly follow her into the dark. Blushing through her tears, Marie listens as Alberto desperately begs for the honor to protect her. The tender moment shatters as the red-haired woman nervously clears her throat to interrupt their intimate embrace. Startled by the intrusion, the pair turns to the woman as she demands a clear explanation of what is going on. Flustered and struggling for words, she wishes she could explain everything regarding Prince Rizzle but insists she must urgently leave to meet Ronaldo. Refusing to be left in the dark, a shocked Marie fiercely declares she will also go with her. The woman stammers her fears that Prince Rizzle will struggle to cope if he learns about Rosemary's revenge, arguing she isn't a complete outsider to this deadly issue either. Stealing her resolve, Marie invites the woman along to learn the truth, while Alberto grimly notes that Prince Rizzle will eventually uncover everything anyway. Narrowing his cold eyes, Alberto takes charge and promises to escort both Marie and Prince Rizzle directly to Duke Ronaldo. The imposing stone walls of the castle loom as Alberto reveals that Ronaldo is currently waiting inside the audience chamber. Striding through the grand corridors, Alberto explains that Ronaldo has been secretly gathering damning evidence against King Grey while allying with the anti-royalist faction. Lowering his voice to a dangerous whisper, Alberto reveals that according to Ronaldo, over half of the central nobility is involved. Prince Rizzle fiercely rallies his troops, revealing that their explosive movements today are entirely for the sake of Rosemary's revenge. Stunned by the sheer scale of the rebellion, the women stare in absolute shock as Marie breathes Alberto's name. Connecting the sinister dots, the red-haired woman realizes with dawning horror that Prince Rizzle was the one who ambushed and bound her. Fixing his piercing gaze forward, Alberto drops a massive bombshell, declaring his urgent desire for Rizzle to take the crown. As a bloody sword seals the king's brutal fate, Alberto explains that Ronaldo meticulously orchestrated this rebellion to condemn the ruler without throwing the entire country into chaotic ruin. Explaining his calculated rudeness, the captive notes that a splendid man devoted to his country knew a gentle prince could never refuse. Realization strikes her suddenly as she gasps out that it simply cannot be true. Reflecting on her past, she realizes the kind prince only treated her warmly because he sought revenge against her father. Alberto chillingly remarks that Ronaldo perfectly analyzed the prince's qualities for kingship while using him as a mere pawn. Pacing the room, Alberto reveals that this rebellion was meticulously orchestrated in absolute secrecy with inside help. He explains that the palace guard consists entirely of anti-royalists, completely neutralizing the official escort knights. Marie realizes that as the knight commander, Alberto holds the absolute power to position troops wherever he desires. Alberto details their strategy of creating a diversion outside to mask the hostile takeover of the audience chamber inside. A memory surfaces of a cloaked rider fleeing the Rose territory just one day too late. Marie lowers her gaze, haunted by the thought that this devastating matter could have already been resolved. Clutching her chest, she firmly believes that Rosemary must have capitalized on this given chance. Determination hardens in Marie's eye as she vows not to let this vital opportunity go to waste. Inside the grand audience chamber, heavily bound prisoners are marched before a solitary figure reigning from the throne. Prince Rizzle stares down with a chillingly detached gaze at the trembling, captive nobles. Rising slowly from his seat, Rizzle radiates a terrifying, shadowy aura of absolute authority. His voice slices through the silence as he coldly declares that every single one of them has sinned. Spreading his arms wide, Rizzle crushes their remaining hope by stating his faction already knows absolutely everything. Glaring at the sweating, panicked nobles, he announces that he will now read the official charges of treason against the people. Maintaining an icy calm, Rizzle offers them a mock trial where they can attempt to refute each damning claim one by one. With a sharp flip of the ledger, the merciless proceedings officially begin. At Rizzle's command, the Earl of Oxford begins reading the charges, making Duke Gastia and Viscount Dozzle flinch in terror. The devastating list of crimes echoes through the hall, exposing massive bribery, citizen exploitation, tax fraud, and drug smuggling. Viscount Dozzle screams in sheer disbelief as he is immediately stripped of his title and sentenced to prison. Tears stream down Duke Gastia's face as he faces exile and total ruin alongside Viscount Lifia. Observing the carnage with half-lidded eyes, Rizzle internally acknowledges that these devastating charges were entirely predetermined. Rizzle privately notes that while he subtly tempted them, their own inherent greed sealed their doom and secured the country's peace. The reader continues methodically through the document, mentioning that their relatives will be allowed to raise formal concerns. A heavy realization hangs in the air that absolutely everything is unfolding according to a master plan. Rizzle turns back toward the throne, standing resolute before the seat of power as judgment is delivered. The final piece of the trap snaps shut, revealing that this entire spectacle was designed solely to condemn that man. A guard confidently claims that after finishing their current task, they'll handle the woman. Spotting her on the balcony, another guard shouts, "There she is." With a condescending smile, Queen Tia politely turns down their demand to follow them to the audience chamber. Glancing at the unfamiliar soldiers surrounding her, she notes how rude it is that none of them belong to her. As the soldiers lunge, Tia calls for latte and cheerfully explaining she was actually on her way to leave the palace forever. With a sly grin, she bids them farewell just as her private soldiers swiftly take out the guards. Turning her back to the carnage, she coldly states she has had enough fun in the royal palace. With her followers gathered behind her, she remarks that now seems like the perfect time to leave. Suddenly, a shocked voice cries out, "Mother!" Tia turns to see her son Rizzle standing before her, a look of profound disappointment crossing her face. Rizzle stares at her in sheer disbelief as she coldly regards him. Her gaze sends a visible shiver down his spine as she simply offers a hollow apology. Dismissively turning away from her son, she tells him she's in a hurry and will see him later. Panic sets in as Rizzle desperately tries to stop her, realizing she plans to escape the royal palace and abandon the king. Frantic, he shouts after her, demanding to know if she is really running away. His voice breaks as he angrily asks how she can abandon her duties as queen. Reaching out to her, he is confused when she calmly states she is not starting over, but simply starting a new game. Puzzled, he repeats the word game, to which she replies that games only end when you die. She expresses disdain for playing the same boring political tricks as her worthless father and her stupid husband. Gazing at a chessboard, she asserts her refusal to play boring games like they do. She reflects on her past as Tia Danzas, living as a mere pawn in her father's political schemes within an earldom devoid of love, repeating endless, boring days while her parents chased power. She remembers her father coldly promising her happiness if she simply did everything he instructed. She recalls dutifully answering, "Yes, father," while questioning what happiness truly meant. The image of a lonely chess pawn shattered on the floor reflects her broken sense of self. She questions if the accumulating wealth from acting as her father's pawn was the happiness he spoke of. With a chilling smile just like her father's, she contemplates happiness itself. She remembers Prince Grey foolishly confessing his love for everything about her. She mocks how stupid he was to fall for someone like her, finding the act of playing with him to be a little fun. However, she vividly recalls being interrupted by a sharp voice telling Prince Grey to shut up and stop playing around. With absolute venom, Tia admits she always deeply despised the woman named Rosemary. Striding forward with an unyielding status, Queen Tia reflects on the elusive popularity and happiness she finally grasps. Her eyes darkening with malice, the Queen declares she will peel Rosemary away from Grey and force her out of the game entirely. Gripping the strings of fate, she recalls learning the art of manipulation from her father to keep everyone firmly in her grasp. Staring intently at a drawn card, she calculates her next devastating move with a wicked smile. A sinister shadow looms over a weeping woman, highlighting the ruthless destruction left in the wake of the royal schemes. The grim reality of their twisted game takes form as a lifeless body swings hauntingly from a wooden scaffold. A sickening, ear-to-ear grin stretches across a shadowy face, reveling in the pure chaos of the tragedy. Basking in her ultimate triumph, the Queen gloats about seducing King Grey to seize the wealth and status her father always coveted. Adorned in dazzling jewels just like her mother, she revels in the intoxicating adoration of countless faceless men. Her ultimate victory feels complete as she looks down upon her crying newborn son. The hollow illusion shatters instantly as a dark realization sets in that this twisted game is no longer fun. Groveling pathetically on the floor, her father begs for her royal help after losing his treacherous game and being exiled from the palace. Smiling with icy detachment, Tia reminds her desperate father that those who lose the game and fail to escape will be utterly destroyed. Screams of absolute despair echo through the halls as the merciless rules he enforced on others seal his own brutal fate. Abandoning her defeated father without a second thought, Tia turns her predatory focus toward the mastermind who orchestrated his downfall. A tall, calculating man steps out of the shadows, his piercing gaze radiating an undeniable aura of danger. Recognizing the intense glare instantly, she realizes Ronaldo Rose shares the exact same piercing eye color as Rosemary. Brimming with sadistic anticipation, Tia taunts him by wondering aloud what pathetic face he would make if she took him down. The two master manipulators face off in a tense, high-stakes battle of wits across a shadowed table. Staring at the scattered cards, a wave of dread washes over the player as they realize their hand is completely horrific. A tense silence suffocates the room as the crushing weight of an inevitable defeat begins to settle. Cards clatter loudly against the table as the chilling realization dawns that victory against this monstrous man is utterly impossible. Backing away from the grand doors, the grim advice echoes that one must run away in absolute silence when victory is out of reach. Shock ripples through the grand hall as the cruel, undeniable rules of their deadly environment are laid bare. Snickering wickedly, the Queen warns a bewildered Prince Rizzle that he might already be acting as someone else's mindless pawn. The prince's eyes widen in sheer horror as the terrifying concepts of pawns and games shatter his fragile reality. The terrifying truth emerges that Queen Tia has conducted every single dealing in the palace, viewing others merely as game pieces. Knocked-over chess pieces symbolize the chilling reality that Tia Danzas does not believe she is playing with actual human lives. Alberto's sharp eyes narrow with furious intensity as a dangerous realization clicks into place. Panic paralyzes the room as they deduce that Ronaldo plans to execute his bloody revenge against Queen Tia right then and there. Striding purposefully down the hall, Alberto commands Tia Danzas to halt. Glancing over her shoulder with a sly smirk, Tia notes that Captain Makurin is wearing quite a terrifying expression. Feigning absolute innocence, she playfully claims she hasn't done anything to him since he wasn't even part of their twisted game. Alberto locks eyes with her, his furious glare speaking volumes as he silently processes her audacious remark. Boiling with righteous fury, Alberto condemns her for ruthlessly trampling over the fragile hearts of the people he treasures most. Dismissing his profound rage with a cruel chuckle, Tia offers a mock apology and asks if that is his only grievance. Stepping forward with tears in her eyes, the furious woman screams at Tia, demanding to know how she can ignore the agonizing cries of her own son. She demands to know if the cold-hearted queen truly intends to flee without ever facing the very people she so viciously deceived. Sprawled weakly on the stone floor, the broken prince reaches a desperate, trembling hand out for his mother. Refusing to let her escape so easily, Alberto lunges forward and violently snatches the queen's arm. A tense standoff ensues as Alberto's wrathful glare clashes against Tia's chillingly apathetic expression. A wicked laugh escapes Tia's lips as she gloats that prolonging this meaningless conversation was entirely worth it. Suddenly, two masked assassins named Latte and Yuno materialize from the shadows, prompting Tia to smirk at their timely arrival. Moving with lethal precision, the masked enforcers instantly press cold steel against the vulnerable throats of Alberto's companions. Complete shock paralyzes the group as they realize the sudden and deadly shift in their reality. Trembling in absolute horror, Marie realizes that Queen Tia has deployed her private soldiers to threaten her own flesh and blood. Smiling victoriously, Tia issues a chilling ultimatum, ordering Alberto to release her if he wants Rizzle to survive. Her eyes gleaming with sadistic delight, the queen taunts them by declaring that this is how a true game must be played. Tears stream down Rizzle's devastated face as the crushing realization sets in that he was nothing more than a disposable pawn for his mother's escape. Staring into the void, the shattered prince weakly accepts that he, too, was always just another tool to be used. The horrific weight of his entire existence crashes down on him as he understands he has been manipulated since the very beginning. Watching the prince's total psychological collapse, Marie shuts her eyes in agony while her companion helplessly calls out Alberto's name. Gritting his teeth in furious frustration, Alberto freezes as Marie wraps her arms around his back and begs him to yield. With tears streaming down her face, Marie desperately pleads with the Knight Commander to let the wicked queen go. Releasing his iron grip, Alberto pulls the girls back, declaring that dirtying their own hands is not the path they must take. Masking his own seething rage, Alberto promises that no one else has to die today, even if letting the queen escape feels like a painful betrayal. He firmly assures his heartbroken allies that the day will inevitably come when Queen Tia faces the exact judgment she deserves. Staring down the deadly assassins, Alberto declares that her ultimate reckoning will happen under the lawful rule of Prince Rizzle's new era. Swallowing his bitter pride, Alberto forces himself to accept this temporary defeat for the sake of their grander vision. Pulling his devastated companions into a protective embrace, Alberto silently vows that this agonizing sacrifice will not be in vain. Commanding the room with a chilling presence, Queen Tia orders Latte and Yuno to have their soldiers lower their swords and release their captives. Watching the guards back away in defeat, she sarcastically remarks how wonderful it is that no unnecessary blood was spilled. A sudden, weary voice cuts through the tension as a grateful survivor thanks the young lady for her unexpected mercy. Dismissing the tense standoff with a casual wave, she bids them farewell and declares it is time to leave the palace. A heavy silence hangs in the air as a clenched fist trembles with suppressed frustration and lingering adrenaline. Prince Rizzle desperately calls out to his mother one last time, his voice breaking as she completely ignores his pleas. Marie gently addresses the devastated prince, pulling his attention away from the agonizing heartbreak of his mother's abandonment. Turning to face her, Rizzle offers a pained apology for letting her witness such a pathetic and vulnerable side of him. Unable to bear his crushing sorrow, Marie steps forward and firmly holds his trembling hands in a comforting grasp. Gripping his hands tightly, she silently reflects that both the queen and the prince are tragic victims of this horribly distorted monarchy. Closing her eyes, she feels a surge of absolute certainty that Prince Rizzle will be the one to reshape the coming era with his own hands. Staring down at her with tear-filled eyes, he admits his own helplessness but firmly declares his unwavering faith in her abilities. With a tender expression, he asks her to pour him a cup of her favorite tea once the chaos finally settles down. Flashing a warm and reassuring smile, Marie softly agrees to his heartfelt request. Meanwhile, Alberto stands silently in the shadows by the ornate double doors, watching the tender exchange unfold. Approaching him with deep gratitude, Marie earnestly thanks Alberto for not surrendering to his blinding anger. Clenching his fist, Alberto admits he almost let his emotions control him, realizing he isn't the one who should deliver the queen's judgment. Marie gazes back at him with soft, understanding eyes that silently acknowledge his incredible restraint and growth. She happily agrees that once everything has truly calmed down, they will all share a peaceful moment together. Alberto's expression hardens into sheer determination as he declares they must now make their way to Rinaldo. A pair of massive, heavily decorated doors loom intimidatingly before them as they prepare to face their next daunting challenge. Staring intently at the grand entrance, Marie notes that the royal audience chamber lies straight ahead. A wave of dark nostalgia washes over her as she remembers that Rosemary knows this cursed place all too well. She chillingly recalls that the very last time she saw this grand hall was the fateful day she was mercilessly condemned. A painful memory flashes of Prince Grey ruthlessly canceling their engagement and falsely accusing her of attempting to murder Tia. Tears stream down her face in the horrific memory as her entire world shatters around her under the weight of the false accusations. Suddenly snapping back to the harsh reality, a sharp gasp escapes her trembling lips as the trauma overwhelms her. A comforting hand lands firmly on her shoulder as Alberto physically grounds her from the suffocating nightmare. Noticing her flushed face and streaming tears, he leans in with intense concern and urgently asks if she is all right. Quickly composing herself, she forces a brave smile and gently assures him that she is perfectly fine to continue. Sweating profusely, a terrified King Grey looks on as the dark, imposing figure of Rinaldo approaches with a drawn sword. Stepping firmly into the grand hall, the avenging swordsman points his boot forward and calmly mutters, "Now then." Rinaldo coldly informs the trembling monarch that the sentence for all the sinners has been officially carried out by his comrades. He adds that by now, all that is left of the corrupt nobility has likely been dragged down to the underground prison. Pointing his gleaming blade directly at the monarch, Rinaldo finally corners Grey Durezza. King Grey stares back in wide-eyed terror, realizing that his ultimate judgment has finally arrived. Cowering in his royal robes, the pathetic king clutches his head and desperately begs for a moment to speak. A memory surfaces of a young Rinaldo standing alone in the bright light, patiently waiting for this exact moment. His youthful eyes harden with resolve, reflecting on the revenge he has intensely longed for since he was just a child. Back in the present, Rinaldo towers ominously over the cowering king, his imposing shadow completely engulfing the royal throne. When Grey asks if he is here to kill him, Rinaldo scoffs and asks if the foolish king actually expected to be saved. The king nervously questions if this is revenge for Rosemary, prompting a furious Rinaldo to demand he never speak her name. Covering his face in a mocking scoff, Grey sneers that the brother of a sinner is naturally a sinner himself. Enraged by the insult, Rinaldo thrusts his sword forward and threatens to cut off the mouth that continues to slander his sister. Smiling wickedly, Grey taunts him by claiming the blood of a murderer flows in his veins just like it did in his sister's. A flashback reveals a defiant young Rinaldo standing before the throne, desperately defending his sister against the king's unsightly accusations. The young boy shouts with all his might, screaming that Rosemary never once planned to kill anyone. He realizes with bitter clarity that the foolish king has entirely swallowed the venomous lies fed to him by Queen Tia. Remembering Rosemary's gentle smile among the flowers, Rinaldo knows she gave her all to fix the country and thought of Grey above everyone else. He spits venom at the king, declaring him a pathetic man who completely neglected his sister and blindly ignored the truth. Rinaldo ruthlessly condemns the foolish king for not even realizing he was deceived, causing Grey to flinch as he brings up Rosemary's pitiful fate. Rinaldo orders him to shut up, exposing that the king's inability to trust his own wife or love Prince Rizzle stems entirely from the queen's manipulative actions. Overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the situation, Rinaldo bursts into manic laughter as a bewildered Grey demands to know what is so funny. He thinks back to his childhood, agonizing over the fact that he and Rosemary should have run away before she met her tragic fate. Tears well up in the young boy's eyes as he reaches out into the void, wishing he had been older and thought things through. The crushing memory of his sheer ignorance and powerlessness fuels a helpless, unyielding anger deep within his soul. His eyes narrow with lethal focus as the last remnants of his hesitation entirely vanish. Raising his gleaming blade, Rinaldo silently promises his sister that her retribution is only moments away. Taking a righteous stance before the cowering monarch, he prepares to strike just like the hero who declared, "I shall purge you in place of the people." Drawing inspiration from the storybook his sister once loved, Rinaldo finally brings down the blade to claim his revenge. A blond man glares with fierce intensity, his piercing eyes promising imminent retribution. The grand doors burst open with a deafening crash as a desperate scream of "No!" shatters the silence. A terrified eye widens in pure shock as the horrific scene unfolds before them. High atop the grand staircase, a caped figure ruthlessly plunges a blade into the seated king as Marie watches from below. Crimson blood aggressively spatters across the pristine stone floor from the freshly pierced blade. The injured king violently grips his profusely bleeding wound, letting out a pained gasp of "ugh." A massive broadsword gleams menacingly in the harsh light, its sharp edge dripping with fresh blood. The cold-eyed attacker turns his gaze as a frantic young man desperately sprints toward the blood-stained throne. Clicking his tongue in pure annoyance, the blonde assailant glares at the unwelcome interruption. Sprinting toward the collapsing king, the panicked prince unleashes a raw, agonizing scream for his father. Cast in stark silhouette, the desperate prince charges up the grand staircase to confront his father's ruthless attacker. Staring down coldly, the assassin demands to know why Prince Rizuru has arrived. Trembling with unbridled fury, the young prince violently glares at the man and snarls a deadly threat. Staring wide-eyed from the entrance, Marie stands entirely paralyzed by the sudden eruption of royal bloodshed. A solemn expression crosses the blonde killer's face, showing zero remorse despite the tragic circumstances. Sweating profusely, the towering Alberto firmly grips Marie's shoulders to anchor her amidst the erupting chaos. Readying his bloodied blade, Ronaldo commands the seething prince to stand down and not interfere. Ronaldo promises not to harm him if he stays quiet, stressing that killing the prince was never part of the plan. Urging him to be rational, the assassin coldly advises the prince to stay completely still and watch. Threatening him with a swift strike, he ruthlessly warns the prince that disobedience will result in a real execution. Dismissing any heroic rescue attempts, the killer aggressively shuts down any lectures about saving his royal father. He brutally reminds the young royal that his parents have committed far too many sins and earned an ocean of hatred. Staring with unyielding resolve, he makes it absolutely clear that absolutely nothing will stop his bloody revenge. Watching the grim exchange unfold, Marie quietly realizes she understands that dark truth better than anyone. Suddenly shifting his intense focus, the assassin's chilling voice directly addresses Miss Marie. Glancing toward the doorway, he openly questions how she ever managed to convince the towering Alberto. Stepping boldly forward, Marie desperately begs Ronaldo to let her carry out her own dark vengeance. Quoting her past pleas, he hauntingly repeats her wish for him to abandon his revenge and her reminder that he promised not to make her suffer. Lowering his guard slightly, the blonde swordsman quietly confirms that those were the exact words she once spoke. Hanging thick in the tense air, a heavy silence bridges the gap as the fateful confrontation reaches its breaking point. Ronaldo stands solemnly beside a young boy, confessing that he never wanted him to know about the events of today. Marie realizes that Ronaldo's deep-seated decision was driven by the revenge of that fateful day, even if Rosemary held no grudge. Heavy chains of vengeance tightly bind Ronaldo, representing everything he has become in the present. Tears stream down Marie's face as a desperate voice echoes, begging her beloved Rosemary not to cry. The gentle voice weakly reassures her that the tragedy was never her fault. The sudden, sharp shout of Marie's name pierces directly through the heavy emotional haze. Ronaldo stares in sheer shock, his eyes widening as he softly mutters for his sister. A crushing wave of guilt washes over him as he repeatedly stammers his desperate apologies. Tearfully remembering how she left a young Ronaldo behind, she laments that her endless cycle of hurting him will never stop. The painful realization strikes him that the agonizing words Rosemary desperately wanted to say were simply an apology to Ronaldo. Sobbing uncontrollably, Marie pulls Ronaldo close and tearfully apologizes for everything that has transpired. The two share a desperate, clinging embrace as the emotional weight of their shattered past finally crashes down around them. Ronaldo's eyes widen as the startling thought of a specific man suddenly pierces his fractured mind. A sharp, intense glare crosses Ronaldo's eye as his name is called out from the void. Clutching her chest in sorrow, Marie admits that Rosemary herself was the one who twisted Ronaldo's entire existence into a path of pure revenge. The grim reality sets in that the sin staining Ronaldo's life is permanent, as lost time and stolen lives can never come back. Tears pour freely from her eyes as she acknowledges that Rosemary's path was forged entirely in blood. The heavy atmosphere lingers as the number 360 flashes like a stark reminder that their bloody history has come full circle. A resolute calmness washes over Marie's face as the metaphorical chains of the past finally begin to shatter into jagged pieces. Looking directly at him with tear-filled eyes, she tells Ronaldo that she will not stop him if he truly wishes to see his vengeance through. Her expression tightens with resolve as she issues a solemn warning about the inevitable moment his revenge is finally completed. Startled by her words, Alberto steps forward and demands to share in the impending punishment. Absolute confusion strikes the group as they question the sudden, reckless nature of his demand. Furious, Ronaldo wildly waves his arm and roars that the sin belongs entirely to their enemies, insisting his sister must never be punished. A quiet, heavy voice cuts through the tension, softly agreeing with his explosive and protective outburst. Gripping her chest tightly, Marie equates her theft of his happiness to their enemies' crimes, declaring she must also atone for her sins. Closing her tearful eyes, she softly calls his name and questions the very nature of what he even considers a sin. She reveals that her true sin is turning him into a demon of vengeance, a dark state from which he can never return to his former self. Sobbing openly, she vows that even if he cannot go back, she desperately wants to shatter his chains of vengeance and alter his future. Completely stunned, Ronaldo listens as she cries out his name, desperately confessing that her only genuine wish is to see him happy. Gripping the hilt of his sword with unyielding resolve, Ronaldo prepares to deliver his final, bloody judgment. Instead of striking, the heavy blade slips from his trembling grasp and clatters uselessly against the stone floor. The sudden clatter echoes through the grand hall as a stunned, heavy silence falls over the entire room. Staring down at his discarded weapon in disbelief, Ronaldo stands frozen and mutters a quiet, broken question to himself. Overwhelmed by decades of built-up agony, he screams in frustration that her belated apologies mean absolutely nothing after all this time. Tears streaming down his furious face, Ronaldo cries out that he has crossed a violent line and can never return to how things were. Stepping forward with desperate determination, he resolves to salvage whatever he possibly can from this shattered reality. Reaching out to the broken man, Marie tearfully promises to fill the void in his wounded heart and bring him genuine happiness from now on. Staring into her familiar, loving eyes, Ronaldo softly confesses that his sister was his entire world. He admits with crushing sorrow that having her by his side was the only thing he ever truly needed in life. His voice breaks completely as he agonizingly questions why she left him to suffer alone for so many dark years. Seeing the heavy chains of childhood dependence and resentment binding him, Marie wishes to finally untangle his heart so he can breathe easier at last. As Ronaldo openly weeps about the cruel pain he has endured, she gazes at him with deep sorrow and softly apologizes for her absence. After years of hiding behind a terrifying mask of vengeance, the broken knight finally bears his true, vulnerable feelings for all to see. Embracing him with boundless warmth, she pulls his sobbing inner child into a tender, long-overdue hug. The gentle physical contact shatters the last of his hardened defenses, causing Ronaldo to wail with unrestrained grief. Collapsing fully into her gentle embrace, the weeping warrior finally admits his profound, enduring love for his beloved sister. Tears streaming down her own face, Marie smiles warmly and whispers that she loves him just as much. Watching the heartbreaking reunion unfold, Albert stands quietly nearby and begins to fully understand the depth of their unbreakable bond. He realizes with sudden clarity that his entire arduous journey has been leading up to witnessing this crucial moment of healing. Albert recognizes that true salvation lies not in bloody retribution, but in choosing a peaceful path entirely free from the desire for revenge. This profound, silent realization illuminates the only real way to finally break the endless, destructive chains of vengeance. Speaking with absolute certainty, Marie firmly declares that she harbors absolutely no desire for violent retribution against those who wronged her. Closing her eyes in serene acceptance, she gently reveals the only thing her heart truly longs for in this world. She passionately insists that her greatest wish is simply for Ronaldo to secure a bright future and find genuine, lasting happiness. Shifting the focus of her attention, she softly calls out Albert's name to impart a final, critical set of words. A memory surfaces of young Albert and Ronaldo crossing fingers 10 years ago, swearing a solemn childhood oath to save Rosemary together. Despite their past promises, Albert admits to himself that he no longer knows what ultimate goal truly drives his longtime friend. Ronaldo coldly orders Albert to become a good knight and win Prince Rizal's trust, forever driven by the agonizing memory that King Grey murdered his sister. Swearing an unforgettable vow of vengeance in his youth, Ronaldo now formally greets Prince Rizal with a dark, hidden agenda burning violently in his heart. A dark-haired Albert casts a quiet, calculating sideways glance as he heavily reflects on the unfolding events. Looking down at a brightly smiling girl, Ronaldo and Albert know that these specific words and this exact time must surely serve a greater purpose. Albert's intense gaze hardens as he realizes everything must absolutely exist solely for the looming moment of revenge. Startled from his deep thoughts, Albert quickly excuses himself when the young lady concernedly asks why he spaced out. Albert openly admits that spending time close to Prince Rizal has unexpectedly made him grow fond of the boy, despite him being the son of their primary revenge target. Staring intensely at a deadly blade, he wrestles with the dark hypothetical scenario of the plan violently demanding he kill the young prince. Gazing at the boy's innocent smile, a deeply conflicted Albert questions if he could ever truly raise his sword against him. Firmly brushing aside his nagging doubts, he genuinely hopes the prince will live a bright future completely untouched by the consuming flames of their revenge. A tender memory suddenly surfaces of young Rosemary deeply engrossed in her absolute favorite picture book. A brightly smiling Rosemary eagerly invites young Ronaldo to read the captivating story together. Peeking eagerly through the wooden doorway, a young Albert cheerfully asks to join their joyful reading session. The three innocent children huddle closely together in perfect harmony to perfectly share the beloved picture book. The story prominently featured a heroic knight who judged a corrupt king and saved the princess, becoming a symbol of ultimate coolness to the children. Hot tears well up in deeply sorrowful eyes as the harsh reality of their tragic past brutally shatters the innocent memory. Growing older forcefully taught them the tragic true meaning of judgment, drastically shifting their innocent worldview into a dark reality. The once innocent boy has fully grown into a hardened man, carrying the heavy, haunting memory of his beloved sister. Mirroring the very book Rosemary loved, a tearful Marie begs for a little more time as she bravely prepares to fulfill her dark duty. Armed with deadly resolve, the cape-clad Ronaldo steadily ascends the grand stairs, fully intending to personally judge the corrupt king. The immense scale of the grand throne room perfectly underscores the intense, impending confrontation between the vengeful knight and the seated monarch. Staring down the terrified monarch with absolute disdain, Ronaldo forcefully calls out King Grey de Regis by his full name. Whipping out an official writ, the furious swordsman commands the king to look closely at the extensively compiled list of his heinous crimes. Sweating profusely, the cornered king is forcefully shown the damning signatures of numerous nobles who officially confirmed his absolute guilt. Leveling his sharp blade, Ronaldo declares his full authorization to pass sentence for the king's endless years of rampant embezzlement and violent misrule. Stepping firmly forward, the vengeful knight prepares to deliver his final, highly lethal decree. With eyes blazing with raw hatred, Ronaldo snarls that he desperately wanted to hang the king exactly as he killed his beloved sister. To the utter shock of the room, Ronaldo steps aside and officially transfers the ultimate right of punishment to Lady Marie Edigma. The thoroughly bewildered king stammers in complete confusion as an intensely focused Marie steps up to deliver the final blow alongside Albert. Startled by the sudden heavy responsibility, Marie listens as Ronaldo firmly insists she carry out the act while ironically expressing immense gratitude for her mercy. Gathering her fragmented resolve, a deeply stunned Marie realizes she must enact the king's brutal punishment right then and there. Bathed in dramatic light, the two fierce men who lived solely for revenge silently watch as Marie takes center stage in their dark crusade. A shattered crown lies in the darkness as a silent voice declares that only a judgment delivered in Rosemary's own words will allow their hearts to accept the truth. Gripping her chest in a moment of intense doubt, Marie questions if she can weave the right words for them to accept. A worn picture book rests silently as she resolves to forge a much more peaceful ending than the one written upon its pages. Pushing past her lingering hesitation, she firmly reminds herself that she has absolutely no other choice but to succeed. Unwavering resolve ignites within her tear-filled eyes as she steels her heart for the ultimate confrontation. Stepping boldly into the grand chamber, Marie stands tall before a stunned King Grey while Ronaldo watches closely from the side. Sweat instantly beads on the king's face as he stares in bewildered shock at the fierce young woman suddenly challenging his authority. Glaring at the sovereign, she coldly states that King Grey knew absolutely nothing when he unjustly condemned Rosemary so long ago. Closing her eyes to steady her beating heart, she expresses relief that his inhumane expression no longer holds any power over her. Her fierce gaze locks onto him as she boldly declares that even standing this close, the blinding hatred simply does not rise within her anymore. Addressing King Grey de Regis directly, she announces that he is the one being judged, prompting Ronaldo to command silence while the terrified king screams to know her identity. Standing with absolute authority, Marie firmly declares that she will now pronounce his ultimate sentence. Ronaldo gazes at her with a profound, quiet intensity while Marie stares straight ahead, completely unyielding in her monumental task. The sheer weight of the moment hangs heavily in the air as the invisible pressure of justice finally bears down on the throne. Panicking wildly, the king demands to know who this woman is just as she loudly reiterates that she is hereby pronouncing his sentence. Watching her command the room, Ronaldo rejects the idea that she is merely a subordinate or tied to Rizuru, stunned that he trusts her enough to hand over the judgment completely. A haunting sense of familiarity washes over Ronaldo as he realizes he has seen her commanding aura somewhere before. Advancing flawlessly, she dictates that he will take full responsibility, completely abdicate his throne, and transfer the crown directly to Prince Rizuru. Looking down upon the trembling monarch, she orders him to stand before the people and publicly apologize for the horrific crimes Ronaldo finally uncovered. She demands he admit his mistake regarding Lady Rosemary Hubert's execution 20 years ago, clear her name, grant her a proper headstone, and let her rest peacefully. Trembling with sheer dread, King Grey frantically asks if Ronaldo instructed her to say this, completely bewildered by her deep knowledge of the distant past. Staring him down without mercy, she reminds the crumbling monarch that Rosemary Hubert was always the one pushing him to act like a true king. Her voice drops to a lethal whisper as she reveals that Rosemary did everything in her power to prevent exactly this tragic outcome. Quoting a forgotten truth, she fiercely declares that the nation does not belong to the king, but rather to the people, and the king only holds it in trust. Closing her eyes, she repeats the profound maxim that the nation belongs solely to the people, reinforcing the sacred trust the king so brutally violated. Absolute terror shatters the king's composure as he screams out, recognizing that Rosemary Hubert once spoke those exact words to him. A deep sorrow tinges her voice as she points out that despite remembering those sacred words, he still committed such unforgivable atrocities. Ronaldo stares in awe at her expression, while she quickly tries to brush off the intense, overwhelming emotional weight of the moment. His heart pounds violently in his chest as he realizes her sorrowful gaze is so breathtakingly similar to his lost sister's. Regaining her regal composure, she gracefully turns back to the condemned king and states that once he has completed all of her demands, the next phase will begin. Condemned to the absolute isolation of the White Tower, a grim prison designed strictly for wayward royals, King Grey learns of his impending doom. Outraged by the sudden decree, Grey frantically stammers that only a select few members of the royal family even know the Dark Tower exists. Staring him down with lethal detachment, Marie coldly declares that his solitary confinement will last for the rest of his miserable life. She delivers a final crushing blow by stating that Prince Rizal will be the absolute only person permitted to ever visit his cell. Spotting his son in the chamber, the disgraced king bitterly accuses Rizal of orchestrating the entire rebellion and filling Marie's head with treason. Standing tall in the face of his father's venomous accusations, Rizal calmly denies having any direct hand in the uprising. Despite the king's countless sins and foolishness, Rizal sincerely thanks Marie for granting him visitation rights, insisting the man is still his father. A heavy silence falls over the ornate hall as the sheer emotional weight of the young prince's unwavering filial devotion hangs in the air. Disgusted by his son's display of pity, the fallen monarch scoffs aggressively and turns his head away in stubborn, unbroken pride. Rizal frankly admits he is relieved his father survived the coup, noting that the king's ruinous path would have eventually brought him here regardless. As Grey curses his fate and cries out that he was trapped, Rizal coldly reminds him that a king who entirely neglects his duties inevitably loses his throne. Refusing to accept responsibility, Grey wildly points fingers and blames Queen Tia and his treacherous chancellors for successfully setting him up. Rizal ruthlessly cuts through the pathetic excuses, stating that his father knew of the corruption yet chose to play around and allow himself to be used. Commanding the furious man to stay completely silent, Rizal asserts that there was so much more the king could have done to protect his realm. Driven into a desperate corner, the sweating king hurls a final, venomous insult by violently questioning the legitimacy of Rizal's royal parentage. Unfazed by the cowardly jab, the young prince glares fiercely down at his father and firmly claims his rightful bloodline with absolute certainty. Vowing to heal the deep wounds and historical stains inflicted on their people, Rizal proudly declares he will shoulder the heavy burden of the throne. Watching the young prince wholeheartedly embrace his daunting new duty, Marie reflects on how truly magnificent and capable Rizal has become. She realizes that Rizal learned exactly how to rule by watching his father fail, turning the foolish king into his ultimate cautionary tale. Looking down at the broken man, Marie laments that Gray never truly saw his own son because he stubbornly refused to listen to anyone around him. Stepping slightly away from the throne, Rizal delivers a final, unshakable vow to return once he has fully established himself as the true ruler. He powerfully challenges the fallen monarch to face him properly as a father on the day he fully claims the kingdom's crown. Left entirely alone with his crushing, undeniable failures, the disgraced king clutches his face and unleashes an agonizing wail of pure despair. Following his absolute and public defeat, King Gray is swiftly dragged away by the royal knights to begin his eternal, solitary sentence. Stripped entirely of his immense power and blinding pride, the once arrogant ruler becomes shockingly meek as the heavy reality of the tower crushes him. His spirit completely shatters, leaving behind a hollow, pathetic shell of a man so broken that one would doubt he ever sat upon the throne. Gazing softly toward the bright future, Marie quietly contemplates the incredibly turbulent journey that has finally brought them to this moment. She smiles with genuine relief, firmly believing that this bloodless resolution is infinitely better than ending their conflict with a brutal execution. Standing proudly alongside Alberto and Ronaldo, Marie reflects deeply on the true, overarching purpose behind her miraculous reincarnation. Holding hands tightly with her closest allies, she finally understands that securing this peaceful, hopeful era. A solitary horse-drawn carriage rattles along a misty path as a distressed passenger begins to spiral. Deep in thought, the hidden figure frantically wonders where exactly everything went so terribly wrong. Peering out from behind the heavy iron bars of his mobile cell, the disgraced King Gray looks entirely defeated. The prison carriage rolls onward as the fallen monarch continuously questions his past mistakes. Staring through the cold bars, the deposed king asks his guard how much longer until they reach the infamous White Tower. The stoic female guard calmly glances back and informs him that their bleak destination is about half a day away. As the guard mentions observing basic decorum by Prince Rizal's orders, Gray sarcastically mocks her for using royal honorifics with a criminal. Breaking into a hollow laugh, the ruined monarch bitterly wonders if this unexpectedly gentle treatment is supposed to be mercy. Gray's mind violently drifts back to his lavish court, remembering the faceless sycophants who constantly pushed papers and false praises upon him. A striking vision reveals the grim truth that the mighty king was merely a pathetic puppet dancing on the strings of his manipulative court. Gray realizes that being surrounded by power-hungry flatterers caused him to completely forget how to think for himself. His eyes narrow in deep regret as he admits that the massive burden of ruling eventually became an unbearable hassle. The chilling memory of the vengeful Ronaldo pointing a bloody blade at his throat flashes vividly in his mind. He wonders if things would be different if he had just run away, recalling how his terrified body completely froze when Ronaldo closed in. A pitiful image highlights the once mighty king slumped defenselessly on the ground in total and utter defeat. He bitterly recalls that not a single one of the greedy sycophants who manipulated him ever reached out a hand to save him. The somber prison carriage continues its steady, inevitable journey through the quiet and shaded woods. Slumping back against the wooden wall, Gray angrily scolds himself for continuously dwelling on these utterly useless thoughts. He reflects that the palace never offered a moment of peace, leaving him constantly hurried, terrified, and forced to play along. The grim reality fully sets in that his incredibly passive rule only resulted in him being universally despised. The strict guard advises him to use his time in the White Tower to properly face his sins and reflect on his current reality. A heavy book is suddenly slid through the bars with a loud clatter as the guard firmly orders him to read. Clutching his head in desperate denial, the broken man violently insists that he has absolutely no sins to atone for. The guard notes his unusual behavior, pointing out that most deniers usually thrash or try to run rather than sitting in defeated silence. Completely drained of all his fighting spirit, the exhausted king simply admits his overwhelming fatigue. His dull eyes reflect pure apathy as he realizes that absolutely nothing he does will ever change his grim fate. Accepting his thoroughly broken state, the guard grants him permission to just rest as the carriage rolls onward. Tightly gripping his trembling hands, Gray is suddenly haunted by the persistent memory of a strict woman who frequently scolded him. A bright flashback echoes a commanding voice firmly declaring that he will be staying right there for a while. The traumatic memory solidifies as a younger, completely stunned Gray is sharply addressed by his royal title. Holding out a thick book, Marie warmly asks Prince Rizzle if he would like to accompany her to the library. She enthusiastically notes that the text covers their history in an engaging way, adding that the diagrams are incredibly clear. A soft blush spreads across the young prince's face as he takes in her bright, encouraging smile. A stark memory flashes back to a defiant King Gray refusing to attend his lessons, coldly ignoring a desperate Rosemary. Turning his back on her outstretched hand, Gray completely dismisses her as a bothersome woman. Snapping back to the grim present, Gray bitterly realizes that he might not be entirely ruined if he had only listened to her words. His mind drifts back to a quiet, solemn memory of the one time he visited the royal graves alone with Rosemary. The two figures stand together in perfect silence before the towering stone monuments of the ancestors. A profound stillness settles over them as they share a private, unbroken moment of reflection. Turning toward him with a serene expression, Rosemary flashes a gentle, breathtaking smile from beneath her dark veil. Gray's voice echoes through the memory as he curiously asks Rosemary what she had been praying for. Clasping her hands together in quiet devotion, she sincerely reveals that she asked the ancestors to protect Lord Gray. With unwavering faith, she assures him that despite the hard road ahead, she wished for the ancestors to grant him their eternal blessings. Sitting completely alone in a dark cell, the broken king wonders why his mind keeps wandering back to Rosemary so much. Suddenly, the fierce, condemning gaze of Marie violently flashes across his shattered consciousness. A chilling realization hits him that the mysterious woman terrifies his very soul because she so strongly resembles Rosemary. Gripping his worn clothes in absolute frustration, Gray curses his pathetic and powerless reality. Staring blankly into the shadows, the deposed king quietly admits that he has been suffering from a terrifying dream. In his dark visions, the brutal executioner's blade falls as he repeatedly watches himself being killed over and over again. A heavy, suffocating despair washes over him as he morbidly considers that dying in his sleep might be the easiest escape. Completely stripped of his will to live, he equates his broken existence to a lifeless puppet without a single ounce of struggle remaining. Looking down at the miserable man in his cell, Marie coldly states that it is hard to believe he was ever a king. She mercilessly commands the ex-puppet monarch to hole up in his cage and dream until the day he finally dies. Leaving the shadows behind, Marie walks forward with a triumphant, radiant smile, completely ready to embrace the light. A decisive declaration rings out across the land, confirming that the bloody rebellion has finally come to an end. Sunlight bathes the grand palace balcony as the victorious group steps out to face the hopeful, waiting masses. Ronaldo stands tall and fiercely resolute, fully prepared to lead the royal guard into a bright, untainted era. Smiling warmly, Marie notes that right after addressing the people, Prince Rizzle will surely be crowned the new king. The united group stands firmly before the grand doors, stepping bravely together into the kingdom's hopeful future. Despite being central to the entire coup, Ronaldo and Alberto remain uncharged, working tirelessly to pay their country back through sheer devotion. Confirming their upcoming plans, Ronaldo informs Marie that Prince Rizzle's coronation will be held in exactly 1 week. Prince Rizzle admits that while he has mostly finished explaining his father's fate to the people, the thought of actually becoming king still scares him. Placing a reassuring hand on the young prince, Ronaldo firmly advises him to hold his head high and keep walking since there is no time for fear. Drawing strength from his mentor's words, a determined Rizzle agrees and promises to move forward as a true king. Noticing Ronaldo's unusually pleasant expression, an amused Alberto points out that it is incredibly rare for the Ice Duke to smile at anything other than Marie. Teasing his stoic comrade, Alberto jokes that he should smile more often before his face permanently freezes that way. Shifting to more serious matters, Ronaldo asks about the current state of the Knight Order since it previously housed several loyalists to the former king. Alberto sighs heavily, explaining that his hands are entirely full and the recruitment of new members is currently on a temporary hold. His thoughts drifting back to their shared struggles, Alberto wonders aloud if Marie is finally able to rest after they pushed her to do so much. Smiling softly, Ronaldo assures him she will be fine and notes that they will see for themselves today since they are visiting her together. Realizing exactly why his friend is in such a remarkably good mood, Alberto excitedly admits he is also looking forward to Marie's home cooking. Ronaldo confidently claims Marie is coming with him to the Rose domain, but Alberto firmly objects, stating he wants her back as a maid in the night order. Conceding the point gracefully, Ronaldo agrees that the final decision ultimately rests entirely with Marie. Meanwhile, at a large and peaceful estate, a familiar voice rings out calling for Marie. Lounging lazily on a plush sofa, Marie's older brother dramatically demands that she bring him a cup of tea. Slamming the teacup down onto the table with a sharp clatter, an irritated Marie snaps that she is absolutely not his personal maid. She takes a quiet moment to reflect, noting that she is currently staying with her brother who works at the royal palace. A cheerful memory surfaces of her fellow maids promising to right her, as they were all sent home while Prince Rizal's search for a fiancé remains on hold. Her lazy brother casually orders her to grab some sweets as well, prompting a dismissive and exhausted sigh from Marie. Pouring the tea with practiced grace, Marie genuinely appreciates living a normal life again despite feeling like an eternity has passed. A sudden wave of nostalgia washes over her as she remembers the intense, chaotic events she survived alongside Rizal, Ronaldo, and Alberto. Her brother casually asks if Duke Rose and Lord McLean are coming to visit today, causing Marie to gasp in sudden realization. Snapping into a frantic panic, she realizes she completely lost track of time and needs to prepare their dinner immediately. While hastily feeding her pet Wacky, her brother sarcastically thanks her for finally being useful, earning a sharp glare in return. With a casual wave, the lazy sibling announces he is heading out for the day, leaving Marie alone to finish her urgent preparations. Despite the sudden rush and chaotic household dynamic, a peaceful aura surrounds the estate, showing that Marie is finally truly happy. Hurrying into the bustling market, the elegant young woman quickly gathers the necessary ingredients to cook a perfect welcoming feast. Throwing the front doors open with a glowing smile, Marie happily welcomes a dashing Ronaldo and Alberto into her humble home. Serving a warm, home-style meal, she bashfully apologizes for the simple food, but Ronaldo warmly assures her that her cooking brings him immense joy. Happily digging into the feast, Alberto praises the delicious flavors and cheerfully declares that he prefers this meal over any fancy court cuisine. An energetic voice cheerfully calls out while firmly claiming that mere compliments won't earn any extra favors. The chaotic scene suddenly shifts to reveal the lively group gathering together in a brightly lit setting. A friendly companion warmly greets Marie, expressing profound relief that both she and her partner are completely safe. The cheerful messenger casually extends a sealed envelope, revealing it is a direct correspondence from Prince Rizal. Comedic bickering instantly erupts as the lively messenger fiercely defends how he legally obtained the royal letter from Duke Rose. Staring intently at the sealed envelope, Marie's thoughts immediately and profoundly drift back to Prince Rizal. Gently grasping the precious letter in her hands, a wave of quiet emotion entirely washes over the young lady. Breaking the wax seal, Marie admires the prince's elegant handwriting while noting they haven't spoken since the fateful day of judgment. A wistful expression crosses Marie's face as she deeply regrets that she never managed to tell the prince her true feelings. Lost in heavy introspection, she contemplates the sheer mysteries of her reincarnation and the profound secrets still hidden between them. Marie seriously questions if their intertwined souls have actually crossed paths long before this current, turbulent lifetime. Firmly brushing aside the mystical past, she warmly resolves that what truly matters is their undeniable connection in this current life. A tender smile graces her bright face as she remembers the prince saying the exact reassuring words her heart desperately needed. Clutching the royal letter tightly to her chest, Marie whispers a deeply sincere thank you to the distant prince. Elsewhere, a serious conversation unfolds as the messenger confirms the letter's delivery and notes the prince's drastically altered condition. The men firmly agree that Prince Rizal has transformed into a highly focused and capable man fully fit to be king. The blonde duke confidently declares that the ultimate battle for Lady Marie's heart will inevitably come down to him and Alberto. A sudden, intense confrontation sparks in the room as the men fiercely challenge each other's romantic claims. With blazing determination in his eyes, the Duke firmly states that he will absolutely never give up his pursuit of Marie. Acknowledging the fiery declaration, Alberto coolly respects his rival's unapologetic and brutal honesty. The blonde Duke suddenly presents a royal decree, officially rewarding a highly shocked Alberto with a massive portion of the seized Hubert domain. Staring at the official documents in pure disbelief, Alberto realizes this immense reward officially elevates him to the prestigious rank of Duke. The blonde rival sharply points out that the snobbish nobility would absolutely never accept a mere commoner regardless of his heroic merit. Pushing the heavy documents forward, the Duke forcefully insists that this elevated status is absolutely vital if Alberto wants to stand beside Marie. The blonde man makes it explicitly clear that attaining true nobility is the bare minimum requirement to be worthy of her hand. His eyes widening in profound realization, Alberto grasps that his greatest rival is actually handing him a legitimate chance to win Marie. Burning with an unyielding competitive spirit, the blonde Duke smirks and fiercely promises that he still fully intends to win her heart. Accepting the ultimate romantic challenge, a heavily determined Alberto glares back and boldly tells his rival to bring it on. The intense rivalry beautifully settles into a moment of quiet, steadfast resolve as the men prepare for their upcoming battles. A serene final view perfectly caps off the explosive events, leaving the future wide open for the deeply unfolding romantic drama. Guiding the arriving guests through the magnificent halls, Marie Edigma warmly gestures for them to follow her lead. Anticipation electrifies the air today as the kingdom prepares for the truly memorable coronation where Prince Rizal officially becomes king. Nobles and esteemed ministers gather quietly in the grand entranceway, murmuring softly as they eagerly await the historic ceremony. A sharp, commanding voice suddenly roars for silence, instantly cutting through the bustling crowd's noise. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echo through the silent hall as a commanding figure begins their determined approach. The grand double doors swing wide open, revealing imposing silhouettes bathed in a brilliant, blinding light. The crowd watches in absolute awe as the newly crowned King Rizuru steps forward, projecting unquestionable royal authority. Gripping his regal staff firmly, Rizuru's face hardens, proving to everyone that his once innocent look has completely vanished. Walking proudly beside the young monarch, Lord Ronaldo draws breathless gasps from the crowd with his gorgeous, striking appearance. A young woman in the crowd watches them with wide eyes, completely captivated by the overwhelming presence of both men. The awe-inspiring pair commands the room, leaving the audience absolutely stunned by their flawless regal bearing. Gloved hands carefully lift the heavy, jewel-encrusted crown, preparing to finalize the kingdom's royal transition. The magnificent crown rests upon King Rizuru's head, cementing his rightful place as the realm's supreme ruler. A solemn voice formally declares glory to the kingdom of Durezza as Ronaldo looks on with a soft, proud expression. Thunderous applause erupts through the grand hall as everyone loudly proclaims glory to the newly crowned king of Durezza. Marie's face flushes with profound joy, her eyes sparkling as she witnesses the beautifully historic moment unfold. Later at Stanley's house, a sharply dressed man questions why Marie is attending the coronation ball when usually only ministers and royal kin go. He intensely interrogates her about what strings she pulled, mentioning wild rumors that she is the woman favored by Duke Rose. Marie vehemently denies pulling any strings, while her brother shamelessly begs her to use those non-existent connections for his promotion. She explains that she could not refuse because Lord Rizal was waiting, marveling at how no one would believe such an unlikely connection. Smiling softly, she admits she is deeply glad she went because the two leaders looked absolutely beautiful together. Her brother notes they must make a proper impression at the coronation ball, expressing utter surprise that she actually asked him to escort her. Sweating nervously, Marie confesses that Ronaldo offered to escort her himself and strictly warns her brother not to do anything weird. She admits she thought Ronaldo's offer was a bad idea, prompting her brother to excitedly yell that it is time to network and rise in society. Getting ready for the ball, Marie delicately fastens the exquisite rose hairpiece and dons the stunning dress that Ronaldo gifted her. Admiring the detailed craftsmanship, she softly notes that the elegant design is so very much like him. Stepping out of her room fully prepared, she decides it is time to meet up with her overly ambitious brother for the grand event. She navigates the bustling venue, quickly realizing that the massive celebration is unsurprisingly packed with excited nobles. Looking frantically for her brother in the sea of people, she suddenly hears a deep voice call out her name from the shadows. Sir Alberto approaches her in his formal knight's attire, gently asking the startled Marie if something is wrong. Searching through the grand palace halls, Marie spots the towering figure of Sir Alberto and asks if he has seen her brother. She warmly explains that she has officially decided to start addressing him as Sir, dropping her old casual habits. Alberto informs her that Lord Stanley is at the smoking area, noting with a hint of respect that her brother now outranks him. Suddenly feeling self-conscious about the conversation, the usually stoic knight coughs awkwardly and nervously attempts to change the subject. Fidgeting with the delicate fabric of her elaborate gown, Marie shyly asks the imposing knight if she looks good in her new dress. A deep crimson blush spreads across Alberto's face as he genuinely admits that she looks absolutely beautiful. Thanking him with a gentle smile, Marie confesses her discomfort with fancy clothes while complimenting his own dashing appearance. Sweating slightly under his heavy armor, Alberto jokes that his stiff ceremonial attire makes it nearly impossible to even swing a sword. Giggling softly at his rare display of discomfort, Marie playfully assures him that the earnest look suits him perfectly. Stepping closer to inspect his elaborate armor, she teasingly asks if he actually prefers wearing this heavy ceremonial gear. With a warm and genuine smile, Marie declares that he looks far more natural and comfortable in his standard knight's uniform. She enthusiastically insists that Sir Alberto is such a wonderful knight that he looks incredible in anything, prompting a highly flustered Alberto to return the compliment. A brief, stunned silence falls over the hardened knight as her earnest words completely catch him off guard. Their quiet moment shatters as Lord Stanley cheerfully arrives, prompting Alberto to respectfully excuse himself from the siblings. Leaning in with a teasing grin, Stanley marvels at his sister's amazing ability to hold a casual conversation with the infamous knight. Stanley notes in sheer disbelief that it is the very first time he has ever seen the workaholic warrior chatting so warmly while on duty. A sudden realization hits Marie as she understands Alberto deliberately stayed by her side to ensure she was not left alone. Touched by his unspoken kindness and quiet protection, a flustered Marie silently whispers her gratitude while her brother watches in complete confusion. Murmurs erupt among the nearby nobles, who are utterly shocked to witness the notoriously cold knight looking genuinely happy. Desperate to escape the sudden blinding spotlight, a panicked Marie quickly drags Stanley away before any wild rumors can completely ruin the night. The whispering noblewomen continue to gossip wildly, utterly fascinated by the incredibly rare sight of someone earning Sir Alberto's favor. Meanwhile, a sharply dressed and utterly composed royal makes his silent, commanding entrance into the grand venue. His sharp, piercing gaze scans the extravagant surroundings with silent intensity and unbreakable focus. Outside the towering palace walls, the night sky glitters brightly as the highly anticipated royal ball finally commences. Standing before the grand entrance, Marie quietly braces herself to step inside the moment the reception formally calls their names. The royal announcer's voice booms through the massive hall, officially declaring the grand arrival of Stanley and Marie Edigma. Taking in the sheer scale of the breathtaking architecture, Marie nervously admits to herself that her heart is racing wildly. As the massive doors swing open, she steps into the blinding light of the ballroom and freezes in absolute awe at the spectacle. The crowd falls completely silent as the royal announcer loudly and proudly proclaims the arrival of the newly crowned King Rizzle. Bathed in the brilliant glow of the grand hall, King Rizzle and his loyal companions turn to the crowd with warm, radiant smiles. A smiling blonde girl with a beautiful flower hairpin beams brightly as the vibrant festivities begin. A stern companion warns Marie not to spill her drinks, gently poking her as she looks completely startled. A close-up reveals an elegant glass being raised high, as a blonde man happily toasts to this very day. The massive crowd raises their glasses together in a joyous, unified cheer that echoes through the grand hall. Talented musicians passionately play the flute and violin, filling the extravagant room with beautiful, floating melodies. Marie excitedly gasps in sheer amazement as she eagerly marvels at the incredibly fresh Torwegian shrimp meunière. A massive, freshly prepared shrimp is grandly presented on a silver platter to the absolute astonishment of the hungry guests. The attendees happily praise the amazing food, noting that live seafood is brought directly to the castle to be cooked right before serving. A cheerful friend jokes that she'll gladly pick Edigma food over blood dancing any day, fondly highlighting Marie's father's gourmet taste. The lively atmosphere suddenly shifts as someone points out the newly crowned king taking the floor for an elegant dance. Whispers ripple through the crowd as guests note the king wisely chose a married relative as his partner to completely avoid stirring rumors. Stepping gracefully into the scene, an elegant dark-haired man gently greets Marie and remarks on the lovely dancing. A cheerful blonde man playfully interrupts the moment, asking his big brother if he already has a partner so they can join the dance floor. Turning his full attention to Marie, the dark-haired man formally asks if she cares to dance, noting he'll make an exception just this once. The scene shifts to reveal Ronaldo, looking incredibly dashing in a finely tailored suit, striding confidently through the murmuring crowd. Marie looks up in complete surprise as a smiling Ronaldo approaches, warmly complimenting how beautifully her outfit suits her. A tearful close-up reveals her deep, overwhelming gratitude as she sincerely thanks him for the lovely things he gave her. With a gentle, charming smile, Ronaldo smoothly extends his gloved hand toward the highly emotional girl. Looking down with warm eyes, he smoothly asks if he may officially accept her thanks in the form of a dance. Marie eagerly accepts the sweet invitation, softly resting her delicate hand upon his with a joyful confirmation. The elegant couple begins to sway to the romantic music as Ronaldo curiously asks who her very first dance partner was. Marie offers a bashful smile, lightly explaining that girls from small towns rarely get the chance to meet many eligible men. Looking genuinely surprised, Ronaldo questions if truly not a single soul bothered to ask her to dance at her grand debut. He expresses his sheer amazement at seeing her move so gracefully now while nostalgically thinking back to when they were young. Pulling her close, Ronaldo confesses he feels largely numb now, noting that Rosemary would be deeply surprised that only the memories remain. A painful flashback hits hard, showing a tearful, younger Ronaldo finally being freed from the heavy, suffocating chains of revenge. Tears stream down Marie's face as she reflects that she felt Rosemary's powerful, lingering emotions closer than ever before. Staring thoughtfully into the distance, Marie tries to explain that something deep inside her is seamlessly blending together. Holding her tenderly, Ronaldo shares his childhood dream of dancing with his sister, certain that Rosemary felt the exact same way. Blushing deeply as they twirl in perfect harmony, Marie warmly confesses she is truly happy to be dancing with him. The grand ballroom pulses with life as elegantly dressed nobles twirl and sway across the expansive dance floor. Marie stands alone in the crowded hall, her stunning dress turning heads as she watches the festivities. Frantic whispers ripple through the crowd as shocked onlookers gossip about Lord Ronaldo actually dancing with someone. Overwhelmed by the intense scrutiny and realizing she did just dance with Ronaldo, a flustered Marie decides to step outside for some fresh air. Stepping away from the suffocating ballroom, she lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, a mysterious figure suddenly approaches her from behind on the quiet balcony. A smooth-talking man slides up beside her, boldly asking the seemingly alone Lady Edigma for a dance while she stammers about keeping her brother waiting. The pushy stranger leans in closer, urging her to forget her excuses and indulge him for just a little while. Marie visibly recoils, her inner thoughts screaming that she has no desire to get friendly with a man who will not even reveal his name. Just as the tension peaks, a sharp, commanding voice cuts through the darkness, demanding to know if there is a problem. Sir Albert emerges from the shadows in his full knight's armor, his stern presence immediately halting the stranger's aggressive advance. The pushy noble's confident smirk vanishes, replaced by sheer shock as he recognizes the imposing knight. Marie turns around, her worried expression instantly shifting into one of profound relief at Albert's timely arrival. Standing tall and unyielding, Albert glares down the nobleman with a silent, intimidating warning. The air grows thick with tension as the nobleman visibly sweats under Albert's piercing, lethal stare. The nervous noble stammers a quick excuse before Albert coldly orders him back to the hall, warning him that accidents happen in such dim places. Beaten and thoroughly intimidated, the pushy stranger quickly turns tail and flees back into the bustling party. With the threat gone, Albert softens his fierce gaze and softly calls out to Lady Marie. Snapping back to reality, Marie stammers a quick response just before a sudden voice politely asks to escort her. Completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Marie watches in confusion as Albert begins to stride away. She frantically calls out to him, pointing out that they have completely passed the ballroom and are heading in the wrong direction. Stopping in her tracks, she calls his name with a mix of confusion and rising concern. Snapping out of his daze, a heavily blushing Albert profusely apologizes for spacing out, asking if she is all right after the prior confrontation. A warm, grateful smile spreads across Marie's flushed face as she sincerely thanks him for saving her earlier. She admits with a nervous laugh that the pushy nobleman was someone she simply did not know how to handle. Albert's expression turns serious as he firmly states that the only thing that matters is that she remained completely unharmed. He issues a gentle but firm warning, urging her not to stray from her brother's side since places like this attract people who easily get out of hand. When asked about Lord Stanley's whereabouts, Marie awkwardly admits her brother is busy with a tryst, leaving her to head home alone. Refusing to let her wander by herself, Albert immediately offers to walk her to the carriage queue at the main gate to prevent any further trouble. As she happily accepts his protective offer, a sudden, dramatic shift in the ballroom's music catches their immediate attention. Looking deeply into Albert's eyes, Marie softly asks if he remembers their shared past. Albert smiles fondly, recalling the familiar melody that Rosemary often practiced her dances to. Reaching out his hand in a classic gentleman's gesture, he formally invites her to join him. Gazing at her with an earnest expression, Albert requests her company for just a little while. He smoothly asks if she would mind sharing a dance to the beautiful, nostalgic music. A faint blush sweeps across Marie's cheeks as she looks up at the handsome knight in sheer surprise. Gently taking his outstretched hand, Marie accepts the sudden invitation with absolute pleasure. They step gracefully onto the polished floor, their elegant shoes perfectly syncing to the gentle rhythm. Pulling her close, Albert expertly leads Marie through a breathtaking and intimate ballroom dance. Astonished by his incredibly smooth footwork, Marie cheerfully praises the knight for his impressive skills. Gazing up at his face, she playfully points out that he used to be much stiffer when dancing with Rosemary. Blushing deeply in embarrassment, Albert shyly admits that he practiced hard even though he still feels inadequate. Modestly brushing off the compliment, Marie explains she has only danced with her family, but Albert warmly insists she is the truly skilled one. His expression suddenly darkening with a hint of jealousy, Albert confesses that he saw her dancing alone with Reinhard earlier. A heavy tension falls between them as the usually composed knight struggles to hide his intense, lingering emotions. Blinking in sheer confusion at his sudden change in mood, Marie listens quietly as the string quartet continues to play. Noticing a sudden shift in the melody, Marie points out the new song and gently suggests they head toward the main gate. Outside the grand palace walls, the night remains lively as carriages prepare to take the noble guests home. Stepping out into the cool air, the pair approaches the bustling transport zone as the grand ball finally winds down. Checking the official departure ledger, an attendant notes that there are 3 carriages ahead of them before they are called. When asked about his strict patrol duties, Albert confidently explains that his men have temporarily taken over to grant him a rare window of freedom. Smiling warmly at his companion, Albert mentions that all the knights at the venue are eagerly waiting for her to return to them. A wave of guilt washes over Marie as she realizes the night order is severely understaffed now that Nikki and the other maids have left. Caught between drastically different paths, a deep sense of hesitation entirely consumes her torn heart. She agonizes over her 3 major choices: returning to her hometown, accompanying Reinhard, or working under Albert as a loyal maid. Remembering her supportive family and the newly appointed Chancellor Reinhard, she reflects that they completely left the final decision in her hands. Heartwarming memories flood her mind of the cheerful nights and Mr. Lieber begging her to visit them again. Clenching her fists in frustration, she realizes she cares far too much about her dear friends to simply walk away without worrying. Noticing her deep distress, a concerned Albert gently breaks her train of thought and asks what is wrong. Sweating nervously under his caring gaze, Marie admits her heavy conflict about the future as Albert patiently promises to listen. A glowing full moon entirely illuminates the dark, quiet estate as a solitary voice acknowledges the unfolding situation. Sitting together in the shadows, a serious Alberto brings up the pressing matter of where Marie ultimately plans to live. Blushing furiously, Marie nervously stammers that she should start thinking about it since she has officially reached the age of marriage. She emotionally confesses her lingering attachment to the Enigma domain, deeply fearing the overwhelming loneliness of moving away to the capital or the Rose estate. Staring thoughtfully into the night, Alberto rationally notes that asking a future partner to completely relocate to the countryside would be a massive request. Realizing the heavy implications of her words, a highly flustered Marie frantically waves her hands and apologizes for sounding like she already chose someone. A tense, heavy silence completely overtakes the conversation as Alberto stares intently at the deeply embarrassed girl. Seizing the perfect escape, Marie abruptly jumps up when a servant calls her name, desperately using it as an excuse to flee. Offering a final, highly flushed smile, she sincerely thanks Sir Alberto for patiently listening to her endless rambling. In a sudden, explosive blur of motion, Alberto aggressively shoots his hand forward to catch her before she can completely slip away. A massive close-up captures Marie's deeply startled eye as she lets out a confused gasp of pure shock. Anchoring her in place, the towering knight firmly grasps her delicate hand, entirely halting her frantic retreat under the moonlight. his expression entirely hidden in the shadows, a resolute Alberto begins to utter a highly life-changing proposition. The air completely freezes as the bold knight directly asks the completely stunned Marie if she will marry him. A gentle, breathless silence washes over Marie as the absolute gravity of his sudden proposal fully sinks in. With her face burning bright red, the highly bewildered lady can only manage a single, incredibly weak gasp of absolute disbelief. A sudden flashback introduces Stanley Edigma, a highly arrogant young man loudly declaring his ultimate departure from the boring countryside. Staring in pure bewilderment, a younger Marie completely questions her brother's sky-high self-esteem as he boldly guarantees he'll become chancellor in 10 years. Snapping back to the present, Stanley cheerfully announces his sister will be living with him, completely ignoring Marie's deeply sarcastic quips. The smug brother completely loses his composure, his eyes bugging out when Marie casually mentions highly frequent visits from Duke Rose and Captain McLean. Sweating in sheer terror, Stanley frantically demands to know how his little sister managed to forge such monstrously huge and incredibly dangerous connections. The narrative highlights the absurdly massive goodwill Marie earned, showing both Ronaldo and Alberto sincerely praising her excellent, highly invaluable work. Stanley completely spirals into pure panic as Marie casually produces a highly sealed, deeply personal letter straight from Prince Rizzle. Trembling with absolute dread, the overwhelmed brother completely questions if his fiercely ambitious sister is literally aiming to seize the royal throne. Desperately trying to prove his worth as a capable older brother, a frantic Stanley rapidly lists off his exhaustively completed household chores. Confidently leaning into his hosting duties, Stanley proposes a wildly popular countryside board game to entertain the highly prestigious Lord Rose and Lord McLean. The tension instantly spikes as both Ronaldo and Alberto eagerly accept the challenge, deeply nostalgic for the highly competitive game. A brutal, crushing reality perfectly shatters Stanley's pride as Ronaldo easily claims first place, leaving the completely defeated brother in dead last. Sweating profusely, a highly defensive Stanley blatantly lies to Marie, desperately claiming he threw the match just to let their terrifying guests have fun. Smiling warmly at his absolute foolishness, Marie affectionately praises her seemingly lazy brother for his surprisingly genuine and highly competent efforts. Daydreaming about his bright future, Stanley casually remarks that life would be incredibly easy if Marie took care of him forever. The ambitious young man confidently declares himself a capable big brother, playfully lamenting that being too talented is such a drag. A heavily blushing Albert completely shatters the calm atmosphere by suddenly and loudly asking Marie to marry him. Caught entirely off guard, Marie stares back with wide, unblinking eyes as a confused gasp escapes her lips. Without waiting for an answer, a visibly panicked Albert abruptly grabs the carriage handle and declares he will close the door. The heavy wooden doors of the carriage shut tight as the vehicle quickly pulls away from the grand estate. Arriving back at her modest home, a completely exhausted Marie slowly opens her bedroom door. Still wearing her formal dress, she collapses flat onto her bed and stares blankly up at the ceiling. Thrashing around in pure panic, she mentally screams that this is absolutely not the right time for a marriage proposal. Meanwhile at the guard station, a deeply embarrassed Albert buries his flushed face in his hands in absolute despair. Outside the room, his concerned subordinates whisper among themselves about the captain's unusually gloomy behavior since returning from security detail. Bursting into the room, Eva proudly announces himself as the captain's adjutant and demands Albert consult him with any problems. Looking utterly defeated, Albert simply confesses to his shocked subordinate that he accidentally ended up proposing. Eva shrieks in absolute horror while the devastated captain collapses face first onto his desk in agonizing regret. Seeing the captain drop his formal speech for a rougher tone, the guards realize with sheer shock that Albert is dead serious. Still blushing furiously, Albert softly reveals that the person he accidentally proposed to was Lady Marie Edigma. A vivid image of the beautiful noblewoman flashes through Eva's mind, making him realize that the pairing actually makes perfect sense. Banging his head violently against the desk, the regretful captain desperately wishes he could somehow turn back time. Striking a dramatic pose, a fiercely loyal Eva vows to use everything he has to fully support his captain's blossoming romance. The following morning, Stanley cheerfully notes his sister's lingering energy from the ball before heading off to work. Left to handle the household duties, Marie steps outside into the bright, bustling streets of the capital. Since the Edigma household lacks maids, she takes it upon herself to utilize her thrift techniques and buy ingredients for dinner. Enjoying the peaceful stroll, the young noblewoman gracefully makes her way toward the lively marketplace. Her attention is suddenly caught by a massive, noisy crowd swarming around a particular vendor's stall. Pushing through the eager onlookers, she discovers a cheerful artist enthusiastically selling various detailed portraits. Excited young women chatter loudly about buying gorgeous portraits of King Rizuru and Lord Reinhardt. The exquisite paintings capture the striking features of the royal figures, drawing endless praise from the admiring crowd. Suddenly, Marie's eyes lock onto a surprisingly handsome and familiar portrait of Sir Albert resting on the stand. A heavy silence falls over her as she stares intently at the knight's drawn face in the shadowy light. Trembling with anxiety, she frantically wonders if the sudden proposal was a mere joke and how she is supposed to even answer him. Stunned by a knight offering her one of Captain Albert's wildly popular portraits, Marie frantically ponders if the stoic warrior was actually serious about marriage. Her chaotic thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the cheerful wave of a familiar, mustached knight approaching her. The man is introduced as Sir Eva, Captain Albert's right hand, who earned the terrifying moniker of Demon Adjutant through his hellish training regimes. Despite his brutal reputation among the hardened soldiers, the adjutant has always been surprisingly gentle and kind toward the palace maids. Smiling warmly at the familiar face, Marie fondly recalls how exceptionally well he treated her during her time serving the Knight Order. Sir Eva beams with relief upon finally finding her, eagerly admitting that he has been searching all over the venue for her. Wasting no time, he cheerfully presents her with a special, youthful edition of the captain's highly sought-after portrait. Thrusting the rolled-up parchment directly into her personal space, he absolutely insists that she take it. He dramatically claims the portrait acts as a powerful charm for protection, leaving a bewildered Marie completely unsure of how to react. Shifting his tone to something far more serious, Sir Eva casually mentions that he actually has a crucial matter to discuss. Confused by the sudden formality, Marie cautiously asks what he could possibly need to discuss with her specifically. Bowing his head slightly in sheer desperation, the older knight begs for her assistance for the absolute sake of the entire Knight Order. He drops a massive request, heavily pleading with Marie to officially return to her former position as a Knight Order maid. Leaning against a wooden table in utter disbelief, Marie slowly repeats his request to ensure she heard him correctly. Her mind instantly flashes back to Albert's desperate, red-faced marriage proposal, causing a deep blush to erupt across her face. Sir Eva frantically explains that King Rizzle's new administrative overhauls have thrown the palace into sheer chaos, leaving the knights buried in neglected chores. He painfully reveals that their overworked captain has been forcing himself to handle the daily cooking, cleaning, and laundry on top of his grueling duties. The loyal adjutant laments that Albert stubbornly carries this crushing burden without taking a single break, entirely for the sake of his men. The shocking memory of Albert fiercely screaming his marriage proposal violently resurfaces in Marie's flustered mind. Insisting that her exceptional skills are second to none, Sir Eva passionately declares that her return is an absolute necessity to save their dying captain. Wiping imaginary tears from his eyes, he adds that her familiar presence will undoubtedly cheer up the thoroughly exhausted commander. Desperate to secure her agreement, the adjutant frantically promises a massive pay raise while a panicked Marie tries to calm him down. Smiling gently, Marie assures him that money is no issue thanks to her state pension and that she currently has plenty of free time on her hands. With a radiant and genuine smile, she happily agrees to return to her post as long as the rest of the order truly welcomes her back. Overjoyed by her miraculous acceptance, Sir Eva aggressively grasps her hands and screams his profound gratitude. The two firmly lock hands in a solid handshake, officially sealing Marie's highly anticipated return to the knights. Marie quietly reflects that staying idle at her brother's estate was driving her crazy while she waited for Albert's upcoming ennoblement. Staring softly ahead, she admits to herself that any opportunity to genuinely support Albert is a deeply welcome blessing. While the hidden knights secretly celebrate their massive victory in the background, Marie resolves to finally confront Albert about his sudden proposal. Miles away, a completely clueless Albert sneezes violently over his paperwork, entirely unaware of the elaborate and successful scheme his men just pulled off. A solemn Ronaldo gazes intently forward, his striking features perfectly illuminated by the stark, contrasting light. A highly stressed Eva and a mustached man urgently discuss the overwhelming mountain of palace paperwork and Knight Order arrangements. Striking a proud and highly confident pose, Eva boldly declares that she has personally taken care of all the tedious procedures. Marie gasps in sheer surprise, completely caught off guard upon learning her duties as a maid will officially begin tomorrow. Bowing respectfully, the sharply dressed messenger departs as Marie sincerely thanks him for finalizing the sudden arrangements. Gripped by sudden anxiety, a wide-eyed Marie stares blankly ahead while frantically wondering if she still remembers how to do the intense work. A sudden knock violently shatters the quiet as a cheerful Ronaldo boldly announces his arrival for dinner. Casually enjoying his extravagant meal, Ronaldo nonchalantly mentions bumping into Vice Captain Eva right outside the estate. A sharp, calculating eye narrows in deep thought as the underlying tension slowly begins to build. Looking slightly downcast, Marie nervously confesses that she will officially return to the Night Order as a lowly maid tomorrow. Startled by the sudden and drastic news, Ronaldo immediately questions if a serious rift has formed between her and Albert. Sweating profusely, Marie stammers in pure panic as Ronaldo casually launches his unexpected interrogation over the dinner table. Desperately denying any major conflict, Marie bristles as Ronaldo sharply asks if Albert finally confessed his deep romantic feelings. A phantom image of a stoic Albert flashes as Marie shockingly admits she received a stunning proposal rather than a simple love confession. Smirking knowingly, Ronaldo accurately deduces that Albert merely mentioned her marriageable age to keep her from violently worrying. Clinging to absolute denial, Marie desperately convinces herself that the sudden proposal was just a polite, completely platonic gesture to smooth things over. Utterly flabbergasted, Marie panics internally and completely wonders if the highly perceptive Ronaldo just effortlessly read her exact thoughts. Sipping his dark wine, Ronaldo brilliantly deduces that Albert severely botched his romantic move and Eva rushed in to violently save the situation. Ronaldo offers a highly amused smirk, perfectly realizing the Night Order successfully stole her away thanks to Eva's swift interference. Setting his elegant glass aside, Ronaldo warmly reassures the deeply anxious girl that everything is perfectly fine since she made the choice herself. Offering a beautifully supportive smile, the blonde nobleman firmly declares he has absolutely no reason to oppose her independent path. Deeply moved by his incredible grace, Marie bows in profound gratitude for allowing her the ultimate freedom to proudly choose her own destiny. Elegantly wiping his mouth, Ronaldo reaffirms his complete respect for her autonomy with quiet, unwavering support. The camera pans rapidly across the completely finished dinner plates as a highly serious tension suddenly descends on the room. With eyes full of intense focus, an incredibly serious Marie urgently questions if there is any new word on Queen Tia's hidden whereabouts. Ronaldo grimly admits the cunning queen wiped her intricate trail completely clean, making her virtually impossible to properly track down. A heavy, suffocating silence fills the room as the deeply troubled pair fully absorb the grim reality of the endless, highly dangerous hunt. Breaking the heavy tension, a sharp footstep echoes loudly against the pristine floor as someone firmly calls out Marie's name. Stepping closely into her personal space, Ronaldo gently takes both of Marie's trembling hands into his firm, highly reassuring grasp. Staring deeply into her eyes, Ronaldo softly vows that his absolute ultimate wish is for Marie to find true, everlasting happiness. Ronaldo reflects that his ultimate wish for his sister's happiness remains fiercely unchanged even after her rebirth as Marie. He silently calls out to her in the darkness, bridging the emotional gap between her past identity and her present life. Gently taking both of her hands in his, Ronaldo earnestly urges Marie to always act true to her own heart. Her eyes widen in quiet surprise as he reiterates the vital importance of being completely honest with herself. He fiercely vows to destroy anyone who blocks her path, refusing to let her endure the silent suffering she faced in her past life. Taken aback by his intense protectiveness, she listens in stunned silence as he swears to obliterate anyone who troubles her heart. Staring into his uncompromising gaze, she realizes with a sudden shudder that he is absolutely serious about his violent promises. Standing amidst the shattered metaphorical chains of her past, he assures her that nothing will stand in her way like it did when she was Rosemary. Overwhelmed by his unwavering support, tears of profound relief and gratitude begin to well up in her trembling eyes. Her mind immediately flashes back to her tragic past, remembering the crushing moment she obediently promised her cold father she would become queen. The heavy memory shifts to her comforting a young, worried Ronaldo with a brittle smile and a false assurance that she was entirely fine. Masking her deep despair behind a practiced facade, the young Rosemary quietly dismisses his desperate concerns as nothing. Bound by the heavy chains of duty in her past life, She realizes she had always blindly obeyed their father's cruel demands without question. It suddenly dawns on her that Ronaldo remembered her silent suffering all this time and had always been deeply concerned for her shattered well-being. Tears streaming freely down her face, she finally thanks him for carrying that heavy emotional burden for her sake. Watching her release her deeply pent-up emotions, Ronaldo offers a gentle, deeply reassuring smile. The tender, quiet moment is abruptly shattered by a familiar voice calling out Marie's name from the nearby doorway. Albert steps nervously into the room, awkwardly explaining that the front door was unlocked as he offers a hesitant evening greeting. Glancing between the two with a knowing smirk, Ronaldo casually excuses himself and tells the flustered knight it is his turn. The two men exchange a brief, intense stare as they silently acknowledge the rapidly shifting dynamics in the room. Ronaldo gracefully steps out into the hallway, leaving a visibly flustered Marie entirely alone with the towering knight. Standing together near the entrance, Albert explains he came by to say hello after hearing from Eva about her imminent return to the order. With a faint, uncharacteristic blush, he earnestly tells her exactly how much he is looking forward to working with her again. Remembering his unexpected marriage proposal from earlier, Marie's face erupts in a furious, panicky blush. Frantically waving her hands, she babbles nervously that she knows his proposal was just a kind gesture born out of pity and mere consideration. Cutting sharply through her panicked rambling, Albert's expression darkens as he firmly denies her desperate assumption. Shocked by his sudden, commanding intensity, Marie freezes in place and stares up at him in completely stunned silence. Holding his ground, he boldly declares that he truly cherishes her and meant every single word from the very bottom of his heart. Her pupils shrink in sheer disbelief as the profound, inescapable weight of his genuine confession finally crashes over her mind. Stripped of all his usual rigid stoicism, Albert gazes down at her with a warm, incredibly tender blush. Bowing deeply, the tall man earnestly tells Marie that he only asks her to take her time and think about his request. Turning over his shoulder with a gentle expression, he formally takes his leave for the day and promises to see her tomorrow. He slowly walks away from the estate while Marie watches his retreating figure from the safety of the front porch. Left entirely alone, a deep blush spreads across her shocked face as she processes the immense weight of his heartfelt words. The scene abruptly shifts to the bustling Night Order headquarters where Marie nervously finishes tying her hair and adjusting her uniform collar. Standing proudly before a full-length mirror in her classic maid dress, she confidently confirms her outfit is perfectly in order. Flashing a bright and cheerful expression, she mentally checks off her required customer service smile. Slapping her cheeks to banish her lingering nerves, she hypes herself up to officially begin her first day of work. As her days as a Night Order maid formally resume, she is pleasantly surprised when three familiar knights eagerly greet her by name. Recognizing Mr. Geen, Mr. Uru, and Mr. Zeril, she warmly receives their compliments as they admit the estate has been lonely since Nikki left. She cheerfully praises their hard work doing security during the coronation, teasingly asking if guarding while staring at tasty food was rough. Completely dwarfed by the towering, armored knights surrounding her, she sweat drops and notes that she feels exactly like a small kid again. The knights whisper among themselves that the captain had been incredibly lonely since her departure, but her return should finally put him in a good mood. One of the knights frantically tries to silence his gossiping friend, blurting out that the captain has also been noticeably restless lately. Covering her brightly burning face with her hands, Marie completely short-circuits while the knights stare at her flustered reaction in absolute shock. Slapping a hand over his own mouth, one of the knights realizes the captain actually made a move and excitedly assumes a confession took place. The chaotic celebration is instantly cut short when Vice Captain Eva suddenly appears behind them, tightly gripping their heads in a menacing hold. Threatening to tank their official performance evaluations, Eva sternly orders the panicked men back to their designated guard posts. Startled by the sudden disciplinary action, Marie stands frozen in place as the strict Vice Captain turns his intense gaze toward her. To her immense surprise, Eva formally welcomes Lady Edigma back to the order before nervously leaning in to share a secret. Shielding his mouth with his hand, Eva quietly reveals that the captain mysteriously came into work despite being officially off duty for the day. With a knowing wave, the vice captain excuses himself and playfully encourages Marie to go say hello to the waiting captain. Realizing this was all a highly coordinated setup, she recalls Ronaldo's warning that the Night Order had effectively stolen her back. Looking back on the warm greetings from the entire squad, she affectionately concludes that everyone deliberately set the stage for her romantic reunion. Mustering her courage, she steps up to the office door and knocks, immediately hearing a deep, familiar voice invite her inside. She slowly pushes the heavy double doors open, stepping nervously into the quiet office as a tall figure awaits her arrival. Bathed in the warm light of the massive window, the captain stands with his hands clasped behind his back and casts a soft glance over his shoulder. Flashing a remarkably tender smile, he bids her a warm good morning and declares that he will be counting on her from this day forward. Her anxieties completely melting away, she returns his bright smile and enthusiastically promises that she looks forward to serving him. Without missing a single beat, the handsome knight gently reaches his hand out to her, silently welcoming her back to where she truly belongs. The dark-haired knight and the blonde maid gaze at each other, a subtle flush coloring both their cheeks. He gently clasps her hands, murmuring that even while on duty he cannot help himself. Looking deeply into her eyes, he earnestly begs for permission to cherish her. Startled by his sudden confession, Marie stares wide-eyed while he maintains a soft, unwavering smile. Their intimate moment is suddenly interrupted as the door clicks open, prompting a stunned thought about his straightforward nature. Vice Captain Eva enters with an utterly exhausted expression and sharply calls out to his commanding officer. Glaring at the pair, Eva sternly orders the captain not to abuse his authority and disrupt workplace discipline. With a heavy sigh, the vice captain grabs a stack of documents and politely excuses himself, telling Lady Edigma not to mind him. Left alone once more, Albert gazes at her affectionately, noting the stark contrast compared to their past interactions. Still reeling from the intense morning, Marie realizes her new life as a maid is going to be wildly different than she imagined. Without hesitation, he softly but firmly confesses his deep feelings for her. Leaning in dangerously close, the bold captain immediately proposes marriage. He seals his sudden proposal with a passionate declaration of love for Rosemary. Escaping the overwhelming confession, Marie jolts awake in her bed with a sharp gasp. Clutching her flushed face, she realizes it was all just a brutally honest dream brought on by her 2 weeks as a night order maid. Shifting back to reality, she smoothly navigates her daily duties, having gotten completely used to working alongside Alberto. She hands a fellow knight a cup of tea, noting that while he flirts quite a bit during their breaks, she can easily handle it. The atmosphere shifts completely when the rowdy knights loudly cheer for their captain, eagerly trying to push the two of them together. Swarming around her, the enthusiastic subordinates boast about their brave commander's recent exploits and urge her to visit him in the courtyard. Completely overwhelmed by their endless hype, she dryly realizes she knows 100 times more about Albert than the nation itself. Hiding her burning face in her hands, she understands exactly why her subconscious conjured up such a vivid dream. Meanwhile, entirely unaware of his subordinates' relentless hyping, Alberto violently sneezes out in the courtyard. The lively morning continues in the sunlit dining hall as the maids exchange cheerful greetings. Sitting down to a spectacular court breakfast, she eagerly devours the exquisite Ishigama bread and mellow vegetable soup. Mid-bite, a sudden movement outside the dining hall window completely shatters her peaceful meal. Peeking outside, she spots an elegant carriage pulling up to the estate with a mysterious, cloaked passenger. The traveler throws back his heavy hood, revealing an exhausted Ronaldo letting out a long sigh. Staring through the glass in absolute shock, she questions why her brother would arrive so incredibly early in the morning. Noting the insignia on the carriage, she wonders in disbelief if he managed to travel to the Rose Domain and back in a single day. Before she can process the impossible journey, Ronaldo suddenly glances up and locks eyes with her through the window. Peeking out from behind a curtain, Marie gasps in shock as she realizes that he has spotted her. Standing in the doorway, Ronaldo offers her a gentle, warmly welcoming smile. Meanwhile, someone affectionately calls out to an animal as it contentedly munches on its meal in the background. An empty plate and teacup sit neatly on a tray as a polite voice gives thanks for the finished meal. Looking slightly apologetic, Ronaldo tells Marie he is sorry for calling her out so early in the morning. He explains that he rode all night from the Rose Domain because he had urgent business, prompting her to wonder why he returned to the palace so quickly. Smiling brightly, Marie cheerfully assures him that everyone in the Night Order has been incredibly kind to her. Relieved by her words, Ronaldo asks if she is heading to work now and mentions he was planning to wait in the dining hall. Realizing he hasn't eaten yet, Marie quickly asks Lord Ronaldo if he would like her to prepare something for him. He casually suggests that he will make tea while he eats and invites her to spend time in his room until then. Her face lighting up with an eager blush, Marie excitedly agrees to go, thrilled at the chance to finally talk with him again. Inside the spacious office, Ronaldo sits behind a massive wooden desk while Marie waits patiently in a chair opposite him. Without pausing his efforts, Ronaldo takes a large bite out of a thick sandwich specifically designed to be eaten while working. Marie calmly sips her tea, trying not to stare at the absolutely intimidating mountain of paperwork piled high on his desk. Noticing her stiff posture amidst the quiet room, Ronaldo gently tells Marie to take it easy, though she can only offer a nervous stammer in response. Trembling under the heavy atmosphere, Marie mentally screams that it is easy for him to say but entirely impossible for her to relax. She anxiously asks if he is getting any breaks, understanding that a chancellor would naturally be overwhelmed with work during times of national turmoil. Continuing to write smoothly, Ronaldo reassures her that it is only busy for now and claims he might even miss the chaos once things finally settle. Catching a glimpse of his subtle smile, Marie stares in awe and silently wonders if he actually enjoys the relentless workload. Ronaldo casually mentions that he has scheduled rest as part of his job, prompting Marie to smile warmly at his expected diligence. Shifting the conversation entirely, Ronaldo casually rests his chin on his hand and drops the bombshell that he finally dealt with the people who insulted his sister. Marie's face instantly drains of color in sheer panic as he reveals his grand proposal to record his sister's achievements in a book and build a memorial in the royal castle. Her jaw drops in absolute horror as he casually adds that he has already cleared the massive memorial project with the king. Blissfully unaware of her internal crisis, he earnestly asks Marie to come see the finished memorial with him once it is complete. Trembling and looking down to hide her fiercely shaken expression, Marie internally screams that the entire situation is becoming completely ridiculous. She blushes furiously, completely overwhelmed by the absurd reality of publishing a book and building a memorial for her own past self while she is still alive. Imagining her current self standing face to face with a monument of her past life, Marie wonders hysterically how she is possibly supposed to handle that. Flashing a radiant, proud smile, Ronaldo promises to make the memorial incredibly grand, leaving Marie drowning in a sea of intensely mixed feelings. Suddenly shifting his tone, Ronaldo leans forward slightly and addresses her softly by name to pivot the conversation. As bright sunlight streams through the nearby window, he admits that there is something important he has been wanting to ask her for a while. Gazing nervously at her teacup, Marie hesitantly breaks the silence to address Ronaldo. Looking down with a heavy expression, she asks what would have happened if he hadn't known she was Rosemary's reincarnation. Ronaldo listens quietly as she questions what he would have truly thought of her without her past identity. Closing her eyes, she confesses her lingering insecurity that she would just be an ordinary maid. A tense silence fills the room as Ronaldo pauses to seriously consider the difficult question. Sitting at his grand desk piled with documents, he begins to paint a picture of that alternate reality. He states with absolute certainty that she would have ultimately despised him. Shocked by his answer, she listens as he reminds her how she boldly scolded him for trying to force her to become Prince Rizuru's fiancée. Realization dawns on Marie as she remembers that treating people as mere political tools was exactly what her past self hated. A dark shadow falls over their memories as they recall how her previous father acted in that exact same ruthless manner. She stammers nervously, admitting that she only ended up revealing her true identity to stop his cold political maneuvering. Looking down at his hands, Ronaldo acknowledges that he is widely known by those around him as a cold and calculating person. Leaning back in his chair with a solemn expression, he confirms that his ruthless reputation is entirely true. He confesses that treating her cruelly would have inevitably led to immense regret once he finally got to know her deeply. Flashing a sad but fond smile, he admits she would have already hated him by the time she became dear to his heart. Marie's eye widens in pure shock at the unexpected vulnerability of his incredibly tender confession. Suddenly closing the distance between them, Ronaldo leans in close and invades her personal space. Catching her completely off guard, he gently presses a soft kiss directly to her ear. Pulling back with a warm and satisfied smile, he leaves her breathless and reeling from the intimate gesture. A massive blush explodes across her face as she stands frozen by the overwhelming affection. Casually turning his back, he remarks that they should consider themselves fortunate that things didn't turn out tragically. Still trembling from the shocking kiss, Marie clutches her burning ear in absolute disbelief. She mentally screams at him in pure frustration as he calmly resumes his paperwork as if absolutely nothing happened. Her internal panic is mercifully interrupted when two sharp knocks echo from the office doors. Ronaldo immediately grants permission to enter, and a stoic dark-haired man politely opens the door. The neatly dressed young man steps into the office with a calm and professional demeanor. Realizing he interrupted a private moment, the guest attempts to excuse himself, but Ronaldo insists his timing is actually perfect. Placing a hand on the newcomer's shoulder, Ronaldo formally introduces his secretary, to Lady Marie of the Night Order. Both of them bow respectfully as they officially exchange their full names and pleasantries. Putting the pieces together, Marie deduces Lyle is the chief clerk's son while Lyle simultaneously confirms her identity as Baron Edigma's daughter. Ronaldo is informed that Duke Mikhail is waiting in the guest room for their meeting, and a young apprentice introduces herself. A pair of shoes steps onto the floor as someone sharply calls out Marie's name. The speaker notes how comforting it is to share a meal with her during these busy days before abruptly asking if she is free for dinner tomorrow night. Looking incredibly pleased, he notes he will look forward to it while Marie gladly accepts the invitation. A pair of hands grasps a document while Marie nervously bows in the background next to a dark-haired man. Noticing the stack of documents, the braided woman eagerly offers to help tidy up. As Marie stammers about him being a guest, he smoothly interrupts and insists she simply call him Lyle without troubling herself. Marie glances at the staircase and reminds Lyle that the knights are about to begin their duties, suggesting he head to his post. Realizing the time, Lyle addresses Lady Edigma and urgently agrees to head back. Leaning in with a serious gaze, the braided woman bluntly asks Lady Edigma if she is Lord Ronaldo's lover. Marie frantically denies the accusation, begging the woman to just call her Marie while the apprentice mentions hearing palace rumors about her. Holding her documents, the woman warns Marie to be careful because some people spread unsavory rumors. Startled by the candid advice, Marie's eyes widen before she quietly agrees. The apprentice notes that rumors naturally arise when a baron's daughter seemingly appears out of nowhere and becomes close with both the knight captain and the chancellor. Gathering her composure, Marie offers a sincere smile and thanks Lyle for the warning. Watching her leave, Marie notes that Lyle sounds remarkably like Ronaldo, deducing that her brother must trust her deeply. Reflecting on the gossip, Marie admits it is currently manageable but worries it could escalate, recalling times she was mistaken for Ronaldo's relative. Walking through the grand double doors, she finds it strange that she no longer despises the palace, considering her former self would have wanted nothing to do with it. Gazing up at the towering ceiling, she realizes she actually wants to stay, feeling entirely comfortable despite the budding rumors. The faces of Albert and Ronaldo flash through her mind as she contemplates her newfound attachment to her surroundings. Closing her eyes with a soft smile, she attributes her comfort to the simple fact that both of the men she cares about are there with her. Later, Marie diligently cleans the floors as the shadows of passing nobles loom in the background. Night falls over the estate, casting a serene glow through the large window panes. Standing before a grand set of doors, Albert calls out to Ronaldo and announces his entry. Stepping into the dimly lit room, Albert finds Ronaldo completely passed out across his desk. Startled awake by the intrusion, Ronaldo rubs his eyes and apologizes for dozing off, explaining it has been incredibly busy. With a tired sigh, Ronaldo admits he wanted to talk a bit, to which Albert replies that it is incredibly rare for the Chancellor to summon him. Staring intently, the dark-haired knight firmly states that the discussion is about Marie. Ronaldo calmly asks how Marie is doing in the order, prompting Albert to note that he spoke with her and the environment seems good. Staring seriously ahead, Albert confirms to Ronaldo that she is doing perfectly well. Confronting the imposing knight, Ronaldo directly asks if Albert finally confessed his true feelings to Marie. Albert's gaze drops slightly as he utters a quiet, unwavering confirmation. Noting the sudden development, Ronaldo smoothly admits the confession happened much sooner than he expected and caught him completely off guard. Albert boldly counters the probing questions, genuinely admitting he expected Ronaldo to confess his own feelings much earlier. A soft, calculating smile touches Ronaldo's lips as he firmly declares he will not interfere. Pressing the issue, Albert demands to know exactly what Ronaldo means by his cryptic reassurance. Maintaining his sharp gaze, Ronaldo promises to fully accept their relationship if Marie genuinely comes to care for the knight. The conversation shifts heavily as Ronaldo turns toward the dark window to issue a lingering caveat. Meeting his intense stare, Albert grimly acknowledges that Marie will not return his feelings as he is right now. Refusing to back down, the towering knight fiercely admits he simply could not stop himself even if she ultimately rejected him. Swirling a glass of red wine with an amused smirk, Ronaldo decides to wait and see if Albert can truly become the one she loves. Albert blinks in mild confusion as Ronaldo abruptly changes the subject to ask if he is free tomorrow night. Slipping through the doorway, Ronaldo casually advises the knight to keep his worries limited to the peaceful matters of love. A terrifying darkness completely overtakes Ronaldo's expression as he coldly mutters that he has his own enemies to crush. Shadows cling to his frame while he silently vows to track down the elusive woman who caused them so much pain. He fiercely pledges to obliterate the target and completely erase every single remaining trace of their revenge. The gloomy atmosphere shatters into brightness as Marie happily greets Albert upon his arrival for dinner. Flustered by her radiant smile, Albert immediately offers to leave if he is intruding, only to be warmly reassured that she is glad he came. The three companions settle around a lavishly set table, sharing a wonderfully peaceful meal together. Warmth fills the room as genuine smiles naturally spread across all of their faces. Over plates of delicious food and fine wine, their shared dinners quickly blossom into a cherished weekly joy. While busy schedules sometimes force one of the men to miss the gathering, the trio manages to eat together most of the time. Marie laughs cheerfully, completely unfazed when informed that the palace is actively buzzing with wild rumors about her dining with two high-ranking officials. Gazing out the window with a serene smile, she quietly notes that the idle gossip no longer bothers her like it did in her past life. She silently reflects that her dear friends finally deserve some lasting peace now that their long years of revenge have concluded. The men exchange relaxed, genuinely happy expressions as they enjoy their well-earned downtime. Watching the peaceful scene unfold around the table, a wistful thought silently begs for the precious moment to last forever. Breaking the comfortable silence, Ronaldo mentions that the Grand Tomb Monument was completed incredibly fast with the Lord Chancellor's help. He casts a tender look toward Marie, gently noting that the monument is where their beloved sister will finally rest. Realizing her friend's elevated status, Marie smiles brightly as Albert proudly announces he finally secured some time off to handle his new lordly duties. Smiling with quiet amusement, Ronaldo tells a flustered Albert to govern the McLean domain well, though the young lord finds having land bear his name a bit embarrassing. Ronaldo nonchalantly reassures his subordinate that he will eventually get used to the heavy responsibilities of his new title. Looking back with a fond expression, Ronaldo mentions that he knows the territory quite well and offers his assistance if Albert ever runs into trouble. Sweat dropping at the remark, Albert silently notes that "fairly well" is a massive understatement considering Ronaldo and Rosemary once lived there together. Ronaldo announces that he has intentionally taken leave to oversee the moving of his sister's coffin from the monument in the Rose domain. Turning his attention to Marie, Ronaldo asks if she will also be attending the solemn ceremony. Staring blankly ahead, Marie thinks to herself how incredibly strange it is to casually discuss the relocation of her own coffin. She reflects on the surreal reality that ever since the Day of Judgment, the infamous villainess Rosemary Hubert has been publicly remembered as a tragic young lady. She realizes that for the two men, this final resting place is the hard-earned closure at the end of their long, painful revenge. Recognizing the profound weight of the event, Marie understands that laying the coffin to rest is a vital step for their grieving hearts. Eavesdropping from behind the slightly open double doors, a stoic palace maid carefully notes that the ceremony will take place in 5 days. Ronaldo outlines his itinerary, explaining that he will first return to the Rose domain before escorting the coffin to the McLean territory. He confirms the schedule with Albert, instructing him and Marie to travel together from midday on the eve of the morning ceremony. Turning to Marie with a bright smile, Albert asks her to arrange time off from work so they can make the journey together. With a polite farewell, Albert formally excuses himself and steps out of the room for a brief moment. Blushing furiously, Marie hastily sprints down the corridor to escape her embarrassment. Seeking a moment of privacy, Marie slips into the restroom and leans against the closed door with a heavy, relieved sigh. Her brief moment of calm is abruptly shattered when she senses an unexpected and unsettling presence in the room. Looking into the large vanity mirror, Marie is startled to see a dark-haired maid staring intently at her from behind. The mysterious woman glares coldly over her shoulder, her eyes narrowing with unmistakable hostility. Caught entirely off guard, Marie instantly recognizes the unfriendly woman as Liella, a maid who serves in the palace. Marie anxiously recalls that Liella always glares at her with that exact same intensity whenever she is seen walking alongside Albert. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Marie nervously tries to convince herself not to dwell on the palace maid's obvious jealousy. Standing in the heavy silence, Liella casts a dark and calculating look that completely obscures her hidden intentions. The scene abruptly shifts to an overgrown and dilapidated shack, its partially opened door glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. Panting heavily as she sprints away from the mysterious location, Liella fiercely vows to proceed with her dark scheme exactly as planned.